Chapter 1000. Girls' Literature, he laughed proudly, feeling that he had already grasped victory in his hands. The dragon's ray of annihilation had cost him a huge price. But did these guys not have to pay a price for using such a terrifying attack? That was absolutely impossible. The price they paid must be even greater than his. Since that was the case, he still won in the end. Don't forget that this was the dragon's cold pond, his home ground. That was why he was the final victor. However, at that moment, another unforeseen event occurred. The tiger claw that he had ignored suddenly erupted with an extremely terrifying power. A shadow directly unfolded at that moment, and a powerful and terrifying power directly suppressed him. The power of that attack was simply terrifying. At that moment that power actually became so strong. The devouring bug clearly did not expect such a change to occur at that moment. How is this possible? That's right. How could this be possible? Although this demonic tiger was considered to be one of the stronger demonic beasts, how could it possibly cause any harm to Yi Shiwen? At that moment, not only him, but even the demon tiger himself was shocked. Although he wanted to kill the devouring bug directly, he already knew that he could not do anything to it when he launched his attack in the Sea of Consciousness. At most, he could only coordinate with the two Shura, Su Yen and Aina, to attack. But all of a sudden, his strength had grown to such an extent that it was simply astonishing. At that moment, he seemed to have seen himself being possessed by his ancestor's spirit again. No, the power of this attack was even stronger than that time. No, this is your method. The devouring bug was directly hit by the attack, and then his entire body was immediately sent flying. At that moment, even someone as strong as him vomited blood. At that moment, he already knew that this was definitely Su Yan's method. Otherwise, how could a stupid tiger manage to injure him to such an extent? Su Yan said, as expected of an ancient disaster, "You're quite smart." Just now, that was indeed Su Yan's method. In fact, it was simple to say, that was the method of hiding the sword. However, he didn't hide one sword but two. The first one followed behind the Spear of Annihilation, while the second one merged with the tiger claw. Su Yan did not dare to underestimate this devouring worm. After all, that was a powerful existence that even the God-Slayer sword called a scourge. For such a thing, no matter how careful one was, it would not be enough. It was also because of this that he had already calculated this when he unleashed his power. And the effect of this attack seemed to be unexpectedly good. The devouring worm looked at Su Yan. When it heard Su Yan mention the ancient scourge, it immediately knew that Su Yan knew about its origin. At this time, he looked at Su Yan with even more fear. "Shura, you really know a lot. Since that's the case, I will definitely kill you today." At this time, it seemed to be really angry, and smoke wafted out of its head. Such power had an extremely terrifying aura, and it was so powerful that it seemed to be able to annihilate everything. Su Yan's face became serious. The combination of his attack and the demon tiger's power was definitely very heavy. However, he did not expect that this thing would still be so lively under such circumstances. It was also fortunate that it had been severely injured. Otherwise, they would have died immediately this time. However, this attack must have been very effective. Otherwise, this guy would not be so irritable. At this time, the devouring worm's appearance changed. A thin layer of green moss-like skin appeared on its body. Although Su Yan did not know what this thing was, it was definitely not something good for it to appear at this time. Be careful. At this time it was either you die or I die. They must not be careless at all. Otherwise, it would be a disaster of life and death. At this time, Su Yan was already on full alert. At this time, Aina and the demon tiger were also the same. Speaking of which, Aina was still quite annoyed at this time. Because at this time, he could only fight under Su Yan's guidance. He originally thought that after he became a blue-faced Shura, although he could not be said to be invincible, he was strong enough. Other than the kings and a few powerful blue-faced Shura, he did not put other existences in his eyes. However, at this time, it seemed that he was too proud and arrogant. In front of this strange creature, he was actually so weak. If it was not for Su Yan's appearance, he was afraid that he would have died in the hands of this thing. This was something that he could not tolerate. At this time, he had begun to fully activate the power of his ruler's inheritance. He knew very well that if he wanted to kill this monster, he would not be able to do it with his own strength. Thus, he could only rely on the power left behind by his ancestor. Although doing so would harm the source energy left behind by the ancestor, it was unavoidable at this point in time. Otherwise, if he were to die here today, the losses would outweigh the gains. At this time, his power was expanding bit by bit. At this time, his aura was quietly rising. In just a short moment, Aina's aura had surpassed Su Yan's. When his aura reached its peak, the devouring worm suddenly made a strange sound. Its green skin suddenly shrank and began to peel off from his body. The strength and terror of that power was simply unimaginable. A terrifying aura directly condensed. Damn it, I can't let it go on like this. At this time, Aina suddenly attacked. Although he did not know what this thing wanted to do, he knew that he could not let it go on like this. Therefore, he did not hesitate to attack at this time. At this time, his short saber directly released an extremely terrifying aura. At this time, the silver blade actually flowed with a dense light that was like blood. At this moment, he was directly in front of his opponent. Die! He roared. The extremely powerful and terrifying power immediately floated at this moment, and a terrifying light directly descended at this moment. The power that such a light flashed at this time was simply incomparable. The terrifying aura was so oppressive that it made it difficult for people to breathe. At this time, the power that Aina exploded at this time had reached an endless level. However, Su Yan immediately shouted, "Aina, come back quickly!" At this time, Su Yan felt that something was wrong. That was the devouring worm. The method that he used was definitely not that simple. At this moment, Aina's power was indeed incomparably powerful. However, Su Yan did not think that Aina's attack could hurt him. This was because the difference in power between the two was too great. That terrifying halo had simply reached an endless level. Hee hee, you want to hurt me? You'd better become my food. At this moment, the green light finally completely peeled off. At the moment when it peeled off, it actually turned into another devouring worm. Damn it! At this time, Su Yan immediately rushed forward. His divine thought was extremely powerful. Although the ice fog here would suppress his divine thought, causing his divine thought to be unable to fully unleash its power. However, in such a close range, he could still control everything. Through his divine thought, he had already discovered. The figure that reappeared was definitely not an illusion. Instead, it was real. In other words, at this time, there were two devouring worms. In the ancient times, the devouring worms were attacked by so many powerful clans before they were finally destroyed. They must have extremely terrifying abilities. Therefore, even if the devouring worm was injured, Su Yan still felt an incomparable headache. However, at this time, Aina had overestimated himself. At this time, Aina was an extremely important fighting force. If Aina died, it would be an extremely huge blow to Su Yan. If he was directly devoured, Su Yan would not even have the intention to fight. He would directly summon the Godslayer sword and kill this thing directly. However, before that, he still had to make a final effort. At this moment, an extremely terrifying power burst out from Aina's body. His blade light was so faint at first, but later on, the blade light covered the sky and the earth. The power contained in it could be said to be incomparably terrifying. This kind of power was enough to make people tremble in fear. If it was an ordinary enemy, even if it was Marshal Shura, Su Yan felt that this attack would definitely be able to severely injure him. He might even be able to kill him. However, at this time, he was facing a devouring worm. This kind of strange and terrifying creature could never be imagined with common sense. The second doppelganger that suddenly appeared was abnormally dangerous. Sure enough, at this time, the green thing suddenly let out a strange laugh. Then, it directly pounced over. That overwhelming blade light was so terrifying, but at this time, he actually turned a blind eye to it. Instead, he laughed sinisterly. Its speed was too fast. At this time, Su Yan's eyes surged with a ray of light. This was because he clearly saw that this thing actually took the damage of the blade light directly and then hugged Aina. Within Aina's range, the damage he suffered was naturally extremely great. It was easy to imagine how terrifying this saber light was. Chapter 1001. Female Literature. However, the clone did not seem to care at all. From the looks of it, this thing must have its own agenda. Although Su Yan did not know what the clone's goal was, he knew that it was not a good thing, and it was definitely very dangerous. Unfortunately, Aina's aura had reached the pinnacle of perfection when she unleashed her attack. It was the most powerful power that he had ever achieved in his life. If such a feeling had to be described with a word, it would be that it was wonderful. At such a time, he would not give up. That was because it was too important for a cultivator. Only those who had experienced it before would understand how wonderful it was. On the contrary, if one had never experienced it before, they would never know. At that moment, as long as he completely slashed out that sword, he would be able to truly experience the power of that slash. Only then would he be able to remember that feeling and have a goal to pursue. Of course, he heard Su Yan's exclamation at that moment, but he was not afraid at all. He never thought that there was anything else that could make him afraid. At that moment, his power had risen to a certain point. The terror of that power had reached an endless level. Streams of aura continued to rise at that moment. That was his sword aura. At that moment, an invincible will was born in his heart. He thought that there was nothing in the world that he could not accomplish with that sword of his. At that moment, even if the person standing in front of him was a shuriken, he would still fight. However, at that moment something unexpected happened. At that moment, the green devourer worm was actually able to pass through his invincible blade. It was as if he was not afraid of that terrifying and powerful power at all. It was clear that at this time, under his terrifying and sharp blade, he was already injured, but that thing actually didn't care at all. His blade was causing tons of damage to him, but he had no intention of stopping. What is this guy trying to do? Is he trying to destroy himself? However, he did not have time to think too much at that moment. He would be able to end his opponent as soon as his blade landed. This was the feeling in his heart at this moment. No matter what he wanted to do, it was no longer important, because his blade could end everything. It was a powerful force that was combined with his ruler's inheritance mark. The power of the mark gave him absolute confidence. However, in the next moment, he was immediately shocked. Because at this moment, that strange thing actually hugged him. His sharp claws suddenly wrapped around his body, and so did his tail. Of course, there was an extremely terrifying saber light outside his body, so he could not really come into contact with Aina's body. He had to pay a huge price just to maintain this posture. But for Aina, this was an extremely dangerous signal. If this continued, he would definitely be in danger. At this moment, his body began to emit a green light. That radiance filled the air in an instant, and then Aina's mind suddenly became a little dazed. Damn it! What kind of trick is this? Aina realized that something was wrong, but it was too late. Damn it! This thing wants to self-destruct its doppelganger to cause damage. At this moment, Su Yan had already figured out what was going on. He was very familiar with this. This detestable fellow indeed wanted to use this trick to hurt Aina. That doppelganger contained an extremely violent yet irregular power. At this moment, his power was constantly burning. That was only secondary. The most frightening thing was the faint layer of green on it. It was highly toxic. At this point, Shura's body should be very powerful. However, there were no absolutes in this world. Su Yan did not forget that when he first entered this area, a small unknown bat gave him a huge surprise. The poison was so terrifying that even Su Yan was pleasantly surprised. This devouring worm was much more terrifying than the little bat. Needless to say, the poison released by his clone was even more terrifying. At this moment, that terrifying aura finally spread out. Aina was indeed extraordinarily talented, and he had inherited the most powerful ruler's power. However, at this moment, he was still just a blue-faced Shura. Potential and current strength could never be mixed together. If he was contaminated by this power, then even he would die without a doubt. At this time, the power in the sky immediately burned to the extreme. The speed at which the poison spread was so fast that it was hard for people to believe. But at this time, Su Yan had already taken action. Since he had made up his mind to save Aina, he would not allow the other party to be presumptuous. Square seal. At this time, the best way Su Yan could think of was to use the square seal. It seemed that only the square seal could exert the greatest power at this time. With this attack, a powerful force suddenly shrouded Aina. After the square seal appeared, the devouring insect seemed to have sensed something. At this time, the devouring insect did not attack again. Instead, it fled into the distance. Su Yan did not expect that this guy would be so decisive and leave just like that. However, it was obvious that it had planned everything. Su Yan could not do anything to it if it left at this time, unless it wanted to see Aina die in front of it. At this moment, the power of the square seal finally began to take effect. The powerful domain wrapped Aina directly. At this time, Aina was already contaminated by the green aura. If it were not for the protection of the ruler's inheritance imprint, he would have ended up in a miserable state. But even so, he definitely didn't feel good at this moment. If it were not for the fact that he was constantly using the saber chi to protect himself, the poison would have caused greater damage to him. However, at this time, he was already in a state of delirium. The poison was really terrifying. In such a short period of time, Aina was already unable to withstand it. If it continued for a longer time, it would not be strange for him to lose his life. Fortunately, Su Yan's square seal appeared in time. The square seal was the power of a domain. When this power appeared, it completely suppressed the power of the poison. It was obvious that the two of them were so close, but in fact, there seemed to be a new world between them at this time. The doppelganger was furious when he sensed the change in the situation. However, at this time, he was horrified to find that he could not even move. An extremely ancient and powerful consciousness suppressed him, making him unable to move. At this time, 4 rays of light appeared above his head. The light swayed gently and finally formed a huge millstone. It was this millstone that brought everything to an end. His poison and strength were slowly being ground away by this millstone. Great Millstone of the 4 Divisions, Murder of the Black Tortoise. This was the move that the square seal had awakened after the white-boned black tortoise was completely destroyed and devoured previously. It had an extremely strong killing power. However, it was extremely difficult to perform this move. At this moment, Su Yan just so happened to be using this technique on top of him. The devouring worm was directly devoured by the square seal. After an unknown period of time, the process finally ended. At this time, Aina had already fainted. Su Yan looked at him and sighed in his heart. At this time, Aina had indeed shown that he was invincible. After this, his mind would definitely become stronger. His enemies in the future would become even more terrifying. However, the current Su Yan would not do anything to him. At this time, he actually wanted to chase after the devouring worm. It was an extremely terrifying ancient mutated species. Moreover, when it escaped, Su Yan clearly saw extreme anger in its eyes. It was obvious that this guy would definitely not let him go. If that was the case, Su Yan was in huge trouble. However, Aina was not in a good condition at this time. Moreover, the ice fog had not dissipated yet. Even if he wanted to, he would not be able to achieve his goal in a short time. Therefore, he calmed himself down. This devouring worm is extremely terrifying indeed. Such power had reached a whole new level. It's no wonder that it was a taboo existence in ancient times, Su Yan lamented to himself. At this time, the God-Slayer sword's consciousness was transmitted again. You're considered lucky. What you encountered now is only a larva. Moreover, it seems to have suffered a heavenly tribulation, so its power is weak. Otherwise, do you really think you could have defeated it so easily? Su Yan naturally did not doubt the God-Slayer sword's words. If that was the case, this devouring worm was even more terrifying than he had imagined. This was not a good thing. Moreover, the devouring worm's true strength has a lot to do with the creature it devours. However, have you ever thought about why this worm has been staying in this cold pool for so long? After the God-Slayer sword asked this, Su Yan immediately came to a realization. That's right, this devouring worm had stayed in this place for so long. There must be a reason for it. He was injured, so naturally, he had to find a way to recover from his injuries, then find a way to make up for it, or even improve himself. Chapter 1002. Female Literature. If that was the case, his last resort was not to hide here, but to kill and devour. Even if he was wary of the powerful Shurikings or the powerful king-level monsters, he would have no problem killing the blue-masked monsters. However, he had always stayed in this place, treating this place as his home. Su Yan did not think that this thing was unwilling to leave because it was homesick. If that was the case, there could only be one reason, and that was that there was something at the bottom of the lake that could help him recover, or even make him stronger. Was it that dragon? What's the use of racking your brains? If you want to know the answer, why don't you go in and take a look? At this time, the God-Slayer sword urged again. Su Yan's heart moved. In fact, at this time, he also wanted to take a look at the bottom of the lake. However, Su Yan had been in contact with the Godslayer sword for so long, so he had a certain understanding of the Godslayer sword's nature. The Godslayer sword seemed to be kind, and when it talked to him, it even showed a bit of cold humor. But in fact, cold-bloodedness flowed in its bones. It was a kind of cold-bloodedness that was absolutely superior to others. Su Yan could understand this kind of mentality the best. After all living beings in this world seemed to be too weak for it. It was a powerful existence that had once slaughtered gods. Although it only existed in the body of a sword, there was no doubt that it was the most powerful and terrifying existence in this world. How could it, who was high and mighty, treat a small person as a friend? Therefore, Su Yan never dreamed that he could be its friend. At this time, Su Yan's thoughts were very simple, and that was that the Godslayer sword must have some purpose. The thing at the bottom of the lake must have made the Godslayer sword interested. At this time the Godslayer sword saw Su Yan's soul fluctuation, so it said helplessly, Okay, kid, you really have a lot of ideas. I'll be honest with you. There is indeed something that I am interested in this place, but that's it. You can go or not. Su Yan did not say anything else, but transmitted a thought to the Shura demon tiger. Guard here. Don't let anything come close, and don't let anything hurt Hyena. If that thing comes back, immediately transmit a thought to me. In fact, Su Yan was most wary of the devouring bug. This was the devouring bug's territory, and it had been operating for a long time. In the past, the Shura demon tiger did not even dare to come close to this place. Naturally, the other demonic beasts wouldn't have the guts to enter this place. Since the thing at the bottom of the lake was so important to the devouring bug, it would not give up so easily. Previously, he was only forced to retreat. However, the devouring worm possessed an extremely high level of intelligence. Who knows, it might suddenly turn around and attack at this time. Therefore, Su Yan had to be very careful about this. Su Yan immediately unleashed his power and wrapped his body up. After that, he dived into the cold pond. The moment his body fell into the cold pond, he actually shivered. So cold. Even with the quality of his body, he still had such a feeling at this time. From this, it could be seen how terrifying the temperature of this cold pond was. He increased his power again. He did not want to be frozen into a popsicle before he could see the treasure at the bottom of the lake. When he finally did not feel cold, he immediately activated his power, and then directly dove to the bottom of the lake. The cold pool did not look big, but when he entered the water, Su Yan felt as if he had entered another world. The deeper he went, the thicker the Shura aura could be felt. It was no wonder that the devouring bug would stay here. Not to mention other things, just the powerful aura of the Shura was enough for him to enjoy. At this time, Su Yan directly opened his true sight. The true sight that he obtained from the aureole had helped him greatly many times. Under the power of the true sight, the dark bottom of the lake became clear. Everything, even the smallest sand and stone, was clearly seen by him. All of a sudden, Su Yan was stunned. This was because he realized that at the bottom of the cold pool, there was a huge dragon skeleton. The dragon skeleton was coiled at the bottom of the lake, motionless. Although only the dragon skeleton was left, the dragon aura that permeated from it was able to make the aura of the great demonic dragon in Su Yan's body react. So powerful! Su Yan couldn't help but exclaim. Well, it's not bad. If this bug was alive, it could be compared to the Dragon King on Dragon Island. No, maybe it's even stronger. At this time, the Godslayer sword said casually. When the Dragon King was mentioned, the Godslayer sword still seemed to be full of killing intent. He was the high and mighty Godslayer sword, but those guys dared to scheme against him. This was simply unforgivable. Of course, in his eyes, even those Dragon King were still ants. It was just that they were much stronger ants. However, that was only for him. For Su Yan, or even for ordinary Dao Masters or Shura Kings, those Dragon King were extremely terrifying and powerful existences. And this dragon bone was even stronger than them, so its origin was indeed extraordinary. It seems that the dragon's aura on the devouring bug came from this dragon bone. The Godslayer sword said. At this time, Su Yan also began to ponder. Although the devouring bug was terrifying, Su Yan didn't think that it could kill such a powerful dragon. The reason why he could have the characteristics of a dragon was probably because he was lucky. He picked up a bargain after the dragon died. That was why he could achieve so much. However, the real problem now was not the devouring bug, but why did the dragon die here? Boy, go and take a look under the dragon's corpse. At this time, the God Slayer sword transmitted its thoughts again. It must have felt something for it to say this. However, Su Yan's eyes of truth didn't feel anything. At this time the God Slayer sword said, "Your eyes of truth is indeed extraordinary, but your strength is ultimately not strong enough, so you can't fully display its true strength. And didn't you notice that the dragon aura around the dragon's corpse hasn't dissipated? This dragon aura protected the bones and shielded everything around it. The devouring bug must have been hiding here to devour the dragon's aura at all times to make itself stronger. Unfortunately, it was neglecting the essentials. In its opinion, the dragon's corpse was the most precious thing, but it didn't know that the dragon died here because of the real treasure here. Perhaps it was an illusion, but at this time, the God Slayer sword seemed to be a little excited. Su Yan didn't hesitate and directly went down. At this time the God Slayer sword transmitted its thoughts again. You don't need to have any doubts. I really did feel something good that moved even me. And don't worry, I won't take it all for myself. I'll share the benefits with you. And when you're in danger, I'll protect you. You don't have to pay anything." Su Yan was surprised that the God Slayer sword would be so easy to talk to at this time. However, since he had already put it this way, how could he still hesitate in the slightest? He directly used the regal sword teleportation. At this time, he really realized how extraordinary this place was. After using the regal sword teleportation, his speed should have reached an extremely fast level. The bottom of the lake should be in front of him, and he could reach it in the blink of an eye. But at this time, he felt that the bottom of the lake was so far away. To think that you've already crossed the 10 Dragons realm and come into contact with the secrets of space. Can't you see that this is a technique that's so close yet so far away? It looks like it's right in front of you, but it's actually so far away. Fortunately, it seems that a lot of the arrangements here have been made. Otherwise, you wouldn't be able to break through. But it's also because of this that the devouring beetle can't find out. Good, good, good. It seems that you're really someone who's favored by the heavens. The God Slayer sword was extremely excited at this time. At this moment, Su Yan rolled his eyes and said, "Aren't I being targeted by the Shura realm's heaven's will, who wants to kill me at all times? How can I be favored by the heavens?" The God Slayer sword seemed to be really happy today. After hearing this, it immediately said, "What do you know? Can the Shura realms will be called heaven's will? What a joke. That's just the will of the realm. The so-called heaven is high and mighty, eternal and boundless. Let alone you, no one can fathom it." After saying this, the God Slayer sword suddenly paused. "Okay, let's not talk about this anymore. Anyway, trust me, I won't harm you." "Humph, I'm so awesome. How can I go against a little thing like you?" "Su Yan, God Slayer sword, does your master know that you're so awesome?" However, he immediately threw away these distracting thoughts. A treasure that could make the God Slayer sword feel this way must be very amazing. After an unknown amount of time, the space suddenly changed again. This time, what appeared in front of Su Yan was a world of ice and snow. This was a pure white world. At this moment, Su Yan was suddenly startled. He felt that this place was very familiar. "Well, kid, don't you think this place is very familiar?" At this moment, the God Slayer sword spoke. At first, Su Yan was only suspicious, but now that the God Slayer sword said so, it couldn't be wrong. He must have been to a similar place before. Chapter 1003. Female Literature. Indeed, but I can't remember. At this time, Su Yan really couldn't remember. "Ha ha ha, you have a good memory. Don't you remember that you were almost killed by a sword?" When the God Slayer sword said this, Su Yan's body shook. Yes, at this time he finally remembered. Indeed, he was almost killed by a sword. Evil Sword Cold Jade. That was the world created by the evil sword Cold Jade. At this time, it seemed that these two worlds were not only similar, they were the same. How could he forget such an existence? "Well, it seems that you remember the fear of being controlled by an evil sword. Not bad, not bad." This old man seemed to be very happy. But what was there to be happy about? Su Yan couldn't help but want to complain. But to be honest, Su Yan was really miserable at that time. In front of the evil sword Cold Jade, he was so small. If he hadn't released the God-Slayer sword from the scarlet parting sword case at the last moment, he would have become the scabbard of the evil sword Cold Jade. But now, it seemed that he was also the scabbard of a sword. At this time the God-Slayer sword directly said, "All right, kid, be content. Although I said that I would let you become the scabbard, I was just saying it. You should have seen the Cold Jade scabbard. Don't you realize that compared to him, you are much better now?" After the God-Slayer sword said this, Su Yan immediately thought of the ghost fork. That was the supreme genius of the limitless demon sex ghost-killing hall, and also the second hall master. His talent was even higher than that of Sun Luo, but after he became the scabbard, it seemed that even his own thoughts were directly erased, and he completely became like a puppet. That was no longer a life, but a tragedy. In that case, this person was really good to him. At least he wasn't so miserable now. Su Yan didn't want to dwell on this topic, so he asked directly, "Senior, is this related to the evil sword Cold Jade?" The God-Slayer sword would never mention Cold Jade for no reason. Su Yan did not believe that the God-Slayer sword had some inexplicable feelings for evil sword Cold Jade. They were both swords. The God-Slayer sword said, "Of course it's related, and it's very much related. The evil sword Cold Jade is one of the best swords in this world. Aside from the great me, no one else can suppress it." Su Yan, "I already know that you're very awesome, so stop bragging." Su Yan didn't know why he liked to ridicule this person so much today. At this time the God-Slayer sword continued, "I've fought with him before, and I know that his sword is very scary. Since it's a sword, it naturally has to be forged with materials. If I'm not wrong, the material used to forge it is Cold Jade Heavenly Heart." This was the first time Su Yan had heard of this, but it seemed to be very awesome. "Actually, I just said that the will of the Shura world can't be called the will of the heavens. It can only be called the will of the world, and only geniuses are the most supreme things. No one knows how the heavens exist, where they are or what their trajectory is, but they know that the heavens really do exist, and the heavenly heart is related to the heavens." "Kid, you're rich this time. I know you want to make your scorching sun sword a divine sword, right?" the God-Slayer sword asked. Su Yan nodded. The scorching sun sword was passed down to him by Chobo. Chobo spent a lot of effort to make this sword a sacred sword, but he couldn't improve it any further. Although a sacred sword and a divine sword were only one step away, the distance between a sacred sword and a divine sword was very far. However, the distance of this step was incomparably far. It was unknown how many people were unable to take this final step. The majesty of a divine sword was so powerful that it could almost crush any opponent of the same level. With a divine sword in hand, it could even suppress fate. This was only one of the aspects. With a divine sword, one could use it to increase one's cultivation by another step. For example, Zhang Zhe, as the sect leader of the Taihang sword faction, his cultivation was extremely terrifying. However, among the many experts, Zhang Zhe was still very young. The hall master of the ghost-killing hall and the master of the limitless demon sect were old monsters of the 1,000-year level. These people had been around for a long time. Although they were stronger than Zhang Ze's cultivation was getting closer and closer to theirs. The reason why the limitless demon sect launched an attack on the Taihang sword faction was because they saw a threat. In their opinion, because of Zhang Ze, the Taihang sword faction had become a sect that could threaten them. Therefore they had to suppress them. The most important reason why Zhang Ze's cultivation was able to improve so rapidly was because of the Taixing divine sword. In the world of the 9 continents, the 10 divine swords were extremely terrifying and powerful. Su Yan had seen the majesty of the divine wind sword and the Taihang divine sword. If he could also have a divine sword that he could use, then his cultivation would definitely be even more terrifying. However, it was extremely difficult to refine a divine sword. One had to know how difficult it was to forge a divine sword in this world. Chobo had never succeeded in his entire life. Even Hai Chuan of the Taihang sword faction could not forge a divine sword. From this one could see how difficult it was. At this time, the God-Slayer sword said, "The Taihang divine sword and the divine wind sword are not true divine swords. Although there are 10 divine swords, I feel that there are less than 3 true divine swords among the 10. Do you know how terrifying and great the word divine is?" Hearing the God-Slayer sword say this, Su Yan felt a little strange. However, he knew that the God-Slayer sword would not joke about such things. Therefore he said seriously, "Senior, please enlighten me. Above the sacred sword is the divine sword. Actually, this is wrong. It takes a process for a sacred sword to give birth to divinity. Obtaining divinity is only the beginning. In layman's terms, this is just a half-step divine sword, or a quasi-divine sword. Anyway, that's what it means. A true divine sword is one with a god in the sword. For example, the cold jade, or for example, me. When the God Slayer sword said this, it was very proud. In fact, this was indeed the case. In this world, the number of divine swords that could become divine swords could be counted on one hand. This was not within the same period of time, but was calculated by adding up all of the long history of the world. Actually, you should know these things. Perhaps you have not realized it yourself, but your sword already has spirituality. This spirituality is the condition for turning into divinity. Su Yen said respectfully, "Senior, please enlighten me." At this time the God Slayer sword smiled and said, 2 hours. Su Yen naturally knew what it was referring to. Therefore he said, "Okay." The God Slayer sword laughed, obviously very proud. This way, it had an extra 2 hours to comprehend the regal sword spirit. Your scorching sun's sword walks the path of the purest yang. Unfortunately, a lone yin does not give birth to a lone yang, and a lone yang does not grow. The person who made the sword thought that as long as the purest yang was evolved to the extreme, it would become the strongest sword. This is simply laughable. Look at all living things, look at all the things in the world. Which one of them does not have a balance of yin and yang? The path of swordsmithing is naturally like this. When one's strength reaches the extreme, one will be strong, but there will also be limits. If one wants to take another step forward, it will not be so easy. Hearing the God Slayer sword's words, Su Yen was silent. If it were not for the God Slayer sword's guidance, he would not have known these things. After so many years, Su Yen had bitterly cultivated, but in reality, he was still walking the path of extreme strength. This was not just practicing the sword, but cultivation was also like this. Okay, you have heard these principles today. Remember them and slowly understand them in the future. Now, we should go and find the heavenly frost jade heart. If you can fuse it into your sword, then your sword will naturally be able to take another step forward. At this time, even Su Yen could not help but feel a little excited. However, he knew in his heart that this place was definitely very dangerous. Otherwise, why would this dragon die? A place with such a precious treasure of heaven and earth would definitely be filled with danger. Although the treasure is right in front of you, whether or not you have the ability to obtain it will depend on your own means. Su Yen was very familiar with this frozen world. However, although the scene was similar, it was already different. Thinking back to the time when he had rescued Xue Xingchuan from here, and encountered the evil sword Cold Jade Heart. Fortunately, this was the world of Shura and not the Wuji world. Otherwise, the evil sword Cold Jade Heart would not have missed this place. According to the God Slayer sword's words, the Cold Jade Heart was a true top divine sword. However, compared to the God Slayer sword, it seemed that it was still a little lacking. If she could obtain the heavenly frost jade heart here, she might be able to take another step forward. The deeper Su Yen went, the more violent the storm became. In the end, it was already difficult for Su Yen to move forward. Su Yen could only rely on his own strength to support himself in order to move forward. At this time, Su Yen was breathing rapidly. How long had it been? He had almost forgotten this feeling. In a daze, he suddenly remembered that the Regal Sword Codex was in the Great Snow Mountain. At that time, although he had achieved success in martial arts, however, compared to Mother Nature, he was too weak at that time. He was nothing in front of the great and violent Mother Nature. He had climbed to the top of the mountain and was unfortunately buried by the university. At this time, Su Yen was moving forward step by step. Chapter 1004. Female Literature. Such a change made him feel as if he was starting from scratch. At this moment, Su Yan's heart was a little flustered, but also a little nostalgic. Unknowingly, his heart began to calm down. Thinking of the past, his heart began to calm down completely. At that time compared to now, the difference was too great. It could be said that he had almost nothing. However, at that time, he was much calmer and more indifferent than he was now. Su Yen did not miss the past because he knew very well that the reason he could be like this at that time was because he had less at that time. Now, he carried too much on his shoulders and had too much. He wanted to obtain more things. No matter what, as long as he wanted to obtain something, he had to pay the price. This was the truest principle in the world. Su Yen knew that he would never give up. At this moment, the peace in his heart allowed him to understand himself more clearly. Then, he would continue to move forward. At this moment, a powerful pressure was pressing down on him. That kind of terrifying pressure was not inferior to the power of the King of Destruction at all. This place was really terrifying. It was worthy of being a place where treasures of heaven and earth were buried. Of course, this was the only way that treasures of heaven and earth could be preserved until today. Su Yan did not know how powerful that dragon was, but he knew very well that the power of that dragon must be very terrifying. At this moment, Su Yan began to move forward bit by bit. At this point, although he had put in all his effort, he could only move forward a little. However, Su Yan did not feel afraid at all. During this process, the God-Slayer sword did not seem to have any intention of helping at all. In fact, the God-Slayer sword, which was very active before, actually fell into silence at this time. However, Su Yan did not care about this. Right now, he could not even take care of himself. Naturally, he would not care about the actions of the most powerful divine sword in the world. For him, the most important thing at this time was to be able to move forward more steadily. Unknowingly, he had already mobilized all the power in his body. In this state, his power became even more vigorous. He took a step forward, and with every step he took, he felt as if the path behind him had disappeared. He felt as though he was standing on the edge of a cliff at all times. At this point, he had no right to retreat. The only thing he could do was keep moving forward. Otherwise he would die. Unknowingly, Su Yan's force bed became even more real and blazing. At this moment, even he himself did not realize that the fusion of his body's strength had unknowingly increased. With the fusion of power, Su Yan's battle prowess would definitely increase. Although his realm would not increase, his battle prowess would definitely increase. As his power continued to change, Su Yan suddenly discovered that the extremely cold power was beginning to enter his body. At this moment, he suddenly realized something. It was the fusion of yin and yang. It turned out that this was what the God-Slayer sword had said. Su Yan's power was the most masculine power, whether it was the power of thunder, the power of the sword chi he cultivated, or the scarlet spirit fire. These were all masculine and domineering powers, but at this moment, the cold chi entered his body. Not only did it not affect the aura of his body, but it had also reached a point where they were fused together. This allowed Su Yan's strength to increase even more rapidly. At this moment, Su Yan's aura had become even more harmonious. So that's how it is. Cultivation and sword forging are actually the same principle. They need to complement each other. At this moment, a light of understanding flashed through Su Yan's eyes. Su Yan was actually very lucky. This was because he had encountered too many powerhouses. Whether it was Xue Xingchuan or the sect master of the Taihang sword faction, Zhang Zhe, their strength was far above his own. What was even more fortunate was that these seniors had all given Su Yan pointers on his cultivation, which allowed Su Yan to have a greater understanding of cultivation. However, although the pointers of these seniors were a kind of guidance for Su Yan, there was a saying that one had to experience it personally. Their cultivation was their own, not Su Yan's. Therefore, even though their breathtaking teachings were meaningful to Su Yan couldn't just copy them. All he could do was use them as a reference. However, things were different now. The truth at this moment was something that Su Yan had comprehended himself. This was something that truly belonged to him. At this moment, the aura within Su Yan's body began to change. Originally, the reason why several powerful auras within Su Yan's body could operate peacefully was almost all because of the power of the zenith. For example, the power of the zenith was like a link. If it weren't for the power of the zenith, Su Yan wouldn't have died, but he definitely wouldn't have been as carefree as he was now. However, things were different now. This cold power entered Su Yan's body and began to gradually fuse with the power within Su Yan's body. It immediately reached a point where yin and yang coexisted. Coupled with the existence of the power of the zenith, this power quickly reached a new level. Just like that, the long road slowly became short in silence. White icicles suddenly appeared in the midst of the gale. Originally, having icicles in a snowstorm wasn't something to be surprised about. This was because it was very common. However, at this moment, Su Yan felt a sense of danger in his heart. At this moment, he immediately knew that the real danger had arrived. He immediately activated the invincible golden body. At the same time, a layer of dragon scales appeared on his body. His dragon scales were fine and dense, almost comparable to the dragon scales of a true dragon. Even the dragon scales or dragon blood of ordinary young dragons couldn't compare to his dragon scales at all. He could do this all because of the heart of the great demon dragon. Su Yan's increase in strength stimulated the power of the heart of the great demon dragon. The dragon heart beat, transforming Su Yan's chi and blood into dragon blood. At this moment, of course, Su Yan's blood couldn't be all dragon blood, but it was already terrifying enough. If a dragon stood in front of him, it was very likely that it would treat him as one of its own kind, and a high-level one at that. However, Su Yan couldn't really transform into a true dragon. The Buddha's heart and the heart of the demon god were also producing blood. This blood merged with the dragon blood, making Su Yan even more powerful and terrifying. At this moment, the appearance of the dragon scales and the complete transformation of his aura, Su Yan's strength immediately increased. He looked directly into the distance. His eyes were filled with an indescribable radiance. At this moment, he seemed to be able to see through everything. In the distance, a Bingshan was slowly collapsing, and these flying ice fragments originated from it. The Bingshan gave Su Yan a very heavy feeling, as if it was a god that was about to awaken. Of course, this was an illusion. If it was a real god, Su Yan would have died long ago. But this showed how powerful and terrifying this thing was. It was at this moment that the flying ice crystals suddenly began to condense, and then in an instant, they turned into small ice men one after another. These ice men were only as tall as a child, only reaching Su Yan's waist. But they were releasing an extremely dangerous and terrifying aura. They were extremely powerful, and even the green-faced Shura was no match for them. They were simply monsters. If there were only a few or even dozens of them, Su Yan naturally wouldn't care. But now, the terrible thing was that there were thousands of monsters here. Thousands of green-faced Shura. Even Su Yan was a little scared at this time. As the saying goes, enough ants can bite an elephant to death. Not to mention, these were extremely terrifying things. Before Su Yan could react, these things had already rushed towards Su Yan. They were extremely fast, even faster than the green-faced Shura. What was even more frightening was that these things seemed to be able to merge with the wind. The wind was the best thing they could rely on to hide. Su Yan's divine consciousness was suppressed and terrifying in this place, so he couldn't detect the existence of these things at all. At this time, Su Yan didn't even know how to deal with it. His strength was directly raised to the extreme. At this time, a terrifying aura erupted, and a sword slashed out. The speed of the scarlet sword light reached the extreme. But in the next moment, Su Yan found that his sword light was actually suppressed. It was that snowstorm. That snowstorm not only hindered Su Yan's advance, but also suppressed the speed of the sword light. The strength of the power was constantly decreasing. Su Yan slashed out like this, but it actually did not achieve much effect. At this time, those things were as thin as flies. What a terrifying storm! At this time, Su Yan directly turned his body and dodged the attack of a nearby iceman. After dodging, he directly turned his hand into a knife and then chopped down with his palm. Such a terrifying power fell directly on the back of the iceman's neck. However, Su Yan found that these icemen were not affected at all. Although his hand knife didn't use all of its power, it was definitely not weak. Su Yan didn't underestimate these icemen at all. The power of this hand knife, even an ordinary blue-faced Shura would be injured. As for the green-faced Shura, unless it was a unique and powerful green-faced Shura like Aina Yang, the rest would almost certainly die. However, these terrifying fellows were actually indifferent at this moment. This was simply terrifying, even shocking. And just as he was about to slap his forehead, the little iceman suddenly turned around and then directly hugged Su Yan. Su Yan immediately realized that something was wrong. Get lost. Chapter 1005. Female Literature. At this moment, Su Yan actually felt a kind of fear from this little thing. From this, it could be seen that this thing was definitely extremely dangerous. At this moment, he was actually being approached by this little thing. Even if he had the defense of the invincible golden body, he still didn't think that he would be safe. Therefore, at this very moment, he directly unleashed his own power. A terrifying sword chi appeared. The powerful and awe-inspiring sword chi directly unfolded at this moment, turning into a whirlwind. Under such a terrifying sword chi, the iceman was finally directly strangled to death. However, It was also at this moment that Su Yan discovered that there was an extremely powerful energy brewing in the ice crystal formed after the Iceman's body was shattered. It seemed that it would immediately explode in the next moment. The power of the explosion of an ice crystal was naturally not strong. However, if thousands of ice crystals exploded at the same time, the terrifying power was enough to imagine. No matter how strong his body was, there was still a limit. At this moment, even a powerhouse like the King of Destruction would die here. However, this time, his reaction was quite fast. Otherwise, he was afraid that he would really have to pay a huge price. Su Yan was really frightened and broke out in cold sweat. At this moment, an extremely strong light was released from his eyes. At this moment, the Eye of Truth was fully unfolded at this time. At this moment, he couldn't let himself face such danger anymore. When the Eye of Truth was unfolded, he could clearly see the ice crystals in the storm. These ice crystals passed through the storm and also absorbed the power of the storm, then formed special icemen. These icemen were not bloated. On the contrary, they were extremely fast and their attack power was terrifying. The most important thing was that they had suicidal attacks. The source of these ice crystals was all the awakening godlike Bing Shan. At this moment the God-Slayer Sword's voice sounded, "It's there, go to that mountain." Hearing the God-Slayer Sword's words, Su Yan only felt bitter in his heart. Originally, when he saw Bing Shan, his first thought was to stay away from it. After all, he really couldn't afford to provoke such a powerful and terrifying existence. But at this time, the God-Slayer Sword asked him to go there. "Kid, I know what you're thinking. That mountain is indeed very powerful for you. However, if you don't go there, I bet that you'll never be able to find the heavenly heart of the cold jade. You might even die here." The God-Slayer Sword said. Upon hearing the God-Slayer Sword's words, Su Yan immediately guessed the crux of the matter. Han Yu Tian Xin is actually on that mountain. If that was the case, then Su Yan couldn't leave because he was here to find Han Yu Heavenly Heart. Besides, the God-Slayer Sword must have calculated something. If it wasn't necessary, he wouldn't have done this to himself. At the thought of this, Su Yan no longer had any other thoughts. He gritted his teeth and tried his best to push his strength to the maximum. Then he charged forward. Even though Su Yan had already pushed his strength to the limit. It was just that the snowstorm here was too terrifying, and there was also the appearance of the iceman, so Su Yan couldn't increase his speed at all. This section of the road was the most dangerous of all the roads he had ever walked. Moreover, at this time, Su Yan still had some worries in his heart, and that was that dragon. How did such a powerful dragon die? Even from the majestic aura emitted from the skeleton, it could be seen that this dragon's strength was far greater than his own. But it still died. Although there was also a possibility that the dragon didn't even have time to enter this place and had already died. However, this possibility was very small, and Su Yan wouldn't put his life on this possibility. But since he was already here, there was no turning back. At this time, he had to succeed or die trying. When he first came here, he already felt that this place was abnormal. It was very likely that the distorted space corridor was a one-way path. In other words, it was impossible for Su Yan to go back the way he came. After many difficulties, Su Yan finally arrived in front of the huge and majestic Bing Shan. And after this period of time, this Bing Shan has already stood up at this time. Although it was very strange, it was the truth. Two thick and long legs had grown out from the bottom of the iceberg, supporting the entire mountain. With just a slight movement of his body, he could cause the surroundings to constantly tremble. He saw the arrival of Su Yan, then stopped moving. "Oh, it's actually a cute human boy, hello?" Su Yan. This voice is full of vitality and exaggeration. What is going on? Su Yan suddenly felt that his brain didn't seem to work well. This standing Bing Shan, no matter how he thought about it, should be full of murderous intent. After seeing him, he should immediately suppress him, or even cut him into pieces. Why did he greet him so exaggeratedly? What does he want? Not talking? It seems that you are a silent and shy human boy. Not bad, not bad. You are similar to the old me in the past. Su Yan. He didn't know how this strange Bing Shan saw his shyness, and what the hell does he mean by similar to the old me in the past? Can this Bing Shan not be like this? However, Su Yan was also shocked. At this time, he still had the appearance of Shura. When he transformed into an Azura, it wasn't just his appearance that changed. Even the aura emitted from his body was the same. If one wanted to know his true identity, they would have to check his soul. His soul was guarded by the God-Slayer sword, so the Blood River King and the King of Destruction couldn't see through it. However, this huge mountain peak was able to see through him in an instant. This mountain was 1,000 meters tall, and Su Yan couldn't even be compared to an ant in front of it. What was laughable was that this giant was greeting Su Yan with a smile on his face. At this time, Su Yan didn't know what to say. Ha ha ha, it's fine, don't be nervous, this old man is very good at livening up the atmosphere. The huge Bing Shan let out a long laugh, but his laughter was like a terrifying whirlpool. Although it wasn't directed at Su Yan still felt that his body was about to be blown away. At the same time, Su Yan raised his hand to block the ice shards falling from the sky. At this time, Su Yan suddenly realized that his skin was no longer blue. He naturally knew what this meant. This meant that he had returned to his human body. However, he didn't come into contact with it, so why did such a change happen? At this moment, the God-Slaying Sword's voice rang out. Haven't you noticed? In this place, there's a power that goes against the origin. Or rather, this is a land of truth. Your disguise is meaningless here. At this time, Su Yan was really shocked. Before today, he had never heard of such a power in this world. Previously, he thought that since he had the power to transform into a Shura, he wouldn't have to worry about anything in this Shura realm, but at least he wouldn't have to worry about it. However, he didn't expect that there would be such a place in this mountain. If such a power could appear here, didn't it mean that it could exist in other places as well? If he exposed his identity in front of the powerful Shura, he wouldn't even know how he died. At this time, the God-Slayer Sword's voice sounded again. Haha, there are many things in this world that you don't know. If you think that you can sit back and relax just because you have some ability, you might not even know how you died one day. However, you don't have to worry too much. At least, before reaching the Emperor realm, it's impossible to use such an ability. The most important thing now is to ask about Hanyu Tianxin's whereabouts. Su Yan secretly remembered it. At this time, the laughter of the mountain finally stopped. At this time, not far from Su Yan, there was a squirming sound. Then, a head appeared. Ha ha ha, young human, you seem to be very melancholic. Come, tell me, are you heartbroken? I'm the best at helping people solve emotional problems like this. Su Yan. Isn't this a mountain? Why did it say that it was heartbroken? Su Yan took a deep breath and calmed himself down. At this time, he was clear that if he followed the rhythm of this Izwashan, then he was afraid that his Chunibyu would break out in the next moment. Senior, I would like to ask, do you know where Hanyu Tianxin is? Su Yan finally chose to ask directly. Of course, at this time, Su Yan was already prepared. If the mountain suddenly attacked, he could directly escape. After all, Hanyu Tianxin was a treasure that anyone would be tempted by. The moment Su Yan said that, the stone eyes formed by the huge face actually flashed with a ray of light. Su Yan even heard a ding sound. Ha ha ha, boy, in that case, are you also here for Hanyu Tianxin? The mountain didn't do anything else, but his aura changed in an instant. It was as if he had turned from a Chunibyu into a cold and elegant man. The change in aura made Su Yan feel a little heavy. However, at this time, he could only brace himself and say, Yes, senior, I am here for Hanyu Tianxin. Ha ha, good, I like honest children like you. Since you are here for that thing, let's play a game. If you win, that thing is yours. If you lose, you will be thrown out by me. Chapter 1006. Female Literature. At this time, Su Yan really felt powerless. He really couldn't understand why there would be such an indecent mountain in such a place. However, in the next moment, he suddenly calmed down. Was it thrown out? That dragon. Was it you who threw it out? Su Yan couldn't understand why the dragon died in that place. Why would such a powerful dragon die in this mysterious space? This position was too much of a coincidence, but at this moment, he immediately understood. His death was most likely related to this mountain peak. Bing Shan, who was still so serious at this time, once again lost the cold aura that he tried so hard to pretend to be. His bold and unrestrained laughter directly sounded at this time. Ha 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 ha, young man, not bad, not bad. You can tell that your Grandpa Shan is a mighty and extraordinary person. Not bad, that dragon was thrown out by your Grandpa Shan. This guy lost the game, But he wasn't serious and actually wanted to provoke me. Hee, so Grandpa Shan had no choice but to throw him out directly. At this moment, Su Yen saw the shining light in his magma again. At this time, the God-Slayer sword suddenly made a sound. Damn it, why is there such an ugly mountain in this world? And his laughter is so unpleasant to the ears. No, I can't take it anymore, I'm going to smash him. Su Yan's heart skipped a beat. It seemed that this God-Slayer sword was not a decent existence. However, at this time, he cleverly avoided this topic and only asked, "Senior, then tell me the content of the game." The aura of the dragon after its death was enough to shock Su Yen. The devourer worm could become so powerful after devouring the dragon's bones. This meant that the strength of this dragon when it was alive was very likely to be stronger than he imagined. But now, this terrifying and powerful dragon had died here. So Su Yen didn't think that he could resist this powerful Grandpa Mountain. Of course, if the God-Slayer sword really found him to be an eyesore and decided to jump out, then Grandpa Mountain would definitely be reduced to a pile of slag. But the problem was, Su Yen did not think that the God-Slayer sword would suddenly go crazy and attack him. Therefore there was only one path left for him, and that was to play a game with this Grandpa Shan. As long as this Grandpa Shan was happy, he might still have a chance. As for whether this Grandpa Shan would keep his promise, he could only take one step at a time. Alright, since that's the case, then let's play the first game, which is rock, paper, scissors. The bold and unconstrained Grandpa Shan said directly. When Su Yen heard these words, he immediately felt as if he had been struck by lightning. Rock, paper, scissors. F***ck, what the hell is going on? Why does such a game exist in this world? He felt that he couldn't even breathe properly. It was at this moment that the Grandpa Shan suddenly grew out an arm. Compared to his thick and big legs, this arm was really too thin. This arm was almost as thin as Su Yan's own arm. But his length was already a few hundred meters long. It was like a long snake constantly twisting and turning. Su Yen didn't even have the mood to complain when he saw such a scene. Ha 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 boy, when you see your Grandpa Shan's perfect appearance, you immediately feel infatuated. Don't be discouraged, as long as you work hard, then one day, you will also have a pair of slender and beautiful arms like this Grandpa Shan. He didn't know why this Grandpa Shan was so confident in his pair of slender arms. His arms were even constantly swinging at this moment. Su Yen tried his best to calm down, then he said very seriously, "So senior, are you going to use this slender arm to play a game of rock, paper, scissors with this junior?" This huge Bing Shan immediately let out a rumbling laugh. Yes, you are really a smart boy. Seeing that you are so smart and witty, your Grandpa Shan will let you have your way. Then, let's begin. Remember, we have to move at the same time, absolutely not deliberately slow down by half a beat. This huge Bing Shan emphasized at this moment. Su Yen could only nod helplessly. He really didn't have anything else to say about this existence. At this moment, the slender arm was ready. And Su Yen was also ready. Should I use scissors, rock, or paper? This Bing Shan, will it have the powerful ability to read people's thoughts? Will it be able to guess what I am thinking and then win by surprise in an instant? Although this was a child's game, Su Yen found that he couldn't help but feel nervous at this time. Yes, now it seems that this simple game of rock, paper, scissors is definitely not a simple thing. In a battle between practitioners, the strength of the divine sense has already played a huge role at this time. If it directly invades me with its powerful divine sense and spies on my thoughts, then I will almost lose. At this time, the God-Slayer sword's voice sounded again. Su Yen, use paper, you must use paper. Su Yen didn't expect that the God-Slayer sword would actually come at this time, and at this time, it was still so confident. Su Yen couldn't help but believe it. But senior, could it be that you've already seen through his inner thoughts? Has your divine sense recovered to this point? Su Yen asked. The strength of the God-Slayer sword was naturally powerful, but because it was injured, its divine sense didn't seem to be so strong. His divine mind did not seem to be that strong. After all, that mountain did not look like a weakling. His strength was probably much stronger than the Dragon King's. Just believe in me. At this time, the God-Slayer sword in Su Yan's sea of consciousness flashed with an extremely confident light. At this time, the Bing Shan's corner cried out. Then young man, let's start, 1, 2, 3. In an instant, the slender arm that was hundreds of meters long and Su Yan's arm fell at the same time. Su Yan had indeed produced a piece of cloth, but this slender arm had produced a stone. So powerful, Senior actually spied on its inner thoughts. At this time, Su Yan couldn't help but think. To be honest, after the Godslayer sword said its thoughts, Su Yan also wanted to use his divine sense to investigate the mountain's thoughts. However, his thoughts dissipated when they reached the mountain's surroundings. There was an extremely powerful pressure and fluctuation around the mountain. In front of this powerful pressure, Su Yan's divine sense was nothing, let alone spying on the mountain's thoughts. At this time the Godslayer sword said earnestly, "Su Yan, it seems that you are still a little lacking. Don't you know that you have to observe carefully? Haven't you noticed that this guy's hand can only spit out stone?" The Godslayer sword said calmly, "Su Yan." At this time, Su Yan's gaze couldn't help but fall on the top of the slender arm. Sure enough, although the great Bing Shan grew a pair of slender arms, he didn't have palms. At the top of the slender arms were two huge stone balls. At this time, Su Yan felt that he was in a bad mood. It seemed that he was really too nervous just now, so he forgot to look. The Godslayer sword didn't even waste its divine sense to observe. No matter what, we won. Then, let this mountain tell us the answer. At this time, the Godslayer sword showed its wise side without a doubt. At this time, Su Yan really didn't have anything to say. At this time, Bing Shan suddenly laughed loudly. "Waha, sure enough, the great Uncle Mountain has won the game once again. I am indeed invincible. Invincibility is so lonely. Invincibility is a kind of emptiness." Inexplicably, on this ice mountain, the thick and sturdy legs began to stride cheerfully while he hummed that incomprehensible song. What made people even more speechless was that countless green leaves appeared on top of his head and surrounded him. "Isn't this Bing Shan? Why are there green leaves?" Su Yan, Godslayer sword. Did Dashin make a mistake? At this time, Su Yan used all his strength and shouted as loudly as he could, because he was afraid that the mountain couldn't hear him. "Wait a minute, Senior. You can celebrate later. Did you see wrongly? You are clearly a stone, and I am a piece of paper. I should have won." Su Yan felt that at this time, he had to argue with reason. Could it be that the mountain had bad eyesight? Did he think that his piece of paper was a pair of scissors? At this time the huge Bing Shan's eyes slowly turned and he said directly, "I know that you used paper, so I won." His tone was so natural, so self-righteous. At this time, Su Yan suddenly remembered what Bing Shan said earlier. That damn dragon, he clearly lost, but he still wants to act shamelessly. He is courting death. Su Yan finally understood why the dragon wanted to flip the table. Paper wins stone. Senior, you must have made a mistake. Su Yan refused to accept it. The moment he finished speaking, an overwhelming chill rushed towards Su Yan, and Su Yan immediately felt that he was under great pressure. "So, you want to act shamelessly?" Chapter 1007. Female Literature. At this time, Su Yan suddenly swallowed a mouthful of saliva. This giant Bing Shan is so angry at this time. It's as if it wants to swallow him directly. But in the next moment, Su Yan immediately came back to his senses. "Wait a minute. The person who should be angry at this time should be me. What do you mean by I'm going to go back on my word? You're obviously the one who wants to go back on your word. Senior, you're the one who wants to go back on your word. Everyone knows the rules of rock, paper, scissors. How can you be the one who won?" Su Yan said seriously. At this time, he really likes this Bing Shan to be able to recognize his mistake. Because only in this way can everyone continue to chat happily. But it seems that Bing Shan is not willing to do so at this time. "Wow, as expected, I thought that a human child like you should be a good thing, but now it seems that you're not a good thing at all. If that's the case, you also want to provoke my majesty like that dragon. In that case, go to hell." At this time, Bing Shan has already made his move. His slender arms directly went towards Su Yan at this time. It's clearly a rock arm, but it's unimaginably flexible. As his arms moved, a mighty ice storm immediately appeared. Su Yan is naturally afraid of this Bing Shan to the extreme. Because he won't forget that those ice people from before appeared from his body. Those ice people are already so dangerous, so he, as the main body, is naturally even more terrifying. Those slender arms flew down at an extremely fast speed. At this time, Su Yan didn't dare to be careless. His thoughts were directly condensed to the extreme, and then he directly used the regal sword escape technique. In the blink of an eye, his body had already disappeared from the spot. When he reappeared, he was already at the back of the iceberg. However, just as Su Yan's figure stopped moving, he immediately discovered that there was actually a force directly appearing behind him, attacking him. At this moment, even he felt a trace of panic. Damn it, how could this be? At this moment, he felt as if Bing Shan's slender arm was waiting for him. Such power could be said to be extremely terrifying and valiant. Just imagine what it would feel like to be hit by a mountain. Even if it was only the slender arm of a mountain, it was definitely not something that Su Yan could withstand. At that moment, Su Yan once again activated his regal sword escape technique. His speed was raised to the extreme at this time, but Su Yan found that he still couldn't get rid of him. Moreover, his movements were becoming more and more difficult. Waves of cold air appeared on the iceberg's body. The cold air was even more terrifying than the blizzard from before, causing Su Yan's speed to slow down. This wasn't a good sign. Once Su Yan's speed was completely sealed, then Su Yan would be a fish on a chopping block. Damn it, you little human doll, you dare to not admit your loss. People like you should die. I'm going to throw you out, just like that dragon. After a while, Su Yan could no longer hold on. At this time, the huge iceberg was still talking nonsense with a serious face. At this moment, the God Slayer sword in Su Yan's body suddenly scolded, "Damn it, I can't take it anymore." Su Yan still didn't understand what it meant. In the next moment, he immediately felt a force enter his body. "Su Yan, let me do it." Although Su Yan didn't know why, it was for the best that the God Slayer sword was willing to help him at this time, because he had to admit that he couldn't hold on for much longer. Damn it, do you know that I hate people like you who talk nonsense with a straight face the most? Go die for me. At this time, an extremely angry and arrogant voice came from Su Yan's throat. His body stopped in the air. When the slender arm came, he didn't move at all. At this time, Bing Shan shouted angrily, "Do you want to repent? It's too late. Even if you don't move, I'm going to throw you out. Do you know that your grandpa Shan hates people like you who don't have a gambling sense the most?" The slender pair of huge rock arms directly wrapped around Su Yan's body. "Shut up. I'm the one who hates it the most when people talk nonsense with a straight face. Your ugly arm. Shatter it for me." In an instant, countless sword chi burst out from Su Yan's body. The sword chi was simply terrifying to the extreme. In an instant, everything was turned into nothingness. Bing Shan's slender and extremely long arms were crushed just like that. They turned into the most primitive ice fragments, leaving nothing behind. What? My arms, my perfect arms. A loud rumbling sound was heard again. Bing Shan began to howl in pain. After all, in his opinion, his arms were the most satisfactory part of his body. However, this human had actually crushed his arms directly. "I told you to shut up, you bastard. Your sense of beauty is a mess, and your worldview is a mess. If you open your mouth again, I'll crush you directly. Hurry up and tell me, where is the cold jade heart?" At this time, the God Slayer sword was furious. As soon as he finished speaking, he saw that the damned iceberg was still muttering about his arm. He found it even more unbearable. In the blink of an eye, his body flickered as if he was teleporting. Unlike Su Yan's previous movements, Su Yan had only been moving extremely quickly. However, after the God Slayer sword took control of Su Yan's body, what he did this time was real teleportation. "Shut up, I'm asking you a question." He raised his hand and a huge sword chi immediately appeared. This sword chi could truly be considered majestic. The terrifying sword chi was as long as 2,000 meters. Such a sword chi directly slashed down from the sky. Young man, you actually want to flip the table in front of me." When this sword chi appeared, Bing Shan seemed to have felt a huge sense of danger. There was a flash of light in his eyes. Then, the ice on his body protruded layer by layer. The extremely terrifying power directly collided at this time. The powerful aura at this time was displayed to the extreme. Bing Shan's power was indeed terrifying. If it was Su Yan himself, at this stage, Su Yan would not be able to win no matter what. It would even be difficult for him to escape. However, at this time, the God Slayer sword couldn't stand it anymore, so it made a righteous move. How terrifying was the Godslayer sword's full power when it unleashed all of its power. Last time, when so many Dragon Kings attacked at the same time, he was able to kill one of the Dragon Kings and then leave. After that time, the Godslayer sword fell into a deep sleep. However, Su Yan could feel that after that time, he seemed to have become stronger. Perhaps it was because he had comprehended the revered sword's soul, or perhaps it was because of the Shura realm, but the Godslayer sword's combat power was stronger than before. Of course, it seemed to be more Chunibyu than before. That huge Bing Shan was directly cut in half without a doubt. That huge sword chi fell straight down until it cut into the belly of the mountain. Only then did it stop. What did you just say? You said flip the table? Humph, I'm not just flipping the table. I'm going to flip the mountain now. At this time, Su Yan's body flashed violently, and at this time, he had already appeared at Bing Shan's feet. At this time, Su Yan's own consciousness was hidden in his sea of consciousness. When he saw what the Godslayer sword did, he immediately said in surprise, "Senior, are you really going to flip the mountain?" This Bing Shan was huge, and this was not an ordinary Bing Shan. It must be filled with extremely terrifying energy. If that was the case, just how heavy was this mountain? But at this time, the Godslayer sword actually said that it was going to flip the mountain. Humph, Su Yan, it's not a good thing to doubt my ability like this. Just watch me flip this thing up. Damn it, I'm going to flip it upside down. While talking, the Godslayer sword had already taken control of Su Yan's body and made a move. At this time, Su Yan was actually dumbfounded. He really could not understand how the Godslayer sword could think of something like flipping a mountain upside down. Crazy, this world must be crazy. First, Bing Shan wanted to play rock paper scissors. Now, this sword wanted to flip a mountain upside down. Was there still a normal person in this world? After Bing Shan was injured by the Godslayer sword's powerful sword chi, he seemed to have realized how powerful it was. At this time, he naturally sensed Su Yan's movements. He immediately shouted, "Hey, hey, hey, human brat, what are you doing? Think carefully. I am the Great Sky Heart Mountain. If you offend me, you will end up very miserable. Shut up, I'll let you know the consequences of speaking nonsense in front of me." The Godslayer sword did not seem to be interested in Bing Shan. As it spoke, 5 huge sword chis appeared at the top of the sky. They directly fell from the sky and pierced Bing Shan. In the previous head-on confrontation, Bing Shan was directly crushed by the Godslayer sword. At this time, Bing Shan could not defend against any of the 5 sword chis. "Ah, my body is actually broken. You damn thing, you deserve to die, deserve to die." Bing Shan let out a miserable and angry cry. However, after that, he became even more panicked. At this time, the Godslayer sword attacked again. After his slender arms, the pair of thick legs that he was so proud of were directly shattered. Chapter 1008. Female Literature. At this moment, the Godslayer sword was simply too cruel. "My thighs, my beautiful thighs!" Bing Shan began to roar. His body suddenly became heavy. Countless pieces of ice were constantly shaking at this moment, and a terrifying force was about to fall down in an instant. "Damn it, you damned human, you actually cut off my legs, then I will crush you to death. I will crush you under this iceberg. I will make you sink into oblivion forever. Go die for me." At this time, his strength had already swelled to the extreme. At this moment, he had once again entered his cold mode. Although the Godslayer sword was controlling his body, Su Yan still felt an extremely terrifying weight. At this moment, the surface of his body began to release a ray of light. That was sword chi. Su Yan never thought that sword chi could be controlled like this. At this moment, the sword chi had practically turned into an armor. Moreover, this was no ordinary armor. It had already fused with his body and bones. When this thing appeared, the huge pressure suddenly decreased by a lot. Humph, it doesn't matter how heavy you become. Now fly for me. The Godslayer sword roared angrily. Then, it suddenly threw its hands into the air. This huge Bing Shan actually flew directly into the sky at this moment. Su Yan. It really flew. The Godslayer sword is so powerful. Although the Godslayer sword had already displayed its extremely terrifying strength the last time, Su Yan really felt admiration for the Godslayer sword this time. Its strength was really too strong. Flying sword. At this moment, the Godslayer sword ignored Su Yan's admiration. It once again displayed its strength. An even more terrifying sword chi than before appeared. This sword chi immediately went against the heavens. It directly pierced the huge Bing Shan from below. At this moment, Su Yan suddenly felt a trace of coldness behind him. At this moment, Bing Shan howled in pain. I heard that you want to throw me out? I heard that you like to not admit your mistakes? At this time, the God-Slayer sword did not forget to educate this Bing Shan, letting him know his mistake. However, this Bing Shan was simply the epitome of the death-seeking world that Su Yan knew. At this time, not only did he not realize his mistake, he even boasted shamelessly. You damn thing, what right do you have to talk to me like this? You want to die, you want to die. Although his body had been pierced by the long sword, he still did not feel that he was wrong. I am so stubborn, what can you do to me? This is his persistence. Good, very good. I like to drink and appreciate your bad temper the most. At this time Su Yan, who was possessed by the god-slaying sword, suddenly shouted, Ha! At this time, he began to bombard his fists. Su Yan's fists were too small compared to this Bing Shan. Perhaps they were not even comparable to a piece of ice on the mountain, but at this time, his fists were full of terrifying power. Every punch had an extremely terrifying energy fluctuation. The powerful energy fluctuation was constantly rampaging, and the terrifying power was constantly rising. The powerful aura at this moment was simply powerful to the extreme. That terrifying power continued to burn at this moment, almost drowning everything in its path. At this time, Su Yan's aura also began to rise. In fact, being possessed by the God-Slayer sword and then fighting was an extremely lucky thing for Su Yan. Because at this time, under the operation of the God-Slayer sword, his body's affinity with power would reach a new level. To put it bluntly, at this time, Su Yan was an invincible Su Yan. His power would reach a true unity. At this time, Su Yan, who was in the sea of consciousness, watched his body constantly erupt with power. Punch after punch, he actually bombarded such a huge mountain into the sky. What a powerful and terrifying power this was. Su Yan had already begun to feel apprehensive. Such an aura was simply incomparably terrifying. At this moment, his body was condensed into a godlike brilliance. At this time, Su Yan suddenly had a thought in his mind, and that was, he suddenly admired himself. A beggar, Su Yan. At this time, Bing Shan seemed to finally know what fear was. Under the impact of the punches, his huge body began to slowly collapse. This was the rhythm of the end. This script was not right at all. He was abnormally strong. Back then, how strong was the dragon? It had reached or even surpassed the level of the Emperor Shura. However, after struggling for a while, it was still easily thrown away by Bing Shan's grandfather. But now, this human boy was clearly so weak at the beginning. When talking to Su Yan, the considerate grandfather Bing Shan even slowed down his breathing. He was afraid that if he breathed too hard, he would blow away this human child who had finally arrived here. But why was it like this now? Why was he being sent flying by the punches of this young human child? Also, what was the deal with those huge sword chis that were sticking into his body like incense sticks? It was over. It was really over this time. Ah, you clearly lost, but you're still acting shamelessly. You're still abusing me. At this time, he was really unconvinced. When God-Slayer heard this, he was even more enraged. I lost? Say it again, I lost, you damned thing. His punches had become even more powerful. His terrifying and powerful punches had become even faster. Bing Shan kept shouting at this time, I won in the first place. The rock is the most powerful thing in the world. I threw the rock so I won. You're acting shamelessly. Su Yan, God-Slayer sword. The rock was the most powerful thing in the world. He threw the rock, so he won? What kind of logic was this? Bastard, how could anyone win with this kind of rule? If everyone threw the rock, then there would be no winner. At this time, the God-Slayer sword couldn't be bothered to argue with this stupid Bing Shan. You stupid guy whose head is blocked by a rock. I don't want to talk to you about this anymore. Tell me where Heavenly Heart Hanyu is. At this time, the God-Slayer sword's aura became a little scary. His eyes flickered with an extremely dangerous light. Even Su Yan felt a chill run down his spine when he sensed the light. At this time, Bing Shan's grandfather opened his mouth again. Why are you talking nonsense? My head is made of rock, so of course it's blocked by a rock. You despicable guy, not only are you acting shamelessly, but you're also being racist. I don't accept this, I don't accept this. Su Yen was finally speechless. God knows why this Bing Shan was so weird. He would rather everyone fight fair and square. Even if he was beaten to a pulp, it would be more pleasant. At this time Su Yen, who was possessed by the Godslayer sword, suddenly let out a loud sound. At this time, he directly formed a seal and then shouted, "Flip!" The moment his voice fell, the huge mountain actually started to flip over. Terrifying, what a terrifying power. At this moment, Su Yen was in a state of panic. Such a terrifying power was really too shocking. He thought that the Godslayer sword only had sword energy, but now he realized that he was wrong. His understanding of the Godslayer sword was still too shallow. At this time, the Godslayer sword's eyes flashed again. It said to Su Yen earnestly, "Do you think that just because I'm a divine sword, I can only slash around like a sword? Your understanding is still too shallow. I'm a divine sword, and I'm going to transform into an invincible divine sword that surpasses the gods. I know more things than you can imagine." At this time, Su Yen was speechless. However, the other party was indeed in existence that could shake the heavens. When the Godslayer sword said to Su Yen, "You know nothing about me," Su Yen was actually speechless. Rumble, rumble! The loud sound resounded through the world at this moment, and countless cracks appeared on the ground. The cracks shattered one by one, and the ground cracked open. Such a scene was simply shocking. After an unknown amount of time, everything finally calmed down. At this time, Su Yen sucked in a breath of cold air. At this time, he realized that this huge Bing Shan had really come to life. If one looked at it from a distance, they would realize that this was actually a huge triangular Bing Shan. It was just that when Su Yen arrived, this ghostly Bing Shan had grown hands and feet. But now, this Bing Shan's hands and feet had been directly cut off by the Godslayer sword. Not cut off, but completely destroyed. Only his body was left. At this time, his mountain was on the ground, and the bottom of the Bing Shan was suspended high in the air. Su Yen, who was temporarily borrowed by the Godslayer sword, stood at the flat bottom of the mountain, which was floating in the air. He patted his hands and even touched his sweat. Then he happily said, "Okay, I look much better now. Ha ha ha." Chapter 1009. Female Literature. The Godslayer sword laughed proudly. "Ah, you grave egg, I curse you, quick, put me down, I don't want to be like this, I'm a serious Bing Shan, I don't want to be like this is too shameful." At this moment, Bing Shan was finally scared. At this moment, his arms were gone, his thick thighs were also gone. If this guy didn't help him, would he always be like this? This would make him lose face. He really didn't want to be like this. Even if he died, he didn't want to be like this. "Okay, then it seems like we should talk." Su Yen, who was possessed by the Godslayer sword, directly said calmly, Okay, let's talk, I was wrong, I admit I was wrong, cloth is bigger than stone, next time I will definitely realize this mistake." In this situation, even the unyielding and principled Bing Shan had already realized his mistake. But this answer was not satisfactory. Su Yen, who was possessed by the Godslayer sword, directly jumped up and then fiercely kicked down. As expected of the body possessed by the deity-slaying sword, such a small body actually contained such power. After this kick landed, Bing Shan's mountain peak residence pierced a few inches into the ground. The cracks on the ground nearby became even more severe. "Bastard, did I ask you this? I want to know where Hanyu Tianxin came down. Tell me, where is Hanyu Tianxin? Is it hidden in your body? I advise you to tell me honestly. If not, then I will directly dissect you." Su Yen, who was possessed by the Godslayer sword, said coldly. "Bing Shan. My God, why is this human boy so cruel? Wasn't he very friendly at the beginning? My impression of him was so good, I even wanted to become good friends with him, and even when he was acting shamelessly, I was actually considering whether to really throw him out. But now, this human boy was actually abusing me like this. Dissection? Wouldn't that mean that he would be cut into pieces? No, he definitely didn't want that. I really don't know. I only know that I'm from the Heavenly Heart Mountain. I really don't know what the Heavenly Heart Cold Jade is." At this time, Su Yen couldn't help but send out his thoughts. "You're lying. You clearly said that as long as I win, you'll tell me his whereabouts. You said the same thing to the dragon back then. At this moment, Bing Shan was startled. He finally realized that the two voices were different. This time, the voice belonged to the young man from before, but when he was turned over, his voice was different. Human young man, why can you make two voices? Although it's very crazy, it's very cool. Can you teach me? Su Yan. This was not the time to be concerned about this. What is this mountain thinking? At this time Su Yan, who was possessed by the God-Slayer sword, jumped up again. Rumble! Accompanied by Bing Shan's grandfather's screams, the tip of his mountain pierced a few more inches into the ground. At this time, Bing Shan felt very wronged. Yeah, if I lose, I'll tell you that I don't know. Didn't I say it already? What are you trying to do? Bing Shan's grandfather said righteously. At this time, Su Yan was really speechless. What was this extremely Chinibyu Bing Shan thinking? The ice shards that came out of his body could become extremely lethal ice men, but why did Bing Shan as the source have to be so Chinibyu? After everyone met, they immediately fought to their heart's content. After the victor was decided, they would tell each other what they knew. Wasn't that better? Why did they have to be so Chinibyu? At this time, Su Yan, who was possessed by the God-Slayer sword, jumped several times in a row. At the same time, he directly shot out 5 sword chi. I can't help it, I really should dissect you. 5 sword chi appeared, and the extremely terrifying power at this time showed an extremely terrifying majesty. Such a powerful force flew out at this time, and the sharp sword chi directly pierced into the mountain. Under the effect of the sword chi, the mountain finally began to slowly split open. Ah, I'm splitting open, help, I'm being dissected, help, the mountain is being killed. Bing Shan's grandfather's cry for help was really sad. But unfortunately, Su Yan did not have any intention of softening at this time. In fact, he even felt incomparably delighted. At this time, he suddenly remembered the dragon outside the secret realm. This powerful dragon was actually killed by such a Chunibyu mountain and thrown out. How sad was that? If that dragon saw this scene at this time, he would definitely feel very sad. At this time, as the cracks increased bit by bit, a light was suddenly released from Bing Shan. The light was still very weak at first, but in an instant, it turned into tens of thousands of rays of light, directly filling the sky. The moment the light appeared, dark clouds immediately gathered in the sky, and ice and snow filled the sky. At this time Su Yan, who was possessed by the God-Slayer sword, refracted an extremely wise brilliance from the corner of his eyes. Sure enough, this thing really exists in his body. Ah, help, help, I'm Grandpa Shan, but I'm actually having a baby now. Help, I don't want to have a baby. Su Yan. In this world, how could there be such a Chunibyu like Bing Shan? Right now, he did not want to pay any attention to this guy at all. At this time, Su Yan, who was possessed by the God-Slayer sword, directly rushed into the sky. Because at this moment within the light, the heavenly heart of the cold jade had directly rushed into the sky. Its speed was simply too fast, and Su Yan did not notice at all. Fortunately, at this time, the God-Slayer sword was controlling the body. Otherwise, Su Yan would have missed this heavenly heart of the cold jade. Where do you think you're going, the will of the gods, the might of the heavens? At this time, the God-Slayer sword directly threw away the Chunibyu aura from before. It had truly become the incomparably cold God-Slayer sword, and at this time, its aura was completely released. An indescribable terrifying aura directly appeared at this time. In an instant, it had become so powerful. The extremely terrifying power and aura caused Su Yan to be incomparably shocked. He knew that at this time, the God-Slayer sword would display its true might. At this time, the will of the God-Slayer sword had turned into the might of the heavens. The heavenly heart of the cold jade was one of the most powerful materials in this world. It was also because of this that he was able to forge a heaven-defying divine sword like the evil sword of the cold jade. The battle record of the cold jade was indeed not as strong as that of the God-Slayer sword. After all, the God-Slayer sword was an existence that had killed gods and was stained with the blood of gods. However, the evil sword of the cold jade was also incomparably terrifying. It was an existence that had killed saints, and there were definitely more than 1 or 2 saints that had died by its sword. Its extremely terrifying sword chi and strength had reached an unimaginable level. Its terrifying strength was simply indescribable. Su Yan's previous feeling was not wrong. After entering the Shura realm, the God-Slayer sword's speed of recovery was far faster than before. Of course, this was due to his understanding of the revered sword soul, but Su Yan still felt that the key to this was still this world. At this time, his power was released, and immediately formed an extremely terrifying huge net in the sky. The net appeared everywhere, and it had already sealed off this space. At this time, Su Yan was shocked to discover that the God-Slayer sword had become the will of this world. It was the will of this world. That was a kind of absolute majesty that no one could resist. The moment such a terrifying might was released, it was simply terrifying. Under the God-Slayer Skynet, the space became extremely heavy. Apart from Su Yan, who was possessed by the God-Slayer sword, everything else seemed to have slowed down. At this time, Su Yan finally grasped the trajectory of the cold jade. He finally saw the cold jade heaven's heart clearly. It was a shapeless thing, and Su Yan could not describe it with words. The moment he saw it, Su Yan felt an unimaginable pressure from it. The existence of this pressure made Su Yan feel as if he could not breathe. It was simply too terrifying. If not for the God-Slayer sword, not to mention wanting to obtain the cold jade heaven's heart, just getting close to it would probably cause him to be annihilated. At this time, the cold jade heaven's heart seemed to have understood its current situation. Seeing that it could not escape at this time, it decided to stop. At this time, a terrifying power burst out from the cold jade heaven's heart, and an extremely terrifying aura was released at this time. When the aura reached its peak, a power that could fight against the God-Slayer Skynet burst out. As expected, you are definitely related to the evil sword. At this time, the God-Slayer sword said with certainty. At this time, although Su Yan was in the sea of consciousness, he had already focused all his attention. He knew that the next battle would be far beyond his understanding. A battle of this level was probably more terrifying than any battle he had experienced and witnessed in the past few years. At this moment, the God-Slaying sword also said, "Kid, watch carefully. This battle is definitely beyond your imagination. Let the regal sword spirit help me. Otherwise, I'm afraid we'll be at a disadvantage." Su Yan did not hesitate. He directly called the regal sword soul into the sea of consciousness, and in an instant, the God-Slayer sword and the regal sword soul merged. At this time, the cold jade heaven's net began to distort under the light. At this time, Su Yan immediately felt a stabbing pain. Even though he was hiding in the sea of consciousness, he still felt a trace of pain. This feeling was so familiar. When he first stepped into the Shura realm, he seemed to have experienced this kind of pain. Chapter 10:10. Female Literature. Heaven's Will. This was Heaven's will against him. At that time, if the Grand Supreme Sword Soul had not erupted with an incredible power in time and forcefully reversed the situation, Su Yan would have died under the will of heaven. That was the will of the world. At this time, Su Yan felt the same piercing pain again. Is Heavenly Heart Hanyu reversing heaven's will and killing us? The God-Slayer sword snorted. You're not stupid, kid. Indeed, this is why Heavenly Heart Hanyu is so terrifying. Since it's Heavenly Heart, it can naturally communicate with Heaven's will and release its strongest power. Otherwise, where did the word, Heavenly Heart, come from? But don't worry, it's not just him who can reverse Heaven's will. At this time, the God-Slayer sword showed unprecedented confidence. At this moment, Su Yan, who was possessed by the God-Slayer sword, immediately pulled out the Scorching Sun sword. Heavenly Heart Hanyu, today I will fuse you into this sword. In an instant, his body released endless brilliance, and an extremely powerful force rushed into the sky at this time. At this time, the heavenly net that had been reversed was once again forcefully reversed. This had become an extremely terrifying battle between heaven's wills. The most terrifying light continued to explode at this time. That terrifying power had reached an extremely terrifying level at this time. Such an intense and resplendent radiance was truly terrifying to the extreme. This power continued to expand at this time. This was indeed a completely new battle. Even the leader of the Tai-Hang sword faction, Zhang Zhe, could not use such a method. This was because this was a battle that had reached heaven's will. Perhaps only a saint, or even someone at that level, could use it. Of course, the battle between the God-Slayer sword and Heavenly Heart Hanyu was not a complete battle between heaven's wills. The battle between the two sides was only within an extremely small area, and it was unable to affect the entire world. This was because the difference between the god-slaying sword now and when it was at its peak was just too great. Heavenly Heart Hanyu was also not complete. From the God-Slayer sword's words, it could be seen that Heavenly Heart Hanyu and Evil Sword Hanyu were probably a part of it in the past. However, even if it was such a small-scale battle, it was already terrifying enough at this time. In the cultivation world, it had always been said that one's realm was the foundation of everything. This was definitely not a joke. In this battle, even if Su Yan's battle power was 100 times stronger, so what? In such a terrifying clash between heaven's wills, only death would await him. At this moment, it was impossible for Su Yan to grasp or even comprehend such a power. His realm had not reached that level, so it was impossible for him to understand it. The only thing he could do now was feel. He wanted to remember the changes in this battle between heaven's will. At this stage of his growth, this was actually not very useful because he was too far away. However, if one day he could surpass this realm, then his strength would become extremely terrifying. He might even be able to comprehend heaven's will. Of course, this was not something that Su Yan could know, but the God-Slayer sword could. This was why it wanted Su Yan to feel it and remember it as much as possible. At this moment, Su Yan was constantly remembering it. This was actually an extremely painful process. The changes in heavens will seem to be tearing his soul apart at every moment. However, there was the green lotus bright moon in his consciousness, as well as the aura of the revered sword soul, which allowed him to be safe. At this time, the sky had become a world of ice and fire. Such a terrifying change had a terrifying might that could destroy heaven and earth. If this place was not in the ruins but in the Shura world outside, it would have attracted many extremely powerful existences. There would definitely be extremely terrifying existences in the Shura world. Emperor Shura was a powerful existence that could contend against human saints. Fortunately, such an aura was blocked in this small world. At this moment, the cracked mountain peak really wanted to cry. This human was actually so strong. Moreover, why didn't he know that there was such a thing in his body? This world was so terrifying, and he only wanted to be a quiet snow mountain. However, this seemed to be a bit difficult. The battle in the sky had become extremely terrifying. Every time they clashed, the rules of filling in the correct answer would be affected. This terrifying power made people feel despair. The changes in power were as terrifying as the changing of the seasons. After a series of battles, the God-Slayer sword finally gained the upper hand. The heaven's will that it controlled was slowly eating away at Hanyu Heavenheart's heaven's will. When Hanyu Heavenheart's laws completely disappeared, it no longer had the power to struggle. At this moment, a phantom suddenly appeared in Hanyu Heavenheart. With the God-Slayer sword's will, Su Yan could clearly see that it was a drop of blood. The moment the blood appeared, the God-Slayer sword's advantage was instantly extinguished. That terrifying blood seemed to be letting out a terrifying demonic roar. It was an extremely terrifying will. The appearance of this sound almost caused the entire small world to shatter. Destroy, destroy, destroy. At this moment, Su Yan could feel the God-Slayer sword's pain. He was under immense pressure. It's actually that guy's blood. You're actually stained with that guy's blood. I understand now, I understand now. The God-Slayer sword was extremely furious. Su Yan, who was possessed by the God-Slayer sword, was trembling. His body was already covered in blood. After all, it was impossible for Su Yan's physical body to reach such a level. Although he had the protection of the Deity Slayer sword's power, when the Deity Slayer sword could not withstand it, the power of the protection became extremely weak. The demonic blood's power was truly terrifying to the extreme. At this moment, Su Yan only felt that his spirit was about to be completely devoured. He even felt that this world was beginning to fall. However, at this moment Su Yan, who was possessed by the God-Slayer sword, suddenly threw the scorching sun sword directly into the sky. You think you can beat me like this? Humph, you're just a dead man. What can you do with 1 or 2 drops of blood? The Supreme is infinite, the soul technique is boundless. At this moment, the God-Slayer sword suddenly activated its power. Kid, watch for yourself. This is the power of the supreme power of the Supreme. At this moment, the light in its eyes began to fade. Even its aura had undergone a direct change at this moment. That kind of terrifying power became extremely terrifying at this time. Rays of light began to sway like swimming dragons. The sky of this small world was originally dyed red with blood. However, at this moment, the endless bright red color began to be torn apart bit by bit. At this moment, the terrifying power continued to surge. Then, one dragon's roar after another was heard. According to legend, dragons were the beginning of the world. After the world was created, the first creatures to appear were dragons. Therefore, from ancient times until now, no matter which world it was in, the dragon was a great legend. It represented the supreme power. Even now, whether it was the infinite world or the Shura world, as long as it was related to dragons, it was synonymous with power. However, the dragons of today were different from the dragons of ancient times. This difference was something that even the dragons themselves were unaware of. At this moment, Su Yan, who was possessed by the God-Slayer sword, emerged from the body of the most primitive dragon aura. It was the Supreme Dragon. The dragon's might was vast and boundless. The moment the Supreme Dragon appeared, Su Yan immediately felt his body burning up. At that moment, even the blood of the great demonic dragon was suppressed. That was the ancestor of everything, Tai Shang, the Supreme Tai Shang. If it weren't for the Supreme Sword Soul, I wouldn't have gotten involved in this mess. But today, I'll get some interest first. At this moment, the Supreme Aura condensed and formed. An extremely terrifying power changed at this moment. It was at this point that the terrifying power had reached an inexhaustible level. The power of the Most High appeared, and wherever it passed, the blood energy would scatter. At this moment, the God-Slayer sword was unwilling to back down after gaining the upper hand. He took a step forward and that extremely terrifying power rushed towards Hanyu Heavenly Heart. The moment the Supreme Sword Soul's power was activated, the outcome of this battle was already decided. At this moment, Su Yan truly understood the power of the Supreme Sword Soul. He knew that the Supreme Sword Soul's power must be extremely powerful and mysterious, but he didn't know the specific concept at all. This was because his understanding of the Supreme Sword Soul was too little. Apart from the few Supreme Sword moves, he didn't understand the true meaning of the Supreme Sword Scripture. Su Yan didn't give up, but it was as if there was a tall door outside of the scripture that blocked him outside. In fact, there was nothing he could do about it. Su Yan's realm was simply too high. Now that the God-Slayer sword was activated, the power of the Supreme Sword Soul was immediately activated. At this moment, Su Yan finally understood why the God-Slayer sword cared so much about the Supreme Sword Soul. Invincible Supreme, suppress. Actually, it was reasonable when he thought about it. Su Yan's transmigration and his growth were all thanks to the Supreme Sword Scripture. If his power wasn't strong, how could he have reached such a level? This time, the Supreme Sword Soul directly covered up the Shura realm's heaven's will, making it impossible for the Shura's will to sense Su Yan's existence. This was an incredible power. In fact, the greatest treasure had always been Su Yan. It was just that Su Yan didn't know how to truly unleash the power of this treasure. Chapter 10-11. Female Literature. Heavenly Frost Jade Heart, still struggling? The God-Slayer sword roared again. At the same time, his God-slaying sword will also burst forth. This Heavenly Frost Jade Heart and the evil sword Frost Jade Heart were originally the same piece, but for some reason, they were split into two. The bigger piece eventually became the evil sword Frost Jade, while the smaller piece ended up in the Shura world. The Frost Jade Heart existed in Bing Shan's body. Because of this, Bing Shan was gradually born, and even became an extremely Chinibyu Bing Shan. Moreover, even Bing Shan himself didn't know that the Heavenly Frost Jade Heart existed in his body. Today, the Heavenly Frost Jade Heart was finally suppressed. At this moment, Su Yan, who was possessed by the God-Slayer sword, began to erupt with power. His aura had reached an extremely terrifying level. At this moment, that ray of light had reached an invincible state. At this moment, his power could be said to be incomparably terrifying. He suppressed the Heavenly Frost Jade Heart with the power of the Great Supreme, and then used his God-Slayer sword intent to seal it. At this moment, he began to form countless seals, and the Scorching Sun sword soared in the air and flew towards the Heavenly Frost Jade Heart. The Heavenly Frost Jade Heart erupted with its last bit of power, as if it wanted to struggle. Unfortunately, the God-Slayer sword wouldn't give it such a chance. Dragon of the Great Supreme, seal, suppress, Heavenly Frost Jade Heart, fuse. At this moment, he roared angrily. Then, that powerful force began to fuse with the Heavenly Frost Jade Heart. At this moment, his power had reached an extremely terrifying level. That extremely powerful force trembled at this moment. The Scorching Sun sword began to tremble violently. Scorching Sun Frost Jade, Fuse, Great Supreme, help me. The God-Slayer sword roared again. At this moment, the power of the Great Supreme roared. Then, it forcefully restrained the Frost Jade heart and fused it with the Scorching Sun sword. At this moment, the drop of terrifying blood on the cold jade heavenly core immediately erupted with boundless power. God-Slayer shouted, "How dare you resist? You're courting death." A moment later, Su Yen felt his body lighten as a phantom appeared in front of him. At this time, Su Yen finally regained control of his body. At that moment, his scarlet parting sword case flew out as well. The scarlet parting sword box was made from a fragment of the God-Slayer sword. It was extremely powerful. The shadow in front of him was the God-Slayer sword's own sword soul. At this moment, the 10,000 strands of sword chi transformed into threads. Those terrifying threads seemed to be everywhere, everywhere. The blood was actually entangled by the threads. A powerful force began to erupt. Then, it directly restrained the blood and began to move towards the sword soul. At the same time, thousands of long swords appeared from the scarlet parting sword case. At this moment, the sky had turned into a sea of swords. 10,000 swords into a sea. The Great Supreme has no limits. Su Yen, today I'll teach you a sword formation. You must remember it well. No matter what, Su Yen had learned a lot today. The moment the sword formation appeared, Su Yen felt an extremely terrifying power. He did not dare to be distracted at all because he knew that this would be a great benefit for him. As long as he learned this sword formation, his combat strength would become even more terrifying. Although he would not be able to fully unleash the power of this sword formation like the God-Slayer sword in a short period of time, he would not be able to do it. However, its power would not be weak. When that time came, it would be another one of his abilities. At this moment, 10,000 swords chimed together. Between the 10,000 swords, there seemed to be a huge sea. The appearance of that terrifying sea was simply terrifying. At this moment, such a terrifying power was constantly roaring and lingering. At this moment, the power between heaven and earth seemed to have reached a certain limit. Under such sword chi, the drop of blood finally quieted down and finally merged with the sword soul. True demon blood. Very good. After obtaining this true demon blood today, my strength will recover much faster. I can even break through the past and reach an unprecedented level. Good, good, good. At this moment, the God-Slayer sword was really proud of itself. Its power continued to rise to the peak. At the same time, its body began to change continuously. Rays of light were constantly trembling at this moment. Its aura was even more terrifying. Its thoughts were clear. At this moment, the heavenly heart of the Frost Jade was finally swallowed by the Scorching Sun sword. At this moment, Su Yan's body shook. The Scorching Sun sword had been gifted to Su Yan by the ugly uncle from the very beginning. Over the years, Su Yan had fought alongside this sword and had already established a connection with it. At this moment, he clearly felt the Scorching Sun sword's light chime. Yin and Yang become one, ice and fire complement each other. If you don't transform now, when will you? The God-Slayer sword roared. At this moment, a Yin and Yang radiance immediately appeared around the Scorching Sun sword. The Yin and Yang radiance looked exactly the same as the Supreme Dragon. At this moment, the Scorching Sun sword began to transform. When the ugly uncle passed this sword to Su Yen, although he left instructions, he actually didn't have much hope in his heart. At that time, his ambition was higher than the sky. He wanted to forge a divine sword. Unfortunately, the stronger his swordsmithing skills were, the more he felt that divine swords were superior. That was the domain that determined the strength of the strong. It was a place that people like him couldn't touch in their lifetime. It was because of this that he finally came to the Five Counties continent and became an ordinary swordsmith in the burial sword tomb. Then he died in depression. He gave this sword to Su Yen and left instructions only because he was unwilling to accept it. However, back then, he didn't expect that today, it would actually become a reality. This sword had finally been successfully forged in Su Yan's hands. At this moment, this sword finally gave birth to its own divinity. Su Yen could sense a mature intent within this sword. However, this will was still very vague at this time, and it seemed that it was unwilling to get along in contact with Su Yen. However, this wasn't important. To Su Yen, this was a good start. With this divine sword, his cultivation would definitely take another step forward. At the very least, his combat strength would become even more powerful. The scorching sun sword was floating quietly. Su Yan could sense the existence of this intent within it. This intent made Su Yan feel a little unfamiliar. However, there was also a sense of familiarity within this unfamiliarity. In short, this was a feeling that he couldn't describe. However, he was certain that his scorching sun sword had completely transformed. At this moment the God Slayer shouted again, "What are you still standing there for? Don't you want to subdue this sword? Hurry up and burn your blood so that you can fuse with it." Su Yan didn't know that the divine sword had its own divinity. When a divine sword's divinity was formed, it was like a person's thoughts had already taken shape. At that time, even the person who forged the sword might not necessarily treat it as its master. It would act according to its own thoughts, just like the evil sword called Jade. However, the moment before the divine sword was formed was an extremely critical moment. If one could refine their own blood into it at that time, this divine sword would have its own bloodline. From then on, this divine sword would be like one's own child, connected to one's bloodline. Even if the divine sword still had its own thoughts, everything it did would be based on the premise that it would protect its master. This was also why the God Slayer had asked Su Yan to quickly refine his own blood into the sword. Most people didn't know about this, not even the powerful swordsmiths. Back then, the expert who forged the evil sword called Jade was like this. After he forged the evil sword called Jade, the evil sword called Jade sensed his strength, so it didn't resist and always followed him into battle. However, after a great battle, this powerful saint was severely injured, so the evil sword called Jade seized the opportunity and launched a sneak attack without hesitation, killing the saint and becoming a true evil sword from then on. Of course, Su Yan naturally didn't know about this secret. However, since the God Slayer sword asked him to do so, Su Yan would do as he was told. At this moment, the God Slayer sword and Su Yan had an extremely special relationship. Back then, the God Slayer sword let Su Yan become its scabbard, hoping to strip Su Yan of his power. The so-called scabbard was no different from a sword slave, so it worked hard to cultivate to make the sword stronger. However, when the God Slayer sword entered Su Yan's body, it realized that the power of the regal sword soul was far beyond its imagination. It wasn't easy for it to enter its own consciousness. Later on, it had to give up on this idea. Later on, it had the opportunity to communicate with the regal sword soul, and at that time, it had established an extremely mysterious connection with Su Yan. It seemed to be a connection that transcended fate, and it was because of the regal sword soul's existence. However, Su Yan himself didn't know that this was also the reason why the God Slayer sword had helped Su Yan time and time again after arriving in the later Liang. If it weren't for this relationship, the God Slayer sword wouldn't have done this. Of course, although Su Yan didn't know this, his vigilance against the God Slayer sword had unknowingly weakened a lot. There were even many times when he instinctively listened to the God Slayer sword's advice. At this moment the God Slayer sword said again, "If you want to smelt the God Slayer sword, ordinary blood won't do. You must have hot blood in your heart. You know what I mean." At this moment, even Su Yan was stunned. Whether it was a powerful cultivator or a terrifying demonic beast, the blood essence of the heart was the most important existence. Just like the time when Su Yan obtained the Oriole and the double-winged heavenly tiger, it was because of the blood essence of their hearts that he obtained. Chapter 10-12. Female Literature. Su Yan even gained something new from the heart's blood essence. It was at this moment that his strength increased. Rays of time changed at this moment. After this feeling appeared, Su Yan no longer hesitated. He directly pierced his own body. It was the location of his heart, and it was not the heart of the demon dragon or the heart of the demon god, but the Buddha's heart. At this moment, his body was completely different from that of ordinary people. There were 3 hearts in his body. However, whether it was the heart of the great demon dragon or the heart of the demon god, although they had merged with his body, they were still not his. However, they were ultimately not his. Their existence had both advantages and disadvantages to him. However, the Buddha's heart was different. It was the inheritance of Buddha, and it directly fell on his heart. Only this heart was his. At this moment, Su Yan did not hesitate to pierce his own heart. The moment his heart was pierced, Su Yan immediately felt a sense of powerlessness and threat. However, he still endured it. It was at this moment that a power slowly floated over. It was the power of the God Slayer sword. This was already an extremely dangerous thing. If the God Slayer sword wanted to kill Su Yan, it would only take a thought. However, at this moment, Su Yan did not have the slightest bit of vigilance against the Godslayer sword. Instead, he approved of its behavior. The heart's blood essence appeared. Su Yan's blood contained an extremely large amount of energy. At this moment, the Godslayer sword slashed again. The Supreme Dragon immediately swam over, and then directly held Su Yan's blood in its mouth. At this moment, it looked like a dragon playing with a pearl. Under the powerful pressure of the Supreme Dragon, the blood finally slowly merged with the newly born divine sword. At this moment, Su Yan only felt his sea of consciousness shake violently. A sword actually appeared in his sea of consciousness. This sword twisted and changed, and in the end, it turned into a pattern. When he saw the pattern, Su Yan almost cried out involuntarily, "Taiji!" One yin and one yang, forming a pair of fish. The yin-yang fish swam slowly. Wasn't this the Taiji diagram? At this time, the Godslayer sword frowned slightly because he had never heard of the two words Su Yan said before. However, he felt that these two words must have a great origin. But at this time he didn't choose to ask. He clearly knew that this was an extremely crucial moment for Su Yan. His heart's blood essence had been injected into this power. However, his will had yet to completely fuse with this divine sword. This required a process, and it was also the most crucial process. During this process, it was a process of a person refining the sword. Conversely, it was also a process of using the sword to refine the person. If this step was not carried out properly, it would definitely not benefit Su Yan in the future. But on the contrary, if this step was taken well, it would greatly benefit Su Yan's future strength. Unknowingly, he had become Su Yan's teacher, guiding Su Yan to constantly move forward. At this moment, Su Yan's power was constantly increasing, and his aura was also changing. Originally, the power of Shura and his original power had become the third power, which was extremely powerful. However, it was indeed lacking in purity. While the third power existed, there was also instability. But now it was different. The aura of the divine sword directly began to link with Su Yan. At this time, Su Yan finally realized the benefits of a divine sword. Under the guidance of the divine sword, his aura had become much stronger. Moreover, the flow of his aura had become much smoother. The divine sword seemed to have become two of his bodies. What was even more rare was that this sword was smelted by Su Yan's aura since it was a sacred sword. This sword was very compatible with Su Yan. Even the Godslayer sword was surprised when he saw this. It had to be known that the birth of a divine sword was like the birth of a brand new soul. When it was born, it was very high and very powerful, which naturally led to it being extremely powerful and arrogant. Under such circumstances, not to mention that Su Yan's combat power was weaker than it, even the extremely powerful swordsmiths would have to spend a lot of effort to suppress the divine sword. Others did not know that when the Godslayer sword was first forged, it was even more lawless. It almost wanted to kill its own master. Fortunately, the person who was able to forge a divine sword like this must have been a very powerful person in the world. That was why it was directly suppressed. He originally thought that even if Su Yan had been using this sword since it was a sacred sword, it was integrated with the heart of the cold jade. It was already considered a brand new body, and it would definitely reject Su Yan. However, he did not expect that at this time, the divine sword and Su Yan would be so compatible with each other. This kid's luck is really not bad. Taishang, you are really powerful. He sighed with emotion as the Godslayer sword won continuously. In fact, he knew that although Su Yan's luck was one thing, the more important thing was probably the power of Taishang. Because of the existence of Taishang's power, the sword was like this. At this time, Su Yan's strength began to increase at an even faster speed. The divine sword was the same. After an entire day, this process finally stopped. At this time, the Scorching Sun sword had completely changed. The Scorching Sun sword from before was completely a red sword. It was filled with a fierce and overbearing aura. However, at this time it was completely different. At this time, the Scorching Sun sword had become extremely ordinary. It was like an ordinary iron sword. The divine sword has just been born. Let's give it a name. The Godslayer sword spirit began to return to Su Yan's body. Naturally, Su Yan knew that he had gained a lot this time. Other things aside, he had directly devoured the blood of the true demon. Su Yan naturally did not know what kind of existence the true demon was, but the power that the drop of blood had erupted with was terrifying. It was a terrifying power that could change the color of heaven and earth with a slight movement. Although this was only a small world, and the power of space was not complete, it was already terrifying enough. In this world, there was probably no other power that could compare to it. Su Yan said, "This sword was originally named after the scorching sun. It walks the path of the purest yang." At this time, the heavenly heart of the cold jade fused with it. Yin and yang complement each other, so let's call it Taiji. Taiji? Yin and yang complement each other to form Taiji? Haha, good, that's a good name. The God-Slayer sword seemed to understand something, and then it laughed loudly. At this time, the color of heaven and earth changed again. Terrifying tremors were everywhere. Su Yan was not unfamiliar with this situation. This was because the secret realm had collapsed. He had experienced this kind of secret realm more than once. This small world existed for the heavenly heart of the cold jade. Now that the heavenly heart of the cold jade was gone, there was naturally no need for it to exist. Moreover, the battle between the two sides earlier was so terrifying that it had already caused everything to start collapsing. This power was no longer enough to maintain the power of this place. It's time to leave. The God-Slayer sword returned to Su Yan's body. At the same time, a crack appeared in front of Su Yan. That was a spatial crack. Since Su Yan was in control of the Taiji sword and the heavenly heart of the cold jade had been refined, he could naturally open spatial cracks. At this time, there was no need to stay any longer. It was time to leave. Hey, wait a minute, young man, human young man, you can't let me stay in this embarrassing position. I beg you, take me away. At this time, the unreliable ice mountain began to yell and scream. Only now did Su Yan remember that Bing Shan was really a Chinibyu. Speaking of which, this Bing Shan's life force was really tenacious. He had been split in half, but he was still alive. Furthermore, he didn't seem to be doing too badly. Judging from the series of shouts that were filled with energy, he was still a very energetic Grandpa Shan. Su Yan did not want to pay attention to such a Chunibyu. After all, this was a hard-to-serve master. One had to know that if the God-Slayer sword had not exploded, he would have been thrown out by this Grandpa Mountain. As for whether he was alive or dead, he did not know. The God-Slayer sword could not control his body at all times. Even if the God-Slayer sword could, he would not be willing to do so. As such, this thing became a huge landmine. If he lost his temper, he would play rock-paper-scissors again. Su Yan doubted whether he could hold on. However, if he did not take him away, he would be dead for sure. He was born in this space. If the space collapsed at this time, then he would be dead for sure. After all, the destruction of a space was extremely terrifying. Su Yan did not doubt this at all. At this moment, God-Slayer said, "Forget it. Let's take him away." Since this mountain gave birth to the heavenly frost jade heart, he must be useful. At this moment, God-Slayer said again, "I can take you away, but your body is too big. And I don't need a mountain right now. I just need a suitable scabbard." As soon as God-Slayer finished speaking, the ambitious and principled Grandpa Bing Shan immediately shouted, "No problem, but you have to let me get out of this embarrassing state first." Su Yan was speechless. What happened to being a man of integrity? At that moment, God-Slayer moved with a thought. The huge sword chi that had pierced into the ice mountain suddenly began to emit crackling sounds. Not long after, the huge Bing Shan was flipped upside down. At this moment, Grandpa Bing Shan did not dare to talk nonsense. Although he was upside down, he still saw this terrifying battle. This young man was really too scary. Chapter 10:13. Female Literature. He actually fought with his own child to such an extent. It was as if the entire world had collapsed because of their fight. Heavens, what kind of monsters were they? Why were they so terrifying? These guys weren't humans. They weren't humans. At this moment, he only wanted to roar. How was he going to let this mountain live? At this moment, his heart was on the verge of collapsing. However, at this moment, he didn't dare to play any tricks anymore. What a joke, this world had already collapsed, let alone a mountain like him. Besides, he wasn't stupid enough to forget the scene of him being directly split in half. He was such a handsome and unattainable mountain peak. But not long ago he was split in two, and it was the kind of split in half. His body flew up, and then he gently rotated. At this moment, he immediately transformed into a scabbard. At this moment, Su Yan threw the Taiji sword in his hand into the scabbard. It had to be said that the size was just right. Su Yan was very satisfied. The God-Slayer sword was also very satisfied, and Bing Shan's grandfather was also very satisfied. It seemed that he had finally survived. Being able to live was better than anything else. Su Yan finally began to leave this small world. When he reappeared, the huge dragon skeleton was still lying there. Su Yan looked at this huge dragon and felt that this dragon's death was really unjustified. This might be the only expert in history who died because of a game of rock, paper, scissors. Really, it was a cowardly death. And Su Yan looked at the scabbard in his hand. He didn't want to remember this matter. The lake water was still cold, but at this moment, there was no bone-piercing feeling. Instead, Su Yan felt that it was somewhat gentle. At this moment, he directly flew towards the sky. At this moment, rays of light flickered, and he felt a different power. At this moment, Su Yan tried to sense the demon tiger's location. However, he found that the demon tiger didn't respond at all. He couldn't sense the demon tiger's location at all. He didn't care about the demon tiger's life or death. After all, it was just a monster that he had just subdued. However, he had planted a puppet seal in the demon tiger's body. Once something happened to the demon tiger, he should be able to sense it. Even though he had just experienced an extremely terrifying battle, it was impossible for him to not be able to sense anything. There was only one reason for this, and that was that there was an existence with extremely powerful spiritual energy that had directly isolated the demon tiger, causing the two to be unable to communicate with each other. Su Yan left the cold pond. Just as he had expected, Aina was gone, and so was the demon tiger. It was as if they had never appeared in this place. It's actually gone. How strange. Su Yan opened his spiritual will and scanned the surroundings. In fact, Su Yan was already familiar with this place. Although spiritual will was suppressed in this place, Su Yan's spiritual will was still extremely powerful. As long as it was a place that he had passed by, he would be able to remember everything. At this moment, Su Yan frowned slightly. This was because he had discovered a phenomenon, and that was the location of that place. At this moment, he could already tell that the devouring insect had definitely returned. This was because he had sensed the other party's aura. It would be strange if he still couldn't sense the other party's aura at this point. Su Yan did not find it strange that the devouring worm would come back to kill him. However, the devouring insect's target should have been the gigantic dragon bone. Why did it take the Shura, demon tiger, and Aina away? What was his purpose for doing this? This was a question that Su Yan couldn't help but consider. However, he finally suppressed the doubts in his heart. He had already made up his mind. Since he wanted to know, he would go there directly. After this adventure in the secret realm, Su Yan's strength had increased again. After obtaining the divine sword, Su Yan's combat strength had reached an extremely terrifying level. At this moment, he was confident that he could even fight the King of Destruction directly. The power of the divine sword was definitely not just for show. Moreover, at this moment, Su Yan had roughly guessed that the devouring worm had left his aura behind because it wanted to bait him. Since the devouring insect wanted to bait him, he would see if it was strong enough to drag him down. At this moment, Su Yan directly displayed his speed. At this moment, he realized that although his realm hadn't increased, his perception was completely different. This inadvertent step was simply powerful and terrifying. In this state, if he had to use a word to describe himself, it would be invincible. Previously, when Su Yan was fighting against the devouring worm, he was still having a hard time. In the end, although he won, it was an extremely difficult victory. However, it was different now. He was confident that the devouring insect wouldn't even be able to withstand one move from him. Moreover, this was definitely not blind confidence. Su Yan's movements became even more effortless. Almost in the next moment, he had already appeared at the place where the devouring insect's aura had left behind. At this moment, his divine consciousness became even more intense. Su Yan's perception was not wrong. This thing was indeed deliberately luring him to come here. Every once in a while, he would definitely leave behind an extremely shallow aura. Interesting. I'd like to see what tricks you have up your sleeves. Towards this devouring worm, Su Yan was actually extremely fearful. He had already fought with this monstrous thing and naturally understood it very well. The existence of this thing was simply a natural destroyer to this world. It could be said that it was the enemy of the world. In the ancient times, many races had ganged up to attack it, which was enough to prove this point. This was just a larva, but it was already so difficult to deal with. After an unknown period of time, Su Yen suddenly stopped. This was because at this moment, he realized that the area in front of him had changed. At this moment, there was a chaotic land beneath his feet. Decadent weeds were spreading and thorns were growing. However, not far in front of him, everything had changed. It had actually become a barren land. Yellow sand. Endless yellow sand. Moreover, the strange thing was that the two places were clearly separated. It was as if there was a line that separated the two places. Such a change would inevitably make one panic. How could a normal place be like this? However, at this moment, Su Yen was bold. He didn't care. After pausing for a while, he immediately stepped into the sand. It was at this step that Su Yen felt the difference. This place was actually a life-stealing land. As soon as he stepped into this place, there was a power coming from under the yellow sand. It was this power that wanted to take away his life force. Of course, that little bit of power was simply a joke to Su Yen. There was an aura around Su Yan's body at all times. It was this aura that blocked the devouring power. Interesting place. The Shura realm. Haha, this is really a delightful place. At this moment, Godslayer suddenly spoke again. Su Yen originally thought that the Godslayer sword would be quiet for a while. In the previous battle, Godslayer had used up a lot of energy. Although he had obtained the blood of the true demon, Kacha should be recuperating for a while. However, at this moment, the Godslayer sword had no intention of doing so. Its vitality was exuberant and terrifying. Su Yen, you have to be careful. There should be something troublesome here. This time, I won't make a move because I need to refine the blood of the true demon. For the Godslayer sword to say that it was troublesome, one could imagine that the existence of this place was definitely not simple. Su Yen said, "Okay, I will be careful." At this moment, Su Yen quickened his pace. Because at this moment, he felt the aura of the puppet seed inside the Shura demon tiger. Su Yan's speed became faster and faster. He also went deeper and deeper into this world. Unknowingly, the black smoke in this place became thicker and thicker. At this moment, Su Yen suddenly said, "Godslayer, do you have some kind of relationship with the Shura realm?" Su Yen sensed that it would still take a while for him to reach the Shura demon tiger. Of course, he didn't plan to speed up at this time. Since the other party didn't kill the Shura demon tiger at this time, it obviously didn't plan to kill him directly. In this case, Su Yen didn't need to be in a hurry. Since the Godslayer sword said those words before, it was obvious that this place wasn't simple. He still needed to save some strength to be able to better deal with unexpected situations. The Godslayer sword said, "Boy, your perception is really sharp. If you want to talk about a relationship, there is indeed a relationship. Hee, but my affairs are not something that you can inquire about right now. So, let's continue. Hee, it seems that the master has come here to welcome you." Speaking of this, Su Yan's expression became serious. After a while, he also sensed the so-called master. The devouring worm. It was the devouring worm. At this time, the devouring worm walked step by step in front of Su Yen. At this time, its appearance changed again. Su Yen could see that its body had an additional layer of snakeskin. As for his tail, it seemed to have become thicker and sturdier. At this time, the Shura demon tiger was hanging on its tail. The Shura demon tiger could be said to be extremely miserable. Its body was full of bloody holes. Su Yan's divine telekinesis could see that there were actually small insects on it. Su Yen didn't dare to underestimate these insects because he knew that they were definitely devouring worms. These were devouring worms that had just hatched. This guy actually treated the Shura demon tiger as food and let these devouring worms eat it. Humph, how dare you! Su Yen released his killing intent at this time. He didn't hide it at all. At this time the devouring worm spoke. "Very good, you're finally here. I was worried that I couldn't let you see this tiger's miserable appearance before it died. Fortunately, you've seen it now." At this time, its tail swung lightly and the Shura demon tiger was directly thrown to the ground. With such a movement, the white insects that had just hatched on its body continued to eat it. At this time, the Shura demon tiger was in extreme pain. Su Yan's sword intent directly spread out in front of him. At this time, the dragon-devouring worm sneered. Do you think I'm still the same person? I just want to tell you that this is your end, Shura. At this time, its power directly went towards Su Yan's sword intent. It had fought with Su Yan before and was very confident of Su Yan's strength. That time, it had fled in a sorry state and had no choice but to return to this place. After devouring an extremely powerful monster, its strength had improved further. It was now confident that it could kill Su Yan directly. Then, as if it was enjoying other prey, it directly devoured Su Yan. In an instant, the two forces directly collided. The expression of the devouring insect that was grinning from ear to ear immediately changed drastically. Because at this moment, the energy of sword intent had actually directly dispersed his attack. His own power was so pale and powerless in front of this power. In just an instant, it had been directly destroyed. There was no chance for him to survive. Your strength. At this time, even a fool would know that Su Yan's strength had greatly improved. However, it couldn't figure out how Su Yan's strength had improved so quickly. The feeling now was on a completely different level compared to before. How could it know that after Su Yan and the divine sword were the same, the quality of its sword intent had increased by more than one level? At this time, it didn't care about its injured body and directly swung its tail. At this time, its long tail directly spread out. Then, it immediately rolled up the Shura demon tiger. At this time, the tip of its sharp tail was cut open, becoming a huge hole. Damn thing, I'd like to see how you can save your demon tiger. After this attack, it already knew that it was no match for Su Yan. Therefore at this time it had to do one thing, and that was to devour the Shura demon tiger. In this way its strength would be able to increase again. After all, the bloodline of the Shura demon tiger was not weak. It was the direct descendant of the Tiger King. Chapter 10:14. Girls' Literature. After all, the Tiger King was a powerful creature that had reached the level of a king. The Shura demon tiger did not seem to be weak either. Devouring it would at least increase his strength a little. Although it would not be much, it was better than nothing. Moreover, the most important thing was to make the Shura angry. At the moment, he could not defeat the Shura, but it would be good to make the Shura angry. His movements were too fast. In the blink of an eye, the huge black hole had already shrouded the Shura demon tiger. At that moment, the Shura demon tiger let out a roar of despair. After being devoured by the devourer bugs that had just hatched, it did not even have any strength left. If it was not for the extreme fear and pain it was in, it would not have been able to even roar. No matter what, it used to be a powerful existence that could hunt down the blue-faced Shura. At that moment, even a small Shura that had just been born would be able to kill it. At that moment, it had already given up hope of survival. It would be better to die than to suffer such pain. That was what it was thinking at that moment. However, at that moment, a bolt of lightning flashed and disappeared. That bolt of lightning was so fast that it had completed the process of appearing and disappearing in almost an instant. The devourer bug only had a slight illusion. It was not even sure if what it had just seen was real or not. However, it already knew the answer. Plop! A dull sound was heard. That was the sound of the Shura demon tiger falling to the ground. Corresponding to that was half of its tail. One hit. In just a single blow, his tail was cut off. Such an unforeseen event was truly terrifying. It was only at that moment that it let out a roar of extreme pain. For the devourer bugs, no matter how they changed, their tail was their core. That part was more important to them than the heart was to humans. However, at that moment, its tail was cut off by Su Yan. I, Wan Yao, will kill you. I will definitely kill you. The moment his tail was cut off, his body began to change continuously. At the same time, an extremely dense aura was released from his body. However, at this moment, Su Yan turned a blind eye to this extremely terrifying aura. In just an instant, he had already arrived in front of the devouring worm. It was also at that moment that he struck out with an uppercut. This was the simplest punch, and this punch directly landed on his face. At this moment, a terrifying power erupted. That seemingly light punch actually erupted with such a powerful force at this moment. At this moment, the devouring beetle's body was clearly filled with an extremely massive amount of energy. However, under Su Yan's punch, it was still sent flying backward at an unbelievable speed. In the next moment, it crashed into a huge mountain. Su Yan looked at the Shura demon tiger. He could feel the pain of the Shura demon tiger. He could even see the demon tiger's despair and will to die. At this moment, Su Yan gently stroked, and a flame appeared. However, this flame did not harm the Shura demon tiger. Instead, it directly burned the devouring beetle in its body. These devouring beetles that had just hatched were the future demons. As long as they were given enough time, they would be able to grow directly. In the end, they would become the most terrifying demons. Su Yan had never thought of keeping this terrifying and troublesome creature alive. At this moment, Su Yan turned his head. His gaze fell on the devouring beetle. At this moment, the devouring beetle's power had become even stronger. This is the troublesome part of these things. After they devour life, there is a part of the energy that they can't digest. This energy will be accumulated in their body. If one day they feel that their life is coming to an end, this energy will be used in the end. The final use was naturally to perish together with their enemies. The power accumulated in a powerful devouring beetle's body was extremely terrifying. When this power exploded, even an extremely powerful existence would not be able to withstand it and would have to pay a huge price. In fact, the devouring beetle was a huge disaster in the ancient era. After that war, the ancient era was silent for a long time. Only then did it enter a period of prosperity. At this moment, Su Yan had cut off its tail. In fact, it could no longer live. The devouring beetle wanted to kill Su Yan directly. Su Yan directly raised his hand. At this moment, the four-corner seal suddenly appeared. You want to perish together with me? You have to have the qualifications to do so. At this moment, Su Yan's strength had already reached an extremely terrifying level. If the devouring beetle had not been injured, it might have been able to fight against him. However, at this moment, it no longer had the qualifications. When the four-corner seal appeared, it directly enveloped the devouring beetle. At this moment, the four-corner seal's four-corner seal immediately came into play. When the four-corner seal appeared, the devouring beetle's energy was directly imprisoned. All of your energy belongs to me. The four-direction seal was able to contain an endless amount of power. The power of the devouring beetle's self-destruction was indeed terrifying. However, it was of no use to Su Yan. At this moment, the extremely terrifying aura spread. At this moment, the energy was gradually being devoured. The devouring beetle was known for its extremely terrifying devouring power. However, at this moment, it was being destroyed by the four-corner seal's devouring power. Perhaps this was the so-called reincarnation of heaven and karma. Of course, it would be an extremely long process to completely refine the devouring beetle. However, Su Yan did not care about it. He went to the Shura demon tiger's side and said, "There's no need for this. Since you have become my demon pet, how can you die without my permission?" At this moment, Su Yan directly operated his aura. Then, 2 drops of essence blood flew out from Su Yan's body. These 2 drops of essence blood were the essence blood of the double-winged tiger and the blood-winged dragon. The double-winged tiger was Su Yan's demon beast. At this moment, the double-winged tiger was in the Wuji realm. After the previous incident, its strength had increased again. However, the blood-winged dragon was a traitor. Although Su Yan never felt that the blood-winged dragon should risk its life for him, it had joined forces with the few old dragons on Dragon Island to ambush him and almost killed him. This was a debt that he would not forget. Of course, Su Yan was also clear that he did not have the strength to directly run to Dragon Island and kill a bunch of people. However, his strength was improving, and it was improving very quickly. One day, he would be able to do it. Of course, this was not the matter at hand. When the 2 drops of essence blood fell, the Shura demon tiger clearly did not know what was going on. However, when the 2 drops of essence blood fused into its body immediately changed. Originally, its body was already somewhat withered. Although those devouring worms had just hatched, they spared no effort in devouring life. They were very vicious. Therefore, the Shura demon tiger was already very miserable. It was almost completely withered. However, at this moment, when the 2 drops of essence blood entered its body, it immediately felt an extremely huge force entering its body. This feeling was like a withered tree coming back to life. However, to be precise, this was far more powerful than a withered tree coming back to life. It, who was originally very dispirited, immediately came back to life at this moment. Not only that, it could feel that its energy was very vigorous at this moment. At this moment, Su Yan said, "All right, don't lie down and pretend to be dead. With these 2 drops of essence blood, your strength will definitely increase. Moreover, your future path will also become wider." Su Yan's words were definitely not empty words. The double-winged heavenly tiger was a sacred beast. A true sacred beast was extremely powerful. Its terrifying battle strength was even above that of an Emperor Realm Master. The Shura demon tiger's ancestor was only a tiger king, an existence on the same level as a Dao master. The power of such blood was naturally a great supplement for it. That was not all. The essence blood of the blood-winged flying dragon was truly powerful for the Shura demon tiger. With this essence blood, it could achieve the unification of dragon and tiger. At that time, its battle strength would reach an extremely terrifying level. Of course, this would take time. All in all, this was a blessing in disguise for it. At this moment, Su Yan said, "All right, leave this place first. Go back the way you came and wait for me at the cold pond." Aina was still inside, so Su Yan still planned to go deeper. He originally thought that the devouring worm he saw might be the only one in the world, but now it seemed that the situation was definitely not so. He had a feeling that this existence was a huge threat to him. Of course, if he could not fight against the other party, then he would leave when the time came. After all, even the Godslayer sword had said that there seemed to be something very troublesome inside. At this time, the Shura demon tiger stood up. He shook his body and immediately found that his current condition was indescribably good, although he was still a little weak at the moment. Although it was still slightly weak, a kind of confidence directly appeared in its body. "Great Master, your lowly servant can still fight for you." The Shura demon tiger, who had recovered its strength, began to be complacent again. At this moment, it felt that it had incomparable strength. Moreover, it seemed to have improved a lot compared to before. Because of this, its heart was naturally even more high. At this moment, a glimmer of light suddenly flashed in Su Yan's eyes. It was a feeling of foresight. Chapter 10-15. Girls' Literature. "All right, why aren't you scramming back? Have you already forgotten the fear of being dominated?" Su Yan angrily kicked him. He knew that this demon tiger was also a little Chunibyu. He didn't know if it was because Chunibyu was contagious. Hearing Su Yan's words, the Shura demon tiger's head shrank. At this time, he indeed remembered the fear of being dominated. Such power was simply terrifying. He didn't even know how he was caught. Thinking of this, the Shura demon tiger simply walked away. The Shura demon tiger left at an extremely fast speed. However, this long distance caused him to set his eyes on the depths of the place. What a strong pressure! It's indeed worth taking the risk to experience it. At this time, Su Yan directly put down all the thoughts in his mind and immediately went forward. Now, his strength had improved a lot. His combat strength could directly compete with a king. It could be said that at this time, both sides were closing in on each other. After a short while, a whistling whirlwind blew directly towards Su Yan. At this time, Su Yan frowned. This wind was not an ordinary wind, but a cold wind. He seemed to hear countless wailing sounds in the wind. Those sounds were simply hair-raising. At this moment, Su Yan's eyes directly shot out a ray of light. Undead creatures. Today was different from the past. Su Yan had experienced a lot. Whether it was demons or shadow creatures, he had already fought with them. Therefore, he would not be like before, making a fuss about nothing. Back when he was in the 5 counties, he had already come into contact with undead creatures. However, at that time, the undead creatures were just some low-level zombies. But now, what appeared in front of him was clearly an extremely high-end undead creature. The roar in the cold wind directly turned into a substantial existence at this time, as if it wanted to directly bite Su Yan to death. However, Su Yan wasn't afraid at all. Light flashed in his eyes, and the light of flames appeared. It was not the Shura fire, but the Scarlet Spirit fire. The Path of Soul was the most terrifying Scarlet Spirit fire, which had an extremely strong and terrifying power. It could be said that the Scarlet Spirit fire's ability to restrain one's soul was not inferior to that of the Thunderbolt. As soon as the flames appeared, countless souls were turned into smoke in an instant. At this moment, Su Yan formed a sword with both of his hands. A ray of light flashed and disappeared. "Get the hell out here. Since you're already here, what's the point of hiding?" The sword beam suddenly erupted. At this time, Su Yan was already different from the past. His strength had long been raised to a whole new level. Su Yan's strength had always been very strong. After possessing his own divine sword, his sword energy and the divine sword were connected, and he was constantly cultivating. This caused his strength to reach an extremely terrifying level. At this time, his strength was completely ignited, and the terror of his strength was simply incredible. This level had even closed the gap between the realms. At this time, his strength surged out, and a powerful and terrifying light flashed directly at this time. The power of this sword was really amazing to the extreme. At this time, the terrifying power directly fell at this time, and there was a terrifying majesty of a mountain pressing down. When such majesty was displayed, the mysterious existence that had yet to appear immediately felt a great threat. An extremely sharp hissing sound was heard, and at this time, a black shadow was directly enlarged. The black shadow rolled, and in the end, it became a terrifying ghost face. The ghost face changed, as if it was crying, and also as if it was roaring crazily. This was a kind of terrifying power that could capture people's hearts, but at this time, Su Yan didn't care much about it. If that's the case, then die for me. At this time, his strength directly rose to the peak. I don't care how many changes you have, I only need one sword to kill you directly. This was Su Yan's domineering and strength. As long as one's strength reached a certain level, the thoughts in one's heart would naturally be very different. It was very righteous and awe-inspiring. The change in one's aura would also cause one's strength to be twisted and changed, and this was Su Yan's strength at this time. At this time, Su Yan's strength had reached the peak. When the two forces collided, the result was self-evident. Su Yan's sword chi directly slashed apart that jet-black ghost face. That mysterious ghost was immediately severely injured, and its entire body shrunk. Seeing that it couldn't beat Su Yan, at this time, it turned around and left. At this time, Su Yan was in no mood to hesitate. He leaped forward and chased after the ghostly being. Su Yan's speed was getting faster and faster. At this point, Su Yan no longer relied on the power of the dragon wings. Instead, he used the regal sword teleportation. He had already integrated the regal sword teleportation into his every move. The regal sword teleportation was his foundation, and it had an unimaginably powerful strength. When Su Yan's cultivation of swordsmanship became more and more powerful, the terrifying power of the regal sword teleportation was also gradually stimulated at this time. At this time, Su Yan still couldn't directly tear space. But if he didn't fight with a real Dao master or an expert of this level, there was no difference between his speed and space movement. This was because he had reached the peak. Are you trying to bait me? Now that I'm here, I want to see what you're capable of. At this time, Su Yan's aura was directly stimulated, and the violent power was overwhelming, directly oppressing the opponent. His strength was already very strong, and at this time, he relied on his extremely terrifying speed to directly appear in front of the ghost. This blow was even more powerful. This dead spirit creature obviously didn't expect Su Yan's speed to reach such a level. Its eyes were still filled with astonishment. However, at this time, Su Yan had already directly slashed down with his sword. Dang! Su Yan wanted it to die, so it had to die. Death was such a fast process. After slashing the thing in half, Su Yan was stunned. At this moment, he didn't have any joy, because at this time, he had already seen that this thing was actually not a real existence. In other words, he had spent so much effort only to kill a doppelganger. Interesting, it's actually a doppelganger, and even I couldn't see it. Su Yan's divine thoughts had always been very powerful, but this time, he actually couldn't see that he had killed a doppelganger, which really surprised him. From this, it could be seen that the strength of this thing's original body was definitely not to be underestimated. Come. At this time, a voice was transmitted from afar. The voice was very soft, as if a woman was calling in his ear. There was an inexplicable force in the voice, urging him to go to the end of the voice. Soul summoning technique? Su Yan immediately recognized it. This was a method of using the soul, which was a technique that ghost cultivators were good at. This voice could invade the soul unknowingly. Once it succeeded, the ghost cultivator would immediately have the upper hand, and even had the victory in his hands. However, Su Yan's sea of consciousness was very powerful. Unless this soul summoning technique was more than 10 times stronger, Su Yan would not be affected at all. However, since this thing called out to him, Su Yan didn't mind going to see what it was that was pretending to be mysterious. In the end, Su Yan's heart was still inclined to take risks. At this moment, Su Yan's speed reached its peak. In just a short while, he had already arrived at his destination. This place looked like the location of an altar, and the altar was very big. It was as big as 10 football fields in the top 10. At the edge of the altar, there were densely piled up bones that had already turned pale. Some of the bones belonged to Asuras, while others belonged to monstrous beasts. Being so densely packed together, it gave people an extremely oppressive feeling. Unknowingly, a light suddenly flickered under Su Yan's feet. It was the light of a flame. The light was not eye-catching at first, but in an instant, it had spread to a boundless extent. The raging flames kept rising at this time. This was an extremely dangerous flame, but it was not the fire of the Yang world. Instead, it was the fire of the netherworld. It had an extremely terrifying restraining power on the physical body of a living person, and it was the opposite of the red spirit fire. The moment the flame appeared, Su Yan had already sensed the danger, and his red spirit fire also burned at this time. His eyes flickered with an extremely bright light. The Eye of Truth was activated. "Are you looking for me?" He, there's no need for that, because I've already come out to see you." The voice sounded, and then a ghost quietly appeared at this time. When Su Yan saw this ghost, he was actually shocked. He never thought that the undead creature that appeared in front of him at this time was actually a dragon ghost. Moreover, if Su Yan was not mistaken, this was clearly the soul of the dragon in the cold pool. At this time, the huge dragon's soul slowly appeared, and an extremely huge pressure directly descended at this time. The moment this pressure appeared, the surrounding altars began to sink directly. At this time, the dragon ghost sighed faintly and said, "After so many years, Ashura has finally stepped into this place again. How fortunate." His words seemed to be filled with endless desolation. However, at this time, Su Yan was extremely afraid of this thing and looked at it coldly. Chapter 10:16. Girls' Literature. It couldn't be helped. This dragon ghost gave Su Yan a very strange feeling. Su Yan was sure that this dragon ghost was the dragon soul that died in the cold pond. However, there seemed to be a difference between them. "Dragon ghost, where's Aina?" Su Yan asked directly. He came here to save Aina. Although he had the intention to save him if he could and give up if he couldn't. However, this was his goal after all. Dragon ghost? This name is interesting. Not bad, I quite like it. As for the Aina you mentioned, is it this Shura? At this moment, a pitch-black door suddenly appeared beside him. The moment the door appeared, Su Yan immediately felt a force pressing down on him from within. Aina! However, at this moment, Aina was in a miserable state. There was a dim light outside his body. The jade-green light enveloped him, and at this moment, it seemed to be devouring something within his body. Su Yan wasn't an idiot. He immediately saw the key point. "You're stripping away the Shura King's inheritance?" He saw it clearly and knew that it must be so. That's right. This kid is no small matter. He has a lot of good fortune on him. Now that he has fallen into my hands, everything he has will belong to me. Of course, it's the same for you. He spoke very calmly, but under this calmness, there was an unquestionable feeling. This was his decision. Since that was the case, no one could go against it. At this moment, Su Yan sneered and said, "It's just a dead dragon ghost. You think too highly of yourself." Su Yan didn't hold back at all. At this moment, his sword aura rose again. This sword aura suddenly appeared and directly slashed towards the sparkling dim light of the dragon ghost. This sword aura was not inferior to lightning. However, at this moment, the dragon ghost coldly snorted. That sigh was as thick as thunder. You're quite capable. No wonder you could kill the devouring worm." At this moment, his voice turned into an invisible dragon claw and directly fell on Su Yan's sword. The power of this move was really dense and terrifying. The two forces collided directly. Su Yan's sword aura was dissolved just like that. Even Su Yan had no choice but to admit that this old dragon was indeed terrifying. However, this was just the beginning. The previous time couldn't even be considered a test. At this moment, Su Yan didn't have any intention of talking nonsense with him. There was one thing that he was very clear about, and that was that in this world everything was fake. The only real thing was his own strength. Therefore, before the real outcome was decided, there was no point in saying anything else. This time, Su Yan directly approached the dragon ghost. This move could be said to be extremely bold. However, Su Yan was not afraid at all. At this moment, his aura was directly pushed to the extreme. The sword aura fell directly like a thunderbolt. At this moment, the powerful and terrifying aura turned into a small whirlwind. When this whirlwind appeared, it immediately displayed endless power. At this moment, the powerful and terrifying aura immediately filled the sky. At this moment, the light rose up like a dragon's light. This terrifying power was many times stronger than Su Yan's sword aura. Su Yan's own strength increased rapidly. However, he also knew that if he followed the prescribed order, he didn't know how long it would take for him to slash out this sword aura. The majesty at this moment was all because of his Taiji sword. This Taiji sword had fused with his heart's blood essence and could be said to be one with him. Therefore, this was not a kind of external force. At this moment, Su Yan's strength had reached such a level, so naturally, he was full of confidence. Therefore, when facing such a strong enemy, Su Yan did not have any fear or retreat. At this moment, his sword became extremely terrifying. Sword aura constantly shone at this moment. In a breath, there were already 13 sword auras flying out. Each sword aura was very shocking. At this moment, a trace of surprise flashed in the dragon ghost's eyes. He did not expect that Shura's strength had reached such a level. Moreover, Su Yan's attack was too decisive. He did not give him any chance at all. It was rare to see such a ruthless person. However, his strength was obviously very terrifying. His huge body swayed. It seemed like he was moving slowly, but in fact, an extremely terrifying power directly appeared at this moment. An extremely terrifying aura directly suppressed at this moment. It was like a terrifying light directly fell from the sky. The battle between the two began again. Su Yan's purpose was very clear. He wanted to force the dragon ghost. Every attack he made was aimed at Aina. However, what made the dragon ghost depressed was that Su Yan was clearly going to save him, but he did not show any mercy when he attacked. It was as if Su Yan wanted to kill this Shura directly. Damn it, they are clearly companions, but what is this kid trying to do? At this time, the dragon ghost really could not understand Su Yan's thoughts. He clearly felt that Su Yan wanted to save the Shura called Aina, but why did he use such a killing move? Of course, he thought that it was very likely that the kid was deceiving him. If he did not defend, the kid would definitely stop. And he did try to deliberately not defend. He wanted to take advantage of Su Yan to directly give Su Yan a fatal blow when Su Yan stopped. However, he was depressed to find that Su Yan did not have the slightest intention to stop. The dragon ghost could only directly protect this Shura. From that blow, he had already seen that Su Yan was not deliberately pretending. He really wanted to kill him. Although he had already attacked just now, Su Yan's sword chi still hurt Aina. It almost cut off Aina's head. "You brat, what kind of mentality do you have?" At this time, he directly shouted. Su Yan did not pay attention to him. Instead, he waved his sword even more rapidly. At this time, Su Yan directly displayed his indifference to the extreme. In fact, of course, he wanted to save Aina. Otherwise, he would not have come here. However, Su Yan knew that the more he was afraid of attacking, the more impossible it was to save Aina. This dragon ghost was not the devourer from before. The dragon ghost's strength was extremely terrifying. Under the situation where the Godslayer sword did not attack, it was extremely difficult to defeat him. At this time, no one really used their true strength. Su Yan wanted to directly defeat him like before and then save Aina, but it was simply impossible. Su Yan saw through this guy's intention. He wanted to devour the Shura Emperor's inheritance in Aina's body. Even if this dragon ghost's cultivation was extremely terrifying, a Shura Emperor's inheritance was not something to be underestimated. Why are you talking so much nonsense? Isn't he living a life worse than death after falling into your hands? If that's the case, then I'll send him to the afterlife. Su Yan's calm words directly entered the dragon ghost's ears, which made the dragon ghost furious. Does this guy still act like a friend? Damn it! However, he had already seen that no matter what kind of mentality Su Yan had, he would never be soft-hearted. This was a difficult person to deal with. He took out Aina and began to devour the Shura Emperor's inheritance in Aina in front of Su Yen to anger Su Yen and distract Su Yen. This way, he would be able to go all out. However, he did not expect that Su Yen would be so cold-hearted. Not only did he panic, but he even directly killed him. At this time, he had lifted a rock and smashed it on his own foot. At this time, he was restrained in every way. Unfortunately, he was not willing to accept this. He knew that if he continued like this, he would be in a very passive position. What's more, the Shura Emperor's inheritance was naturally good, but it would not be easy for him to devour it. A king-level existence would set up a trap after leaving behind an inheritance, let alone someone like the Shura Emperor. Therefore, the dragon ghost suddenly roared and directly sealed Aina. At this time, the most important thing was to deal with the Shura Emperor. No, your strength is not right. At this time the dragon ghost suddenly said, the devouring insect said that your combat strength is not much stronger than him at that time, but now you can easily kill him, and you can even compete with me. At this time, the dragon ghost's eyes reflected an extremely dazzling light. Humph, you're not stupid. Su Yen knew that the other party had guessed that his strength had improved, but he did not care at this time. After all, at this time, it didn't matter anymore. You actually got the inheritance from that place. At this moment, the dragon ghost's endless resentment directly broke out. At this time, the dragon ghost was really unwilling to accept this. Why did he become like this? It was because of the extremely important relationship with the thing under the cold lake. This was his pain, and also the reason why he was able to live until now. In the past, when he occupied the cold lake, he accidentally found the entrance to that small world. At that time, he was the overlord of this place, and even the emperor of this place. Therefore, at that time, he directly broke into the small world, and then, he encountered the extremely shameless Bing Shan. The powerful dragon was actually crippled by Bing Shan. Thinking of that Bing Shan, the dragon ghost felt his liver hurt. In the past, he clearly won, but that shameless Bing Shan, he actually cheated. That damn thing, how could he do this, how could he do this? Chapter 1017. Girls' Literature. But in fact, that damn guy really did it. Back then, he was actually thrown out by a mountain. Dragon Ghost's experience was actually very bumpy. When he was thrown out, he was actually not dead. He was just seriously injured. In Bing Shan's words, it was because that dragon was too jumpy. If that wasn't the case, Grandpa Bing Shan would have just thrown him out. However, not only did the dragon deny that he lost, but he also fought back. The dragon was really strong, so even the powerful Grandpa Shan had to go all out when facing that dragon. And when Grandpa Bing Shan went all out, the dragon was almost beaten to death and was directly thrown out. At that time, the dragon could only painstakingly heal at the bottom of the cold pool. As for what happened in the future, the dragon didn't want to think about it anymore. Now, he was very concerned about the fact that Shura actually brought out the treasure from that small world. What did he do to be able to do something that even he couldn't do? At this time he looked at Su Yen and said coldly, "You actually took out the treasure. That damn Bing Shan, he actually gave the treasure to you. Damn it, all of you deserve to die." At this time, he noticed that Su Yen was looking at him strangely. Su Yen sighed and said, "Dragon Ghost, are you very depressed? Back then, you clearly won, but Bing Shan insisted that you lost, right?" Su Yen felt that this dragon was a pitiful one, so he decided to tell him the truth. Of course, the truth was a bit cruel, and Su Yen was still afraid that he couldn't bear it. "Oh, you also encountered the same situation? But how did you take out the treasure? That devouring insect wouldn't lie to me. Your strength definitely wasn't so strong back then. Furthermore, even with your current strength, you are no match for that fellow." However, Su Yen didn't answer his question. Instead, he continued to ask, "Then let me tell you. With your strength according to common sense you won. Unfortunately, Bing Shan's perception is wrong. As far as he knew, a rock would always be the biggest. So, if the dragon ghost still had a body, he would have spat out a mouthful of blood. For so many years, he had always felt that the bastard was deliberately acting shamelessly, but he never thought that the truth would be so laughable. At this moment, an extremely furious dragon roar was released. Sound waves trembled continuously. Seeing him like this, Su Yan's lips curled into a cold smile, although this method seemed to be a bit cruel. However, many things in this world were cruel to begin with. This was something that couldn't be helped. At this moment, Su Yan suddenly had an indescribable sense of achievement. Of course, this was just a bad taste. As someone who had experienced it personally, he naturally knew how angry and crazy he was at that time. At this moment, his eyes turned slightly again, and then he said, "All right, there's one more thing to tell you. In fact, even if you won and he admitted that he was wrong, he wouldn't tell you where the treasure is. Hee, because that fellow doesn't know what it is." Su Yan's indifferent words fell, but at this moment, he completely went berserk. "Don't talk about it anymore. It's useless. Chun Chun. Humph, since you've already obtained the treasure, then it's the best thing. Since that's the case, why do I have to make a trip myself?" The faint light was directly transmitted. Obviously, at this moment, he was planning to kill someone and steal the treasure. This was his style. Killing people to get more treasures. It was much more effortless than trying to break through again. "You want to kill someone and steal the treasure? But I feel that you don't have the ability at all right now," Su Yan said with certainty. As the two of them spoke, their auras were crazily rising. At this moment, Su Yan suddenly realized that there was something wrong with the ghost dragon's aura. This indescribable aura made Su Yan feel very uncomfortable. Devouring worm? Are you the devouring worm or the dragon ghost? Su Yan had never understood why the dragon ghost and the devouring worm could be together. But at this moment, he finally understood that this dragon ghost wasn't the real dragon ghost at all. He had the aura of the devouring worm on him. Your senses are sharp. Actually, there's no harm in telling you. That stupid devouring worm actually wanted to devour me. But unfortunately, he wasn't strong enough. Not only did he fail to devour me, but he also became nourishment for my soul. As a result, my soul fused with the devouring worm. This experience was very unique. Su Yan never thought that he would have such an experience. At this moment, he directly said, "Then, how many devouring worms are there with combat power?" The dragon ghost no longer answered Su Yan's question. He directly roared, and an extremely terrifying pressure directly pressed on Su Yan. "None of this has anything to do with you. All you need to do is to die here quietly." The violent pressure spread out at this time, and a terrifying power rolled out. In an instant, an extremely dense aura of death boiled at this moment. Such power was simply shocking to the extreme. Even Su Yan's eyes directly reflected a light at this moment. The moment this ray of light appeared, he clearly saw an indistinct door being directly pierced through. If he guessed correctly, this was the legendary 9 Underworlds door. It was an extremely dangerous aura, because this aura was originally contrary to this world. It was a world of death, a world of completely different attributes. Heaven and earth were yin and yang, and the world was the same. Su Yan, be careful. After the 9 Underworlds, there seems to be an extremely powerful existence. Be careful of his will descending. At this moment, the God Slayer swords will directly transmitted. In fact, Su Yan also had an extremely uneasy feeling in his heart, but he couldn't tell the specific source of this feeling. At this moment, the God Slayer sword immediately pointed out his uneasiness. Su Yan nodded solemnly, then said solemnly, "Okay, I'll be careful." At this point, Su Yan no longer held back. This dragon ghost was difficult to deal with. Moreover, there might be something even more terrifying behind him. He didn't care about the safety of the Shura realm. This kind of thing should be left to the truly powerful Shura realm. But in front of him, he had to fight first. Since he came to save Aina, he definitely didn't want to return empty-handed. "Dragon Ghost, have you forgotten the fear of being dominated by Bing Shan?" Su Yan suddenly asked. This sentence was really a bit unreasonable. The dragon ghost thought that Su Yan was deliberately provoking him, but at this time, Su Yan directly threw out an object. When this object appeared, the dragon ghost's heart actually fluctuated a bit. There seemed to be a familiar feeling, but he still couldn't remember. "Yo, little Long Long, we meet again." A deep but enthusiastic voice sounded. The moment he heard this voice, the dragon ghost only felt a little pain in his soul. Damn it, this voice, he would never forget. Damn it, this is definitely the voice of that hateful Bing Shan. However, he soon saw the object flying in the sky clearly. It was clearly a scabbard. "Ha ha ha, little dragon, are you so surprised to see me?" It was at this moment that the scabbard suddenly changed. A huge shadow appeared, and an extremely huge mountain directly pressed down at this time. That terrifying power was definitely at a level that was shocking. Bing Shan, damn it, it is indeed that Bing Shan. I can't be wrong, I can't believe I can still see him in my life. At this moment, the dragon ghost's aura crazily increased, and his will was almost raised to the extreme. This guy finally appeared in front of him. Damn Bing Shan, you deserve to die. Seal of the Netherworld Dragon King. A terrible roar sounded, and an extremely terrifying power suddenly erupted. At this time, one seal after another went against the sky. Seeing such a scene, Su Yan was very surprised. What a powerful power! If he were to suddenly meet this force head-on, he might be injured by this extremely terrifying force. He had never thought that this fellow would be able to erupt with such terrifying strength. This was simply terrifying. This kind of power was simply too powerful. That kind of supreme aura was far stronger than the power that the dragon ghost had shown before. This guy was sinister enough. He was indeed pretending before. Fortunately, Su Yan had an idea and directly took out the Bing Shan that had turned into a scabbard. Speaking of which, with this Bing Shan's strength and abnormal power, it should be able to easily receive this attack. Su Yan thought silently in his heart. Ah, help, help, it's over. It's over. However, just as he thought this, the Bing Shan in the sky roared loudly. It's over. It's really over. His voice was constantly roaring. That kind of despairing mournfulness had already reached an extremely tragic level. Su Yan. Where did the Grandpa Bing Shan who fearlessly challenged the God-Slayer sword go? This was just a small scene. Why was he so anxious? At this time the God-Slayer sword spoke. Su Yan, you think too highly of this Bing Shan. Don't you realize that the current Bing Shan is much weaker than when you first met him? On one hand, he was once cut open by me. Of course, the most important point is that the source of power in his body has disappeared. Chapter 10:18. Female Literature. With that, Su Yan immediately understood. The reason why Bing Shan was so strong was because he had Hanyu Heavenly Heart in his body. He didn't know, but Hanyu Heavenly Heart was the source of Bing Shan's power. It was because of Hanyu Heavenly Heart that he was so strong. If it wasn't for the God-Slayer sword, Su Yan wouldn't have been able to defeat him. But now, Hanyu Tianxin had already created her own Taiji sword. Iceberg might still be strong, but he was far weaker than when he was arrogant and insufferably arrogant. At this time, Su Yan was asking him to fight the dragon ghost, who was using all of his power. At this time, Bing Shan's grandpa was crying. Ah, I don't want to. This world is so scary. I just want to be a sword sheath. Help. That voice was really old and miserable. He had already forgotten that he was an iceberg. His dignity had long been thrown away by him. But at this time the God-Slayer sword continued. Of course you don't need to worry. After all, he created the Heaven's Heart-Cold Jade. His body is very strong. Except for me, who is so strong, what in this world can hurt him so easily? At this time, Su Yan clearly saw a light flash in the God-Slayer sword's eyes. Su Yan's mouth twitched. This guy was clearly saying that he was the strongest existence in this world. Senior God-Slayer sword. Can you be a little more shameless? Can you at least be a little more reserved? At this moment, the terrifying power of the 9 underworlds almost engulfed the iceberg. That terrifying aura continued to roar. This kind of power was truly beyond the limits of the world. At this time, Su Yan, who had seen this power, suddenly attacked. In the endless darkness, a sword light quietly appeared. The moment the sword light appeared, an extremely terrifying power flashed. This light had reached the pinnacle. An extremely powerful force roared at this moment. Heaven and earth severing sword. Su Yan's voice was incomparably cold, but it also contained an extremely dense killing intent. The terrifying killing intent pressed towards the other party. Such power was enough to make one's scalp go numb. At this moment, his aura flickered continuously. At this point, Su Yan's aura was already too powerful. Because at this moment, he had used the divine sword. When the divine sword was unsheathed, even the mysterious altar seemed to have suffered a terrible impact. The bones placed around the altar actually began to flaunt their wealth. A terrifying force erupted at this moment. It was obvious that it wanted to suppress Su Yan directly. At this moment, The light between Su Yan's eyebrows flashed. Humph! Get out of my way! In an instant, sword chi rippled and boundless sword chi rushed out like a tide. Such a powerful and terrifying force seemed to be able to annihilate everything. That terrifying aura constantly trembled and surged at this moment. Endless brilliance surged at this moment. At this moment, everything between heaven and earth seemed to have calmed down. This was an indescribably powerful aura. Such power had already reached the pinnacle of power in this world. At this moment, Su Yan's brilliance had reached an endless level. His willpower and strength were constantly displayed at this moment. That terrifying power rippled with an extremely terrifying aura at this moment. At this moment, Su Yan chose to fight with his life on the line. Since he wanted to fight, then he would fight to his heart's content. The moment the sword chi erupted, his fighting spirit instantly rose to the extreme. Dragon Ghost was already furious. He had already decided that no matter what price he had to pay, he would directly blast Bing Shan into pieces. At this moment, he actually felt a huge threat. It was a threat of death. Even he had to admit that under such a powerful and terrifying pressure, his entire body had begun to tremble. What is this? However, at this moment, he obviously didn't have time to think too much. At this moment, he directly condensed his power, and the endless power of the netherworld directly turned into a shield at this moment. Under the threat of life and death, the so-called hatred naturally meant nothing. The two forces directly collided in an instant, and an extremely terrifying power directly spread out at this moment. The violent power constantly trembled, and the terrifying brilliance at this time exploded to the extreme. In Su Yan's eyes, there were rays of light flickering. At this moment, his eye of truth was fully activated. This was because at this moment, he was analyzing this very unfamiliar but extremely powerful force. At this moment, the aura of the battle at this moment was completely different from before. This was a true battle between kings. Su Yan was only able to discover his own inadequacies in the continuous fierce battle. After obtaining the divine sword, Su Yan's sword chi had indeed become extremely terrifying and powerful. However, this was ultimately not enough. This was because his power was still not natural enough. The current Su Yan should be considered to be at the beginning stage. If he wanted to become stronger, he still had a long way to go. His aura was rolling like thunder, but there were still many areas where it was shaky. Of course, Su Yan understood that the reason for this was because of his realm. At this time, if his realm was strong enough, it would definitely not be like this. However, there were some things that couldn't be helped. The path of the realm was inevitably a process of accumulation. In any case, it was impossible for him to achieve it overnight. Of course, he had a way to make up for the shaky feeling. That was to constantly fight. As long as his strength reached a certain level and he experienced countless battles, the use of power would become an instinct. Only in this way could his strength become more powerful. The aura of Su Yan's divine sword flickered. Yin and Yang complemented each other, and each sword had an extremely sacred feeling. The power of the netherworld was an extremely deep sea. At this time, the two forces were constantly surging. The violent power was like a huge wave that was constantly surging. Su Yan and Dragon Ghost had already reached a point where they were extremely engrossed in the battle. At this time, how could they be distracted at all? At this time, Bing Shan, who was originally very miserable under the impact of the power of the netherworld, suddenly moved. His two round boulder eyes directly emitted an extremely deep light. Little dragon, do you think you can escape from the fear of being dominated by me? You must be dreaming. Bing Shan suppression. At this time, Bing Shan directly flew up and immediately suppressed Dragon Ghost. This action was like an extremely standard aerobics exercise. Bing Shan even gave himself full marks for this action of his. He felt that he was really amazing to be able to make such a perfect action. At this moment, even he was moved by his own actions. And this time, what he received was an extremely angry roar from Dragon Ghost. Su Yan's sword was originally not easy to deal with, although he had the support of the extremely powerful power of the netherworld. However, Su Yan's divine sword was still too terrifying. The sword light itself seemed to have an attribute that could cut through everything. His strength was already very strong. Coupled with that attribute, it immediately made him suffer. Under such a powerful force, he almost gritted his teeth to endure. However, at this time, that familiar and hateful voice sounded, followed by a huge yin and yang. That despicable iceberg, he actually dared to launch a sneak attack at this time. Roar! Bang! Two sounds sounded one after another. The huge body of the ghost dragon was suddenly smashed down by Bing Shan. Bing Shan's grandfather was very satisfied with this feeling. To be able to suppress an enemy under his own body, this feeling was simply perfect. Ha 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 ha. In this gloomy world, Bing Shan's grandfather's laughter was so soul-stirring. Su Yan. This damn Bing Shan, as expected, would bring him enough surprises. Now, he felt sad for the dragon ghost that was being suppressed under him. When he was alive, he was ravaged by Bing Shan. At this time, there was a huge reversal in the strength of the two, but he was still the one being ravaged. How could they still have fun like this? He silently exhaled in his heart. How could there be such a Chunibu iceberg in this world? Ah, you damn Bing Shan, I'm going to completely crush you. The dragon ghost's angry roar came through the ground, and then the entire ground began to shake. Su Yan could completely imagine how angry the other party was. He could also completely understand the source of this anger. I'm going to fly. At this time, Bing Shan's exaggerated cry came again. In the next moment, he was directly sent flying into the sky with a bang. My great master, you have to save me. I'm just a pitiful scabbard. Su Yan suddenly felt a little embarrassed. Today, his liver was a little painful. At this time, the dragon ghost's body suddenly emitted a blazing flame. That was the ghost fire. Igniting the ghost fire meant that it was determined to kill. Ha ha ha, interesting, interesting. Su Yan, this clown is good, I like it, ha ha ha. The Godslayer sword's wanton laughter came. Su Yan silently nodded. This world really made it impossible for people to play. In the next moment, he directly rushed into the sky, and at this time, a sword light was directly released. That extremely powerful sword gleam immediately surged out at this moment. Go back for me. Su Yan first waved his hand, and the scabbard that Bing Shan had turned into immediately fell into his hand. At the same time, his Taiji sword drew a sword chi in the sky. After the sword chi appeared, it did not immediately fall. Instead, after a moment of silence, it actually changed. Chapter 1019. Female Literature. One ray of sword aura turned into 2 rays of aura. The sword aura kept changing. One was yin and one was yang. One was red and one was blue. They kept entangling in the air. At this point, that ray of sword light was already extremely powerful. Endless rays of light were evolving at this moment. This ray of power wasn't overbearing, nor was it very sharp. However, his aura was filled with an indomitable and powerful force. At this moment, Su Yan didn't know that the Godslayer sword was observing everything with great interest. This ray of power was very novel even for him. Among the divine swords or sub-divine swords he was familiar with, both the divine wind sword and the Taixing divine sword were known for their sharpness and overbearingness. This included the evil sword, cold jade, and himself. However, the Taiji divine sword in Su Yan's hand was different. Although it was very powerful, when it was displayed at this moment, it felt a little soft. However, the Godslayer sword didn't dare to underestimate this ray of power. Although this power wasn't strong enough at this moment, what kind of existence was he? His vision naturally saw things that others couldn't see. If this power was displayed to the extreme, then he would create a whole new domain. That was a domain where yin and yang were balanced to the extreme. He thought about it carefully. After so many years, no one had explored this path. There were countless mysteries surrounding Su Yan. This was also the reason why he followed Su Yan. This was the so-called miracle and power of the so-called child of destiny. You would never know what kind of miracle would happen to him in the next moment. At this moment, there was an extremely solemn light in his eyes. That gaze seemed to be able to see through everything in this world. At this moment, Su Yan's power of yin and yang had already suppressed it. Such a power was like endless thunder roaring, and also like flowers blooming and wilting in a mystic realm. In short, there was nothing that could not be achieved. At this moment, the Godslayer sword knew that the outcome of the battle between Su Yan and the dragon ghost had already been decided. The strength of the dragon ghost was naturally formidable, but unfortunately, the strength of Su Yan's sword was too terrifying. Of course, this was also because of the divine sword. If it wasn't for the divine sword, Su Yan's strength definitely wouldn't have reached this level. At this time, Su Yan's power was constantly surging. It felt like an endless river was crashing into a boulder. The ghostly power of the ghostly dragon was like a boulder or even a mountain that blocked the river. However, it was useless. In front of the power of the river, no matter how powerful it would be completely crushed. At this moment, the dragon ghost's body suddenly swayed. His eyes were filled with disbelief. He never would have thought that his power would be so easily shattered by Su Yan. At this time, Su Yan was high up in the air. His eyes were fixed on the dragon ghost. The moment he slashed out with his sword, he felt as if his soul had become transparent. This was a new experience. Not to mention the God-Slayer sword. Even he himself was extremely unfamiliar with this power. Tai Chi, this is the Tao of Tai Chi. There were many things that one might already know the truth of, but when one encountered it personally, the feeling was extremely different. Unknowingly, Su Yan saw a new path. Yin and Yang coexisting. This accommodating power was very similar to the power of the Exalted. However, after this attack, although the dragon ghost was seriously injured, he was not dead yet. At this moment, an extremely vast power surged into his body. After taking Su Yan's attack, his body had clearly dimmed a lot. However, at this moment, his body actually began to burn with light again. His strength began to rise directly. This increase had even reached an extremely terrifying level. It had already surpassed his original aura. If this continued, not to mention recovering from his injuries, it would not be impossible for his strength to increase again. At this time, Su Yan did not dare to be careless. However, at this time, Su Yan did not have the intention to take the opponent's life. His eye of truth directly pierced through an area. After that darkness, he finally found Aina. At this time, Aina was much better than before. At the very least, the power that bound him had lessened a lot. In fact, Su Yan knew that this was all thanks to the powerful battle between him and the dragon ghost. The dragon ghost could not spare any more thoughts. Naturally, it could not do anything about the means set up by the Emperor Shura. Therefore, Aina could be safe at this time. After discovering Aina's location, Su Yan did not stop for a moment. The Taiji sword trembled, and an extremely powerful sword of Nirvana burst out at this time. The power of the sword of Nirvana flashed at this time. Its power was naturally unimaginable. This sword of Nirvana was now heading towards the darkness that imprisoned Aina. This was a formation that the dragon ghost had set up in this altar. Its power was not weak. However, at this time, Su Yan was much more terrifying than before. It was impossible for such a formation to stop Su Yan. Even so, Su Yan directly broke through the bindings and finally broke through. Stay! The dragon ghost's huge consciousness directly appeared at this time. Aina was related to the inheritance of the Emperor Shura. He would never let Aina escape. And Su Yan was even more important to him. Su Yan had obtained the treasure he wanted. Moreover, he had taken that hateful Bing Shan as his servant. This was the biggest provocation to him. Therefore, no matter what, he had to completely kill Su Yan. Only then could he be at ease. At this time, Su Yan's power was still rising. The terrifying radiance at this time had reached an extremely exaggerated level. Such power was constantly changing at this time. When the dragon ghost's terrifying attack arrived, Su Yan had finally reached Aina's side. He did not say anything and directly reached out to grab Aina. At this time, countless electric arcs suddenly flashed around Aina's body. The power of the electric arcs kept flashing, as if they wanted to directly devour people's souls. Thunder rumble. Su Yan knew that it was the Yin thunder, the thunder of the 9 underworlds. It was extremely insidious. Once contaminated by this thunder, there would definitely be no good ending. Even though he was very confident in himself, he did not dare to give this thunder any chance. After all, he did not want to die yet. At this time, his power directly erupted at this time. Thunder rumbled. It was the thunder of the Yang world. Yin and Yang directly began the most direct collision. This kind of terrifying aura was simply terrifying. However, Su Yan, who was in the midst of this terrifying power, was indifferent. The moment these two thunderbolts collided, a powerful force once again tore the boundary. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Su Yan directly jumped up. Dragon Ghost, I have remembered today's matter. If there is a chance in the future, I will properly settle this account with you. After Su Yan finished speaking, he immediately retreated towards the exit. At this time, the dragon ghost's power suddenly increased. With such a terrifying power, Su Yan already knew that it was impossible for him to resist. If he continued to stay here, he would only be courting death. This was because this power did not come from the dragon ghost, but from the 9 underworlds realm. That was an extremely powerful existence, even exceeding Su Yan's knowledge at this time. Therefore, there was no need for him to fight with such an existence. At this time, he got the opportunity to go as far as possible. But at this time, the dragon ghost was not willing to give up. Extremely angry dragon roars rose and fell at this time, one after another, trembling unceasingly. A terrifying majesty was directly released at this time. 9 underworlds hell seal. At this time, in order to make Su Yan stay, the dragon ghost actually wanted to seal this place directly. The speed of the sealing of the space was extremely fast. At this time, Su Yan was indeed in a bit of danger. However, Su Yan's methods were not bad either. Taiji sword. Assist me. Use the regal sword escape technique with all your strength. At this time, Su Yan realized that he absolutely could not fight this power head-on. Moreover, he had already done what he wanted to do now. Aina was in his hands. Since he had already rescued him, there was no need to continue fighting at this time. After all, this was the Shura realm. To the Shura realm, he was already an invader. It was not his turn to protect this world. At this time, an extremely terrifying and powerful aura was constantly flashing at this time. It was a power that came from the depths of the underworld's body. This power wanted to directly seal the entire 9 underworlds, including Su Yan. This dragon ghost's idea was very simple, which was to completely imprison Su Yan in this world. In this way, he could do whatever he wanted to Su Yan. However, although his idea was good, Su Yan would not give him the chance. Su Yan knew that this was an extremely dangerous time, so he did not delay or hesitate. In an instant, he had already activated the power of the Taiji sword. Although the Taiji sword was only a subdivine sword at this time, it could not be compared to terrifying and earth-shattering divine swords like the God-slaying sword and the Frost Jade. Its power was not even comparable to an existence like the Taixing sword. However, its power was already strong enough. At this moment, sword chi rushed to the sky. That kind of power was simply unimaginable. At this time, Su Yan had completely calmed down. This was because at this time, he already knew that after using the power of the divine sword, he would definitely be able to escape from this place. Chapter 1020. Female Literature. The whole process lasted for a very short time. In fact, it didn't take more than a few breaths of time. But in these few breaths of time, Su Yan had already left the place shrouded in the aura of death. The sun of the Shura realm directly shone on Su Yan's body. Although Su Yan didn't think highly of the scorching sun of the Shura realm, he had to admit that at this time, Su Yan actually felt very happy. No! That extremely mournful voice was still roaring. The dragon ghost was naturally unwilling to accept that his prey was taken away just like that. This was something he couldn't tolerate, but now, he had no choice but to do so. Because his current identity had already determined that he couldn't set foot in the human world. He was already an undead creature. If his strength didn't reach a certain level, he wouldn't be able to live under the scorching sun of the Shura realm. When Su Yan completely left that place, he breathed a sigh of relief. In fact, he was also shocked just now. The power that suddenly erupted in the Netherworld realm was really unfathomable to the extreme. He originally thought that after this time, his strength would increase and he would be able to fight the king of the Shura realm head-on. No matter how he looked at it, his strength wasn't bad. With this kind of strength, he could already move unhindered. But this time, it gave him a head-on blow. His strength had indeed increased, and it was an extremely terrifying increase. But there were always powerhouses in this world who were stronger than him. Just like this time, in fact, it was because the Godslayer sword had already told Su Yan that there was an extremely powerful existence inside, so Su Yan paid attention to it. Otherwise, Su Yan would have already taken a tumble by now. After all, when that mysterious existence finally erupted with its power, it was almost silent. It wasn't until that power began to pour into the dragon ghost's body that it descended like thunder. Huff, huff, no matter what, we managed to save Aina this time. Speaking of which, Aina was truly depressed. In order to break through to the blue-faced Shura, and to become an extremely powerful blue-faced Shura. He had finally arrived at this place with great difficulty. However, he did not expect that he would be ambushed by the devouring worm. He did not even have the strength to fight back before he was directly subdued. Later on, he was captured by the ghost dragon, and even his inheritance of Emperor Shura was about to disappear. Fortunately, he had been good to Su Yen, and Su Yen had reluctantly recognized him as a friend. That was why Su Yen had saved him at all costs. "All right, I did not disappoint you." At that moment, a huge shadow suddenly rushed towards Su Yen. As that shadow moved, it emitted an extremely terrifying aura that was filled with majesty. Even an ordinary blue-faced Shura wouldn't have such a powerful aura. Of course, Su Yen did not care about this aura at all. "All right, stop showing off there. Hurry up and get over here," Su Yen said in annoyance. Hearing Su Yan's words, the shadow obediently came over. Of course, this was the Shura demon tiger. However, at this moment, the Shura demon tiger did not look defeated at all. There were even traces of blood on its sharp claws. It was obvious that it had just experienced a battle. "Oh woo, great master, you're finally back." The Shura demon tiger's thoughts were transmitted over. After this time, its thoughts were much more complete than before. It was obvious that its strength had increased tremendously. "Humph, you're quite energetic." Su Yen chuckled and then threw Aina onto the Shura demon tiger's back. At this moment, the Shura demon tiger said, "I'll stretch my muscles and bones and get rid of a few old enemies." As the Shura demon tiger spoke, it suddenly lowered its head and dropped a few things on the ground as if it was presenting a treasure. When Su Yen saw it, he was immediately stunned. It was actually the Shura's crystal. Only those blue-faced Shura-level demon beasts could condense such a crystal. It turned out that after the Shura demon tiger left the secret realm, he found that his strength was constantly increasing. The power of the 2 drops of blood was extremely powerful. In just a short while, he felt that he had an inexhaustible power. At this time, his strength also became more and more powerful. At this time, his thoughts began to move. In this place, he was not an existence that could be called a king. There were several enemies that he could not deal with. When his strength increased, the Shura demon tiger immediately thought of them. At this time, wasn't it a good opportunity to use them to practice? In any case, Su Yen did not come out. Therefore, he could not wait and went straight to those few enemies. After going through a series of changes, the Shura demon tiger not only became stronger, but also his intelligence increased by a lot. After a few battles, those pitiful things finally died in his hands one by one. This guy also had some thoughts. He still kept a few crystals and gave them to Su Yen. After all, Su Yen had become his master at this time. This was something that could not be changed. Moreover, if it was not for Su Yen, he might have died in this surprise attack. Su Yen immediately knew what this guy was thinking. However, he could at least leave a few crystals for himself. Su Yen did not stand on ceremony and directly accepted it. These crystals were now very difficult to directly increase Su Yan's depression. However, it was still very beneficial for accumulating energy and healing his injuries. Su Yen took a deep breath. At this time, the crystals moved without wind and flew up on their own. Then, from the crystals, there was a breath that directly went into Su Yan's nostrils. At this time, the Shura demon tiger realized that Su Yan's speed of absorbing energy was actually very fast. As a monster, he swallowed the energy in these crystals directly and then slowly digested them. However, he was able to discover that the moment Su Yen breathed in and out, the powerful energy of those crystals had completely disappeared. What a terrifying thing this was. Originally, because his strength had increased, he was a little less in awe of Su Yen. However, after seeing this scene, the little bit of awe that disappeared was immediately magnified like a mountain. Unknowingly, his body even shrank back a little. In his heart, Su Yen had long become a monster. However, Su Yen did not pay any attention to this fool. His gaze was fixed in the direction of 9 Nether. Just a moment ago, the entrance still existed. However, at this time, the entrance was completely sealed. However, even though the entrance was sealed, Su Yen still heard an extremely terrifying roar from inside. "I will definitely come back. I will definitely come back." Obviously, that existence was not convinced at all. He still wanted revenge. Su Yen shook his head. This time, the dragon ghost did not make him stay. In that case, he could forget about it in the future. He knew that the dragon ghost would definitely become stronger with the help of the 9 nether. But so what? He, Su Yen, had the help of the divine sword. His cultivation would definitely improve by leaps and bounds. However, at this time he faintly sighed. At this time, the one he was most worried about was Lu Lan. Although he knew that the time of the 2 worlds was not synchronized, he did not know how much time had changed. At this time, whether Lu Lan was safe and sound, or whether she had already been killed, he did not even have the slightest bit of news. Was he already very strong? No, it was far from enough. His strength had not increased fast enough. That was why he was so passive. No matter what, he would definitely not give up. All right, let's go back. At this time, Su Yen calmly said. Since the main purpose of this time had been achieved, then at this time, he should return to the Blood River City. He brought Aina back, for Nana Rue. It could be considered as returning a favor. Of course, he could see that Nana Rue took care of him because of the Blood River King. However, this did not matter. Su Yen did not mind returning this small favor. Of course, after returning to the Blood River City, he could also start his next plan. That was the Shura Cave. For the other powerful existences in the Shura world, Su Yen did not want to pay attention to them. What he needed now was the Shura Cave, and then through the Shura Cave to return to the limitless world. The sun was leisurely and the setting sun was lazy. Those wandering hunters outside the Blood River City, at this time, could only continue to wander around. For them, every day they lived was a day they earned. Even outside the Blood River City, there were also those powerful demon beasts that attacked them. Here in the Shura world, there were people dying every day. Only by entering the city could they ensure their own safety. But unfortunately, if they did not reach the level of blue-face Shura, if they want to stay in the city, they have to pay the Shura fee. Not every Shura was so generous, or so rich. There were many Shura who clearly had enough Shura fee, but were reluctant to spend it, and still chose to wander in the outer area. Of course their prey, in addition to those demon beasts, were more Shura. At that time, Su Yen had already encountered it once. But at this time, no one dared to do so. Because at this time, Su Yan's skin was blue. Blue-face Shura, these words represented high and mighty. Even the Blood River City was respectful to the blue-face Shura. In the eyes of many Shura, some were fearful, some were envious. Su Yen took the Shura demon tiger and walked into the city unhurriedly. Chapter 1021. Female Literature. At this time, no one dared to stop Su Yen from entering Blood River City. Su Yen had already proven his strength with his actions. At that time, Bareface personally took action, but he couldn't do anything to Su Yen. Instead, he and Su Yen were locked up together. And at this time, Su Yen had already become a Blue Mask Shura. From Blue Mask Shura to Blue Mask Shura, it might be a lifetime journey for most people. But Su Yen had already finished in this short period of time. At this time, there was a commotion outside the city gate. Some Shura who didn't know what was going on were still standing in the middle of the road, but in the next moment, they were forcibly expelled. Su Yen stopped because this person in front of him came for him. Su Yan's face was very calm. In fact, for this person's appearance, Su Yen was a bit surprised. Bareface, he actually appeared here? Of course, if he appeared, then he appeared. In fact, it was not a big deal. At that time, Su Yen was already not afraid of Bareface, let alone now. But the strange thing was that this guy should already know that Blood River King valued him, but he still appeared here. What does he want to do? Isn't this asking for a snub? Bareface looked at Su Yen standing in front of him. In fact, at this time, his heart was not calm at all. How long has it been? Last time, this guy seemed to be just a Blue Mask Shura, and according to his understanding, this guy transformed into a Blue Mask Shura when he entered Blood River City. But now, Blue Mask, this kid has actually become a Blue Mask. No wonder Blood River King valued him so much. At this time, Su Yen had already opened his mouth. Bareface old dog, you blocking in front of me, do you want to die? Although Su Yan's words were not heavy, they showed his arrogance incisively and vividly. Do you want to die? These words made the surrounding people suck in a breath of cold air. Many Shura already knew about the grudge between Bareface and Su Yen, but Bareface was a veteran powerhouse in Blood River City. His strength was second to none under martial Shura. However, Su Yan pointed at his nose and scolded him. Old dog? Hee, how could Bareface endure such a name? This kid is simply courting death. However, at this time, Su Yan didn't care. He didn't only scold him, but also kill. Su Yan was definitely not a person who would repay evil with kindness. Since this guy in front of him wanted to kill him, then he should be prepared to be killed by him instead. Originally, Su Yan might not have thought of settling the score with this guy. After all, he had to admit that he was very busy right now. The only thing he cared about now was the Azura Cave. Only through the Shura Cave, and then return to the everlasting world, this was what he wanted. As for Bareface, that was just a matter of convenience. But today, Bareface ran in front of him. Kid, you actually became a blue-face Shura? The Azura god is truly unfair. However, it doesn't matter. Today, I will definitely kill you. At this time, he directly roared at Su Yan. Su Yan raised his eyelids. He didn't say much nonsense. The spear already appeared in his hand. Come. At this time, he had no interest in talking nonsense with such a trash. Since he wanted to fight, then let's fight. Just kill him. Different strength, naturally different by the way, and by the way different thoughts and thoughts. A person's thoughts are naturally different according to his position. If it was in the past, facing this guy, Su Yan would naturally have to face a formidable enemy. However, at this time there was no need for that. Su Yan's strength had far surpassed the opponent's. At this time, Bareface thought that although Su Yan had become a blue-face Shura, he was after all a veteran Shura. His strength must be above Su Yan. He wanted to take advantage of this time to directly kill Su Yan. He thought that Su Yan would say a lot of things, such as whether he was not afraid of Blood River King's punishment or something like that to delay time. However, he didn't expect that Su Yan's move would be so decisive. When that word fell, his voice was still echoing, but Su Yan's spear light had already arrived in front of him. At this moment, he even felt the hair on his body stand on end. Terrifying. At this time, Bareface's heart was dripping cold sweat little by little. Su Yan's attack was so fierce and decisive. According to reason, shouldn't he be the one to make the first move? After all, there was a rule in Blood River City that one couldn't fight in the city. Last time, this iron law had been told to everyone once again. This time, the reason why Bareface dared to come out was because he was ready to challenge this rule. What he didn't expect was that before he made a move, there was someone who was faster than him. This person was Su Yan. How dare he do this? How dare he do this? Even at this time, he still couldn't believe that Su Yan actually made the first move. However, Bareface was also a person who had experienced hundreds of battles. At this time, he immediately threw away these surprised thoughts directly. Because he was very clear that at this time, there was no point in thinking about it. The real important thing at this time was to deal with Su Yan's spear. This was a stunning spear, even he had to admit. He originally thought that although Su Yan had become a blue-face Shura, he had just stepped into this field. How strong could his strength be? In front of him, he was just a piece of trash that he could casually slaughter. However, he never expected that Su Yan's first attack would give him such a huge surprise. Of course, he didn't like such a surprise. When the spear was in front of him, his eyes immediately flashed with an extremely dense light. Before Su Yan's attack arrived, Bareface's strength directly rose to the extreme at this time. Such a surge of power, such a terrifying power, simply made him feel incomparably frightened. His palm directly changed at this time. At this time, it turned into a huge furry bear's paw, and there was an extremely dense evil aura in the bear's paw. This was why he was so powerful and terrifying. In the face of his powerful strength, everything was fake. At this moment, his strength directly erupted, and immediately bombarded Su Yan's spear light. It was also at this moment that his expression turned incomparably ugly. He felt the power coming from the spear, so he didn't dare to underestimate this attack at all. However, what he didn't expect was that even though he didn't have any intention of underestimating his opponent, the power that erupted from this blow was still beyond his imagination. He had just blocked the first wave of power, but in the next moment, the second wave came directly at him. Compared to the first layer of power, the second layer of power was more overbearing and sharper. This bear paw of his was obtained from an extremely powerful great demon's paw, and then he fused it with his own Shura aura. It had an extremely terrifying destructive power. His name of the Bare-Faced Shura came from this. In the past battles, he couldn't be said to be invincible, but he rarely met a worthy opponent. However, this time, Su Yan's spear almost directly penetrated his bare paw at this time. What kind of terrifying power was this? How could this kid be so powerful? Last time, Su Yan didn't hesitate to prepare to detonate the Shura's seal, which made him very afraid of Su Yan, and it was precisely because of this that he immediately appeared and wanted to kill Su Yan. But he didn't expect that at this time, Su Yan's strength had already reached such a level. He didn't use the Shura's seal, but he already had the strength to defeat him. After this attack, the bare face immediately retreated. Su Yan, stop. I have already entered the range of the city. You dare to attack? At this time, the bare face immediately shouted angrily. Now he was really afraid, so he didn't dare to let Su Yan continue to attack, and directly shouted angrily. Although he was the one who wanted to attack first, but now the situation was completely different. Humph, idiot. Although Su Yan didn't know why this guy was so crazy, actually blocking him at the entrance of Blood River City, but since he came out, then he can only die. This guy was also interesting. After failing to attack, he immediately retreated into Blood River City. For many Shura, the city gate was the boundary between life and death. Outside the city gate, the killing was cruel, but once inside the city, it was not allowed, otherwise it would be a challenge to the dignity of the Blood River King. The bare face blocked outside the city gate to avoid this rule, but at this time, his action became his way of saving himself. But then something unexpected happened again. Su Yan's spear shook again, and then he actually directly rushed at him with the spear. How dare you? At this time, he was really afraid. Su Yan's strength was beyond his expectations, and he originally wanted to use his strength to give Su Yan a thunderous blow, to let him know how strong he was. But he didn't expect that at this time, the situation would reverse so quickly. So at this time, he had no choice but to hide in Blood River City. Although it was very embarrassing, but compared to his own life, pity was really nothing. But Su Yan actually ignored the rules and directly rushed into the city gate. You want to rebel against the Blood River King? You can only bring about your own destruction. The moment he saw Su Yan rushing in, the bare face's heart became heavier. Of course, he knew that Su Yan was a madman. Otherwise, why would he so decisively detonate the Shura King's seal? And now, Su Yan had become a madman with terrifying strength, which made him even more frightened. Chapter 1022. Female Literature. Bareface's heartbeat sped up a lot. A look of horror had already appeared on his blue face. Su Yan's killing intent was too decisive. At this moment, he knew that he had to escape. Without any hesitation, he immediately ran to the back. But how could Su Yan let him escape? In terms of speed, Su Yan would never lose to anyone in the waiting realm, not to mention that his strength had long surpassed his opponent. Today, you're courting death, so don't blame me. Since you've already jumped out, then go to hell. Su Yan's voice was so cold, and his will directly impacted Bareface Shura's ears. That was not all. When the voice entered his ears, it immediately turned into an extremely terrifying thunderclap that exploded directly. At this moment, Bareface only felt that his head was constantly shaking. This kind of power was really too terrifying. He did not understand how Su Yan's strength could be raised to such a level. Not much time had passed before a shadow suddenly appeared in front of him. Holding a spear, a pair of eyes were as cold as snow, staring straight at Bareface. This kind of power was really terrifying to the extreme. This kind of deterrence was really powerful to the extreme. Bareface, the leader of the blue-faced Shura, was actually filled with fear at this time. If you dare to kill me, I'll fight it out with you. After the initial shock, Bareface also knew that today's matter could no longer be settled peacefully. Su Yan wanted to kill him, but how could he just let himself be captured without a fight? At this moment, his aura directly rose, and his cultivation was directly pushed to the extreme. Facing Su Yan at this time, he had no choice but to do so. Of course, he also hoped that at this time, Tenor Rusty could sense the movement here and directly come out to stop it. In the face of this sudden burst of power, Su Yan just sneered. In this way, it's a bit more interesting to kill you. Su Yan's spear did not change, and the terrifying aura at this time had reached the extreme. This kind of rainbow-like light was truly terrifying to the extreme. The two forces collided directly. At the moment when the spear arrived, a huge shadow appeared outside the bear's body. It was the shadow of the terrifying gray bear. This shadow contained an enormous amount of power. This was also the method that made him famous. The collision of the two forces immediately set off waves of frenzied waves. Under the impact of this force, the ground under their feet was directly lifted up. As for those who wanted to watch the show, they were already far enough away. However, they still underestimated the power that erupted at this time. At least 10 Shura were directly killed by the impact of this terrifying power. The existence of the Blood River City was to protect the Shura, and to make the Shura rely on the Blood River City. Then, a kind of power would be generated, and this kind of power was similar to faith. This was the foundation of Blood River King's cultivation, and it was precisely because of this that Blood River King would never allow anyone to break the rules of Blood River City. If one could kill at will here, then what was the difference between this place and the outside world? Therefore, last time when Bareface, as a blue-faced Shura general, wanted to kill a green-faced Shura, Narue immediately took action and even directly used the power of the origin of Blood River City. At this time, Su Yen at this time, made a move at this time, which was a violation of the ban, and at this time many Shura had already died. "Kid, you're finished." He was proud of himself. Could it be that this kid was crazy, or that he was arrogant because of Blood River City's appreciation of him, so he could be fearless? Blood River City was the foundation of Blood River King's cultivation. No matter who it was, no one could be an exception. At this time, an extremely powerful force directly appeared. A bloody light directly rushed over. It was the will of Narue. "Impudent, you are not allowed to fight in Blood River City." At this time, Narue had already arrived, and the will of Blood River City surrounded him. He naturally noticed the two sides at this time, and at this moment, he frowned. Ever since the last invasion by King of Destruction, his life had actually been threatened. Therefore, for now, it was best for him to slowly recuperate. However, the heavens did not listen to his wishes, and at this time, a dispute broke out in Blood River City again. When he saw these two people, he naturally knew in his heart. After all, the reason why Su Yen left these few days was something that he was very clear about in his heart. Moreover, he had just seen Aina on the Shura Demon Tiger's back. Obviously, Su Yen had rescued Aina. However, at this time, Bareface appeared here, and in a flash, he had already understood the situation. "Bareface, how dare you violate the king's rules?" In his opinion, Su Yen had killed Bareface's son, and Bareface was a veteran powerhouse, not to mention that he already had a criminal record. So this time, Bareface must be the first to make a move. At this moment, killing intent surged in his body, and at this time, he actually had the idea of killing Bareface directly. Bareface immediately cried out, "Narue, don't slander me. It was that boy who started the fight in the city, and I was just passively defending." This was indeed the truth, and a trace of doubt flashed in Narue's eyes. At this time, Su Yen opened his mouth. "City Lord, let's talk about it later. Let me kill this bastard first." After Su Yen finished speaking, he actually directly attacked in front of Su Xiao. A powerful force rose again, and a terrifying flame appeared. Narue's expression changed greatly. At this time, the aura that Su Yen burst out had reached such a level. He originally thought that Bareface was just talking nonsense. After all, with Su Yan's strength, how could he be that guy's opponent? But he never thought that Su Yan's strength had reached such a terrifying level. "Su Yen, this is Blood River City. Don't make a mistake here." Although Narue was shocked by Su Yan's strength, he was after all the city lord of Blood River City. What he did was the will of the Blood River King. As long as he was alive, he would not let anyone destroy this. However, at this time, Su Yen had no intention of giving him face. Since Bareface dares to stop me at the city gate today, he should be prepared to die. At this time, Su Yen was really arrogant to the extreme. Even if Narue was in front of him, he had no intention of stopping. At this moment, Su Yan's strength suddenly changed. At this moment, his control of power had reached an extremely terrifying level. With a move of his will, the power left by Aganda Shura was directly stimulated. That terrifying aura was simply like an army at the city gate. At this moment, it wasn't just Bareface who was intimidated. Narue was too. In the face of this power, Luo Xiao didn't dare to make a move. This was because he could sense the power of a king within Su Yan's body. Su Yan's intention was very clear. If Narue insisted on stopping him, then he would directly kill Narue. Narue felt bitter in his heart. This young Shura was actually so terrifying. But not long ago, when he had just entered the city, he had just become a green Shura. But now, he had become an existence that Na-Ru-A could only look up to. At this moment, Su Yan's strength was so terrifying and powerful. No, save me! Scorpio King, save me! At this moment, Bareface felt the threat of death and immediately shouted loudly. But strangely, he wasn't shouting the name of the Blood River King, but the unfamiliar name of the Scorpio King. Na-Ru-A's expression immediately changed when he heard these words. In an instant, he knew that Bareface had betrayed the Blood River King. It was also at this moment that the sky above Blood River City started to darken, and in the dim sky, a huge shadow of light appeared. People with discerning eyes could see that this was an extremely terrifying and huge scorpion. The Scorpio King was also an extremely powerful Shura King. However, his territory wasn't here. Over the years, he, the Blood River King, and the Destruction King had never interfered with each other. No one had expected that this king would actually make a move at this time. At this time, how could Rusty not know that Bareface had actually pledged allegiance to this person in front of him? But did he eat a bear's heart and leopard's guts? He actually dared to do this. One must know that the price of betrayal was never small. Wasn't he afraid of angering the Blood River King by doing this? Of course, this wasn't the time to care about this. Because all these unforeseen events happened too quickly, to the point that people couldn't catch their breath. The huge Scorpio King descended and directly pounced at Su Yan. Die! A will directly descended and suppressed Su Yan. The Scorpio King's full power was naturally extremely terrifying. The Scorpio King's purpose for coming this time was Blood River City. But he didn't expect that such a powerful character would appear in Blood River City at this time. A mere blue-faced Shura was actually able to erupt with such powerful strength. The reason why he chose Bareface was because Bareface's battle strength was definitely in the upper echelon among the blue-faced Shura generals. But even with such strength, he was still unable to withstand a single blow from Su Yan. So how powerful was this blue-faced Shura? The Scorpio King naturally had his own plans for coming this time. What he wanted was to defeat the Blood River King and then plunder his territory. In that case, the powerful Su Yan would definitely be an obstacle to him. In that case, he might as well make the first move and gain the upper hand by killing Su Yan directly. His attack would be the Scorpio Soul-Devouring Scorpio. Chapter 1023. Female Literature. At this time, Bareface finally let out a sigh of relief. The moment this person appeared, he knew that he was finally safe. Bareface hated Su Yan to the bone. Not only did Su Yan kill his son, but he also caused him to suffer in the blood prison. At that time, he had already made up his mind to kill Su Yan. But it just so happened that the Blood River King seemed to think highly of Su Yan. He had already given up hope. However, the Scorpio King appeared. Although his battle strength was tyrannical, it was naturally impossible for him to be a match for a king. Moreover, because of this matter, he had already criticized the Blood River King. However, the pressure of a king made him not dare to act rashly. He didn't expect that this was a heaven-sent opportunity. The Scorpio King had already promised to protect him. Moreover, after the Blood River King was killed, the position of Blood River City's City Lord would be his. No matter what, Bareface had no reason to object. Therefore he gladly agreed. Luring out the Blood River King and killing Su Yan at this time seemed to be the best choice. However, he didn't expect that Su Yan had already become so powerful. He thought that he was going to die, but at this juncture, this person appeared. The Scorpio King really did come to his rescue. This made him extremely happy. At the same time, he also saw Su Yan die. No matter how powerful Su Yan was, it was impossible for him to be compared to a king. This was something that he had to struggle with. However, at this time, Su Yan directly told him the answer. At this moment, Su Yan's gaze was directly looking at the sky. The spear in his hand released the strongest radiance. Even under the terrifying power of the Scorpio Soul-Devouring Scorpio, Su Yan's attack was still so powerful and terrifying. Destruction Spear. This attack appeared once again. Su Yan had already analyzed the power of destruction after fighting with the King of Destruction last time. His power of destruction naturally couldn't be compared to the King of Destruction, but it was still powerful enough. Of course, if that was all, it was naturally not enough to face a powerful king. However, he still had Aganda's legacy. At this point, Su Yan had perfectly extracted the power of the inheritance. Su Yan, who possessed the power of the exalted, was able to perfectly combine these two powers. When these two forces fused, they immediately produced an extremely powerful force, and this force was enough to contend against a king. The Scorpio Soul Devourer and the Spear of Annihilation clashed. At this moment, Rusty was no longer able to interfere in the battle. The only thing he could do was to use all his strength to protect the people around him. At the same time, he would inform the Blood River King of the situation. Su Yan and the Scorpio King's attack shocked even the Scorpio King. He never thought that Su Yan's power would be so terrifying. That violent power directly impacted at this time, and a terrifying aura filled the air, and actually blocked his power. It was at this moment that he suddenly realized that Su Yan's gaze had turned and landed directly on Bareface. At this point, how could he not know what Su Yan was thinking? He wanted to kill Bareface. He really had guts to kill in front of him. He clearly saw that Su Yan was just a blue Shura. A mere blue mask dared to provoke him like this? He was courting death. However, he had to admit that Su Yan might already be the most powerful blue Shura. Among the many blue Shura, how many could block his attack? Those who could block his attack were all powerhouses at the level of martial Shura. At this moment, Su Yan could. Not only did he block his attack, but he was even on par with him. Although he hated Su Yan to the extreme, he had to admit that Su Yan was a huge threat to him. This time, he came to kill the Blood River King, but Su Yan's appearance was a variable to him. This was definitely not a good thing. At this moment, Bareface was already filled with panic. He never thought that Su Yan would actually attack him at this time. That extremely violent power directly blasted towards him. How can he be so powerful? At this time, he was really shocked. How could Su Yan be so powerful? Such terrifying strength had already exceeded the limits of his understanding. That kind of violent power could only be described with the word, terrifying. Under such a powerful force, it seemed like the whole world had fallen into a state of chaos. At this time, the violent power was constantly dancing, and the terrifying sound of the air breaking was released, as if it was the horn of doomsday. In the next second, his world became pitch black. All the terrifying light no longer appeared in his eyes. That darkness was like a huge vicious beast of nothingness that directly devoured him. Then, in the next moment, everything disappeared. Not only the light, but even the sound was the same. Everything was everything, disappearing without any reservations. Such an unforeseen event made him panic. This fear was the most fundamental call of death. If I want to kill you, no one can save you. When all that was left was despair, Su Yan's voice sounded. To him, this voice was undoubtedly the final judgment of doomsday, deciding life and death with a single word. In the darkness, a ray of light appeared. It was the Spear of Annihilation. Save me! At this time, Bareface could only place his hopes on the Scorpio King, but Su Yan was too fast. Moreover, he was too decisive. Under the Scorpio King's power, he actually took the risk to kill Bareface. In fact, the Scorpio King had already made his move. He was using the tactic of besieging Wei to rescue Zhao. He didn't believe that Su Yan would choose to kill him when his life was in danger. Unfortunately, even if he didn't believe it, it was the truth. Right now, Su Yan had really done so. When the Scorpio King's power hit Su Yan's body, Su Yan's Spear of Annihilation had already pierced through Bareface's body. After withstanding this power, a brilliance flickered around Su Yan's body. That was his invincible avatar. Su Yan had already expected the other party's terrifying killing intent. He also knew what the other party was thinking. However, he still made his move without hesitation because he knew that his current strength was enough for him to withstand this attack. Even though doing so would injure him, Su Yan wasn't afraid. Although the invincible avatar couldn't keep him safe and sound, the injuries he would suffer definitely wouldn't be too much. Moreover, after reaching this realm, the strength of his physical body had already reached an extremely terrifying level. He was confident that he could recover from his injuries in the shortest time possible. Therefore, he dared to do this. Although the invincible avatar operated, Su Yan still underestimated the Scorpio King's power. His body was sent flying like a kite with its string cut. However, when Su Yan flew out, the Bareface also fell directly to the ground. At this moment, the Scorpio King's figure appeared. It was a thin and gloomy Shura. At this moment, His eyes were fixed on Su Yan. At the same time, a sharp poisonous tail suddenly appeared behind him. He was the Scorpio King. 70% of his most terrifying part was this Shura's poisonous tail. At this moment, he displayed this Shura's poisonous tail, showing his determination to kill Su Yan at all costs. Bareface was actually a very important person in his eyes. Today, he had come for the Blood River Monarch. As long as he killed the Blood River Monarch, this city would immediately fall into his hands. Bareface was someone who could control Blood River City for him. However, this spokesperson had died just like that. How could he not be angry? Not to mention, Su Yan had killed him right in front of him. At this moment, Su Yan, who was still flying in the air, immediately sensed an extremely terrifying killing intent. He immediately knew that this guy was preparing to kill him. This could be said to be an extremely dangerous situation for Su Yan. Su Yan immediately focused his attention. At this moment, he almost took out the Taiji sword. However, right at this moment, a bloody light soared into the sky. An extremely furious intent directly suppressed it. Scorpio brat, you've gone too far. The Blood River King couldn't help but be furious. Blood River City was a place he had painstakingly built. He had built this city so that he could establish a sufficient scale to collect vital energy. But now, the Scorpio King actually dared to attack his city. This was simply destroying his foundation. At this point, there was no doubt that both sides were absolute enemies. At this moment, the bloody light condensed in the sky and finally turned into a blood arrow. At this point, it was already a battle of orthodoxies. A terrifying and powerful aura had completely turned into the most terrifying and frightening radiance. This was the Blood River King's killing move. The appearance of the Blood River King immediately disrupted the Scorpio King's actions. The Scorpio King was about to attack, but he didn't dare to be careless in front of the Blood River King. Su Yan had dared to use the invincible golden body to take his attack head-on. But he didn't dare. In the face of this Blood River arrow, his Azura poisonous tail suddenly swayed. That formidable power directly burst out with the most terrifying brilliance at this time. The formidable power whistled like a volcanic eruption. The power of the two kings directly clashed at this moment. The two forces hadn't collided yet, but this place had already suffered a fatal blow. Even if the restriction of Blood River City was activated at this moment, how could it resist the terrifying power of two kings? The surrounding ground had long been torn apart, and cracks spread out like a spiderweb. Chapter 1024. Female Literature. Scorpio, you're courting death. At this time, the Blood River King was thoroughly enraged. Looking at the devastation of this place, he was on the verge of collapsing. This was all because of that damn Scorpio King. If not for him, would this land have been reduced to such a sorry state? At this time, his power began to erupt, and the blood river in the distance suddenly started to ripple. At this time, endless fury flashed in the Scorpio King's eyes. According to the original plan, Bearmask would take action and force the Blood River King out with his words. Then he would launch a sneak attack. He was confident that with his attack, he would be able to make the Blood River King pay a deep price. However, Su Yan's appearance put him in an extremely disadvantageous position. When two kings fought, the difference between taking the initiative and being passive was simply too great. However, at this point, there was no point in hating him. The most important thing was to get rid of the current crisis. Since the Blood River King had already taken action, he would definitely not show mercy. The terrifying power condensed within the arrow of Blood River made him extremely apprehensive. At this time, his Shura's poisonous tail transformed, and an extremely deep aura appeared. The aura seemed to contain the most powerful sin in this world. Such a surging power continued to surge. Blood River, today, I'm here to take your life. The power condensed by the Scorpio King finally blocked the arrow of Blood River. The terrifying aura within the Shura's poisonous tail was almost surpassing that of a king. At this time, the Blood River King was shocked. This time, he had grasped the initiative. His arrow of Blood River was prepared for the Destruction King. Thus, one could imagine how powerful he was. However, the power displayed by the Shura's poisonous tail had actually reached such a level. The surging power seemed to have engulfed everything. Such a berserk power was truly terrifying to the extreme. Hee, Blood River. Did you think that I wouldn't make any preparations before coming here? The Scorpio King had already calmed down. Just as he said, since he dared to come here, He naturally had his own arrangements and preparations. Of course, having Bear Mask lure out the Blood River King was only one of his plans. If he didn't have complete confidence in his strength, he wouldn't have come here. And at this moment, that powerful aura was displayed. In fact, at this time, his power was constantly increasing, and he was gradually suppressing the power of the Blood River arrow. That is the power of Emperor Shura. At this time, Blood River King was shocked. He actually sensed the most terrifying aura in this place. At this time, his power had reached a point where it was limitless. An emperor. That was the aura of an emperor. It was not the first time he had come into contact with the Scorpio King, so he knew very well that it was impossible for him to become a ruler. One had to know that among the many Shura kings, the King of Destruction was the one who was closest to becoming an emperor, and the Blood River King was not far off either. The two of them dominated this place, and the other Shura kings did not dare to act presumptuously. But this time, not only did this guy make a move, he even brazenly invaded. He had someone to rely on, and judging from the powerful aura that erupted and his terrifying strength, there was clearly an additional emperor behind him. Ha ha ha, Blood River King. It seems like you are not muddle-headed. I will tell you the truth. Emperor Tianxing has issued a decree to take this place for his own use. If you dare to resist, only death will await you. He was right. This time, he came here to carry out the will of an emperor. If not for this, he would not have dared to provoke this battle without the support of an emperor. The Blood River King was very powerful, and the Scorpio King was originally not his match. But this time, the Sky Judgment Emperor had made a move and given him such a method, and that gave him sufficient confidence. Of course, if it was possible, he would still choose the simplest method to end the battle. But since the simplest method was no longer feasible, then he would directly annihilate the Sky Judgment Emperor. Damn it, it really is an emperor. At this moment, the Blood River King sensed an extremely terrifying aura. However, in the Shura world, emperors could not easily make a move because they had reached an extremely terrifying level. A battle between emperors would often bring a huge blow to the Shura world. It was precisely because of this that emperors could not easily make a move against each other. But why did the Emperor Tianxing dare to do this? Of course, this was no longer important. What really mattered was that the Emperor Tianxing had made a move, and his first target was the Blood River King. This infuriated the Blood River King. Of course, he knew that he was the first target because of the Sky Scorpio King. But now, this was useless. The most important thing was to get through this calamity. When the power of an emperor descended, even the Blood River King was on the verge of death. However, at such a juncture, these powerhouses who had struggled on the edge of life and death understood that they must not lose their composure. The power of an emperor was indeed powerful, but it was not impossible for the Blood River King to make a move. The most important point was that it was not an emperor who made a move. It was only an emperor's power that appeared at this time. Since that was the case, the Blood River King had a chance to counterattack. At this moment, he directly mobilized all of his power. In an instant, powerful forces collided. The long bloody river seemed to have responded to his call and directly rushed toward this place. The Blood River King had been hiding in the long bloody river to cultivate all year round in order to improve his power to the greatest extent. At his level, it was extremely difficult to improve his realm. In that case, he could only directly improve his combat strength on the basis that he could not improve his realm. The long bloody river was his best choice. The reason he built Blood River City here was to be vigilant in times of peace. As long as he was here, he could summon the power of the Blood River, which would greatly improve his combat strength. This was also why even the mighty King of Destruction was not willing to provoke the Blood River King under normal circumstances. At this moment, the power of the Blood River fell and immediately blocked the Emperor's mark. The Sky Scorpio King was taken aback. He did not expect the Blood River King to have such a trick. Nonetheless, he hated Su Yan even more at this time. If he had gone according to his original plan, it would not have been so troublesome. If he had directly launched a sneak attack with his absolute power, the Blood River King would have been obliterated before he could even summon the power of the long bloody river. Nonetheless, it was useless to say that now. If the power given to him by the ruler could not suppress the Blood River in the end, he could only escape with his tail between his legs. As for the rest, he could only wait and see what would happen. Fortunately, what he was worried about did not happen. The power of the long bloody river was indeed terrifying. At the very beginning, this power was indeed suppressed. However, this was all he could do. After this stage, the Emperor's power immediately displayed its true majesty. The incomparably powerful power had reached its peak at this time. The terrifying radiance was simply like a scorching sun at this time. Under such power, the radiance of the blood river gradually dimmed. Such power had simply reached its peak. After a while, a lot of the scarlet blood chi of the blood river had evaporated. If this continued, the Blood River King would undoubtedly lose. Ha ha ha, Blood River. Although your power of the Blood River is powerful, it can't contend with the power of the Emperor. I'll give you a chance now. Kneel down and seal your cultivation. If you do that, I can still give you a quick death. Otherwise, today will be the day you die. At this time, he was already complacent. Not to mention him, anyone would be overjoyed to see a great enemy about to die. Blood River, you still dare to disobey? At this time, his momentum had reached the most terrifying peak. The Scorpio King felt that he had everything under control. However, an unforeseen event occurred at this time. Behind him, an inconspicuous power suddenly burst forth. In the beginning, the Scorpio King did not notice anything at all until the murderous intent suddenly erupted. Such a terrifying power was simply unbearable. What? The Scorpio King was originally in a complacent state, but then the terrifying murderous intent appeared. He instinctively turned around and circulated his power throughout his body. It was also at this moment that the extremely terrifying murderous intent descended. The berserk power appeared at this moment, and the terrifying power ruthlessly bombarded his body. Next, he immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. Damn it, it's you, brat. At this time, he finally saw the face of the person who suddenly attacked. It was Su Yan. It was Su Yan. When the Blood River King and the Scorpio King were fighting desperately, Su Yan directly launched a sneak attack. His Spear of Annihilation had raised its power to its limit. In fact, the moment Su Yan was sent flying, he had already stabilized his body. At this moment, Su Yan's body was much stronger than he had imagined. The Scorpio King's attack had indeed caused him to suffer heavy injuries. However, not only that, his injuries immediately healed. At that time, he already had the qualifications to fight back. However, it was at this time that the Blood River King suddenly appeared. At this time, Su Yan was indeed rejoicing at the appearance of the Blood River King. If it were not for the Blood River King, the one facing the ruler's power would have been Su Yan himself. Chapter 1025. Female Literature. Su Yan's strength had improved too much, and he had even reached the level where he could contend against a king. Even so, it was still too much for him to face a ruler. Under such circumstances, it was impossible for him to be a match for this ruler's power. When the Blood River King and his opponent attacked, Su Yan chose to hide. This was because after sensing the terrifying power, he did not act rashly. Instead, he waited for an opportunity to come. At this moment, the opportunity finally appeared. The power of a ruler and the power of the Blood River summoned by the Blood River King directly clashed. At this time, Su Yan knew his chance had come. Therefore, he attacked without hesitation. When he made his move, Su Yan had already suppressed his movements. This was because he knew all too well that the experts in front of him were extremely vigilant. Unfortunately, even though the distance was very close, the Heavenly Scorpion King still sensed it at the last fatal moment. As long as he sensed it, he would be able to discover it immediately. Therefore, when Su Yan's Spear of Destruction was about to kill him, he still woke up and immediately launched a defense. Even so, he could not kill the Heavenly Scorpion King. For Su Yan, it was naturally very regretful. Nonetheless, if Ashura King could be killed so easily, it would be too nonsensical. Of course, even though the Celestial Scorpion King already had a defense, it was still impossible for him to completely block this power. The Spear of Destruction ruthlessly hit the defensive power. After most of the power in front was eliminated, the remaining power hit the Heavenly Scorpion King's body. Layers of brown patterns appeared on the surface of the Heavenly Scorpion King's body. At the same time, his face was extremely ferocious at this time. His pain, his anger, all of it showed on his face. On the other hand, Su Yan, who had exerted all his strength, seemed rather calm. "You're courting death." A thick murderous aura directly rushed towards Su Yan. This terrifying power surged, as if it wanted to suppress Su Yan to the point of suffocation. Su Yan had ruined his plans time and time again. At this moment, he hated Su Yan to the core. At this moment, he directly activated the power of a ruler and directly charged towards Su Yan. Since you're in such a hurry to die, I'll fulfill your wish. At this point, his power had almost reached an endless state. The terrifying aura directly bombarded his body. Such a violent power immediately suppressed Su Yan's spear of annihilation. Facing this terrifying power, Su Yan's expression changed again and again. The strength of a ruler was beyond his imagination. Blood River King, attack! At this moment, Su Yan immediately shouted. At this moment, the Scorpio King's attention had fallen on him, so it was a good opportunity for the Blood River King to attack. Nonetheless, Su Yan suddenly realized that the Blood River King was hesitating. At this moment, a trace of anger flashed through Su Yan's mind. He immediately understood the Scorpio King's thoughts. The Scorpio King wanted him to fight to the death with his opponent while he took the opportunity to gain benefits. Humph, as expected, other than myself, I can't trust anyone else. At this moment, Su Yan made up his mind and immediately responded. Faced with such a violent power, he did not continue to increase his power to perform the Spear of Annihilation. This was because he knew very well that if he really fought to the death with this ruler's power, he would definitely have to pay a huge price. Most importantly, he had no reason to do so at the moment. Since there was no reason, why should he risk his life? Therefore, he directly performed the regal sword flight and immediately retreated. As soon as the sword chi moved, his body turned into a stream of light and retreated into the distance. This ruler's power was formidable, but Su Yan's strength was even more terrifying. In just an instant, he had left the attack range of this fearsome power. It was also at this moment that the Blood River King cursed internally. Previously, he had indeed hoped that Su Yan would be able to fight the Scorpio King head-on. If it was an ordinary blue-faced Shura, he naturally would not have this ability. Even so, the Blood River King knew that Su Yan could do it for sure. No, the Blood River King even felt that Su Yan was capable of killing the Scorpio King directly. At this moment, he could naturally see that Su Yan's strength had grown by leaps and bounds again. Earlier, Su Yan was already able to resist the Scorpio King's fearsome strength. How could a blue-faced Shura reach this level? The Blood River King did not know what Su Yan had experienced, but in his opinion, this must be the work of that mysterious and unfathomable powerhouse who was likely to be Great Emperor Shura. That was why Su Yan could grow so terrifyingly. How terrifying was the strength of such an expert? If he made a move, not to mention the Scorpio King, who had the power of a ruler, even if the Tianqing Emperor personally came, what could he do? Perhaps the Scorpio King could only die under that person's power. Unfortunately, he did not see what he wanted to see in the end because Su Yan did not make a move. At this moment, Su Yan chose to retreat. At this point, the Blood River King had no choice but to make a move. The Scorpio King was here, and judging from the situation today, it was clear that he and the Blood River King would not rest until one of them was dead. Since that was the case, the Blood River King could not show mercy. At this moment, the Scorpio King's strength had not been exhausted yet, so it was the best time to make a move. If he allowed the Scorpio King to recover, it would not be so easy for the Blood River King. At this moment, the radiance of his blood river surged again, and then an extremely terrifying aura took shape. The moment this power appeared, the surroundings began to tremble. This was his power, the Blood River Arrow. Moreover, it was his most powerful attack. Since they were already mortal enemies, who cared if the ruler sent him or not? He would kill him first. The Blood River Arrow was condensed in an instant. In fact, when the Scorpio King attacked Su Yan, he had been condensing this blood arrow. Otherwise, he would not have been able to condense it in an instant. The moment the blood arrow appeared, an extremely terrifying radiance immediately descended. At this moment, the Scorpio King immediately felt the threat of death. Only now did he realize that he had forgotten about the Blood River King in his rage. Of course, he would not have acted like this under normal circumstances, but he did not know that Su Yan had secretly used his power. This power naturally could not do anything to him, but it had unintentionally magnified his anger, giving the Blood River King an opportunity to take advantage of it. Blood River, I came under orders. If you dare to kill me, the Emperor of Tianqing will immediately come in person. He naturally saw the killing intent in the Blood River King's eyes. That terrifying killing intent was so grave that it was practically boundless. At this moment, the Blood River King had fallen into the most passive state. At this moment, he almost did not know how to turn the tables because it was obviously unrealistic to use his power at this moment. Therefore, he only hoped that the ruler's name would deter the Blood River King and save his life. It was a pity that the Blood River King did not have the slightest scruple now that things had come to this point. At this moment of life and death, it was either he or the Blood River King. The Emperor of Tianxing was naturally powerful and made the Blood River King extremely wary. However, that was a matter for the future. The most important thing right now was to kill the Scorpio King. If this fiend was not eliminated, the Blood River King would not be at ease. Moreover, the Scorpio King was not weak to begin with. Allowing him to return was akin to letting a tiger return to the mountains. While the Scorpio King was speaking, the Blood River arrow had already flown out. The terrifying power directly turned into a terrifying blood arrow that immediately pierced the Scorpio King's body. The powerful blood-red energy was like a terrifying river, constantly rushing towards his body. The terrifying blood arrow pressed forward with an indomitable will. That power had already reached an extreme point. The terrifying power directly impacted the Scorpio King's body. The Scorpio King's body trembled constantly. How terrifying was the power of the Blood River arrow! The Scorpio King's complexion turned ashen in an instant. At this moment, his power was constantly rioting as he wanted to block this power. Nonetheless, this was the Blood River King's all-out attack. It was an attack that borrowed the terrifying power of the Blood River. Even the power of a ruler from before could be blocked for a while, let alone the Scorpio King, who was in an extremely poor state at this moment. Under the impact of the Blood River's power, the Scorpio King only felt that his vitality was gradually fading away. No, I don't want to die. Great Emperor, save me. I'm willing to offer my soul. At this moment, the Scorpio King had reached the end of his rope. In the end, he finally made a decision. He gritted his teeth and began to shout. It was a soul sacrifice. By offering one's powerful soul to the other party, one would become the other party's puppet from then on. This was completely different from effectiveness. Once one's soul was sacrificed, although one would still be alive, one's life and death would be controlled by the other party with a single thought. Nonetheless, the Scorpio King had no other choice at this time. This was because he knew that if he continued to hold on, his soul would be destroyed. If he became a puppet, at least he would still be alive. If he died at this time, nothing would be left. As soon as the Scorpio King's soul sacrifice was activated, an extremely terrifying power immediately appeared. That power was truly overbearing. It forcefully broke through all obstacles and directly channeled its will. At that moment, that will seem to have become the truth. Chapter 1026. Female Literature. That power was simply like a divine splendor that suddenly appeared in the night sky. In an instant, a pair of cold eyes stared at him. Su Yan suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. He discovered that he was being watched by a pair of eyes. It wasn't an illusion, but a real pair of eyes. This was the gaze of a peerless powerhouse. That feeling of being high and mighty made Su Yan feel very uneasy and uncomfortable. To be able to do this and suddenly appear at this time, there was no need to mention the identity of this person. It was the Emperor of Shura. The Emperor of Tianxing. The Scorpio King actually chose to sacrifice his soul at this time. In this way, he had completely sold himself to this emperor. By doing so, he was cutting off his future path. After becoming a slave and lackey, how could he have the chance to advance further? However, he was also at the end of his rope. If he didn't take this step now, only death would await him. Between life and death, he ultimately chose to compromise. At this moment, his strength suddenly skyrocketed. Although he knew that this was only temporary and was the power he obtained through his sacrifice, the Scorpio King was still very satisfied. Then, his gaze fell on Su Yan. He hated Su Yan to the extreme. If it wasn't for Su Yan, he wouldn't have fallen to such a state. Therefore, all the fault originated from Su Yan. This guy was clearly just a blue mask, but his strength was so terrifying. Just this point alone was enough for him to not let this kid live. Otherwise, if he was given enough time to grow, it would be the time for him to perish. Su Yan naturally felt his killing intent, but at this time, most of his attention was still on that pair of eyes. Blood River King, you deal with the Scorpio King. Su Yan directly said to the Blood River King. He didn't care if the Blood River King agreed or not and directly looked at that pair of eyes. The Blood River King furrowed his brows, but he didn't reject it. If an ordinary blue mask Shura had spoken to him like this, he would have already slapped that person to death. However, he wouldn't do the same to Su Yen, because Su Yen had already displayed his strength. Even though his realm had yet to reach this level, in this world, everything was still about the word strength. Su Yen already had enough capital to speak to him like this. At this very moment, his strength soared. Streaks of blood river light made him look even more profound. "You damn old scorpion, your opponent is me." His blood river light suddenly suppressed the Scorpio King. The Scorpio King was an invader, so why would the Blood River King be polite? Of course, he knew that this guy's strength had increased, but so what? After all, this was Blood River City, and this was his home ground. He's of the Blood River Kings of the Kings of Bloods. The power of the Blood River King responded to his summons and directly supported him. At this moment, he naturally didn't dare to fight against an emperor. However, he didn't put the Scorpio King in his eyes, even if the Scorpio King was strengthened. As soon as he finished speaking, a huge blood-red palm fell straight down. At this moment, an extremely eye-catching radiance suddenly soared from the Scorpio King. This radiance directly rushed to the top of the sky and turned into a huge scorpion. The two powers started to clash at this moment. The berserk power seemed like flames that could destroy everything. Such radiance was simply terrifying to the extreme. However, compared to the battle between these two kings, Su Yan's battle was obviously more terrifying. In fact, at the beginning, the Blood River King almost didn't dare to believe his ears, because Su Yan actually wanted to challenge the Emperor's eye. Although it wasn't the Emperor of Tianxing descending personally, the power contained within was something that even he didn't dare to easily approach. However, he recalled that there was an even more powerful existence supporting Su Yan behind him. He had personally experienced that powerful power. Therefore, he had some confidence in Su Yan. In fact, Su Yan's best choice at this moment was to directly leave this place. This was because this place was already a place of trouble for him. The life and death of the Blood River King had nothing to do with him. If he left, at least no one here could stop him. However, at this moment, Su Yan chose to fight. Because he wanted to become stronger, there was another important reason, and that was that he needed to find the Shura cave and leave the Shura realm. At least he had a good foundation here, but if he left just like that, he would have to start all over again. Therefore, it was a good idea to protect the Blood River King. When he saw the Emperor's eye, he was naturally shocked. The Emperor of Shura was a power that surpassed that of a Tao master. He was in existence at the level of an emperor. In fact, he knew very well that he was no match for the Emperor of Shura no matter what. However, at this moment, he still wanted to give it a try. He wanted to see how powerful the Emperor of Shura was and what kind of profound meaning his power contained. This was a good opportunity because the Emperor of Shura obviously didn't come here personally. And this pair of Emperor's eye was a manifestation of his will. Therefore, this was the best moment for him to make a move. At this moment, the Taiji sword in Su Yan's hand fell into his hand. As soon as the Taiji sword appeared, Su Yan's aura suddenly rose to the extreme. His cultivation level was indeed too low. However, after his power merged with the divine sword, it made up for this to a large extent. At this moment, his power surged. The aura within it was so strong that it was almost 10 times stronger than before. Slash! As soon as he said the word, the God Slayer sword intent was displayed. This was his most ferocious sword intent. As the sword fell, the space above Blood River City seemed to be directly separated. The terrifying power turned into a storm and swept directly toward the Emperor's eye. At this moment, the pair of eyes directly enlarged, as if they could control all living things. At the same time, a cold roar was heard, and the terrifying power rolled down at this moment. Although Su Yan's power was strong, he was the Emperor of Shura. If the great Shura did not appear, he was the strongest existence. He was the absolute ruler. In this huge world of Shura, how many people could become the Emperor? Therefore, his strength was absolutely unquestionable. The surging power transformed into extremely terrifying thunderbolts that continuously attacked Su Yan. The storm and the lightning began to fight directly. As soon as this power fell, Su Yan immediately felt a huge pressure. However, he laughed. At the same time, the power of the utmost supreme in his body began to operate wildly. He was trying to analyze the source of this power. As long as he could completely analyze this power, he would be able to have a higher level of comprehension. At this moment, the God-Slayer sword suddenly said, "Kid, you're really greedy, but I like it." At this moment, no matter how one looked at it, it looked like it was gloating. However, it was just as it said, that it had a high opinion of Su Yan. In the face of such a powerful power, Su Yan still dared to directly go against the heavens and challenge it. This courage was already worthy of recognition. It had to be known that in this world, there were countless powerhouses who did not fear death. However, when facing an enemy who was destined to surpass them, they would feel fear in their hearts. This little bit of fear, when spread, would eventually become their shackles, causing them to be unable to take another step forward. However, Su Yan did not. He clearly knew that the power of the sovereign was extremely strong. Even if he used the Taiji sword, it would be very difficult, but he still made a move without hesitation. It had to be known that he had already said that he would not make a move this time. The battle between the lightning and the storm had reached an extreme point. The fierce collision between the two forces had caused Blood River City to be in imminent danger. At this moment, Tenna's heart was filled with uneasiness as he watched such a battle. The world of Shura had been peaceful for too long. Although there were battles happening all the time in this world, and the death of living creatures was normal, the sovereign of Shura had made a move. To be able to become the sovereign of Shura, which Shura was high and mighty, their goal was the great Shura the Great. At this point, they had already sensed many things from the unseen world. This kind of perception was far from what people of his level could understand, but he could know that this power was incomparably mysterious. For so many years, the sovereign of Shura had been quiet and did not make any movements. However, at this time this person made a move. It seemed that a great era was coming. The Shura had always been strong. However, in the great wide world, the Shura was not invincible. The world of Shura was invading other worlds, and other worlds had also invaded the world of Shura. In fact, in an extremely distant legend, the greatest Shura of Shura's heavens had fallen. It was precisely because of this that the world of Shura became more and more barren. He had secretly observed history and found that the world of Shura had invaded other worlds, especially the infinite world, more and more frequently. The most important point was that the space between the two worlds had become more and more loose. The Shura cave had appeared much more easily than in history. The frequent appearance of the Shura cave had caused the Shura to launch more frequent invasions. In this way, they could plunder a large amount of resources. Countless Shura were also keen on this, but Tenna's worry was because the space between the two worlds had become loose, which meant that if the infinite world wanted to invade, it would not be so difficult. Chapter 1027. Female Literature. It sounded very inconceivable, but he was worried about this. Of course, Na Xiao was not qualified to care about this, and he didn't even dare to mention it. Although he was a blue-faced Shura, he was still too humble in front of a real powerhouse. Not to mention other things, for example, he couldn't intervene in this battle at all. At this time, Aina also came up. He looked at such a battle with burning eyes. Compared to Na Xiao's helplessness, he was full of yearning. He was eager to fight, eager to make himself stronger. Now, he was more terrifying and powerful than before. But this was far from enough. Back then he was able to fight Su Yan to a draw, but now, Su Yan had far surpassed him. Su Yan's outbreak was too fast, and his improvement was too fast. At this time, he couldn't even see his battle clearly. High up in the sky, the two pairs of eyes had already erupted with light like the scorching sun at this time. That terrifying aura made him shrink back at the sight of it. But Su Yan forcibly suppressed this thought. He challenged the Emperor's eyes, not because he knew that he was bound to be fine because he was protected by the God-Slayer sword, but because he wanted to challenge someone stronger. He had already fought against a king, and he was barely able to not lose, but this was the first time he felt the power of the Emperor Shura. At this time, the Taiji sword was as excited as he was, because this was also the first time he felt such an extremely violent power. This was a kind of suppression of rules. At this time, the powerful flame seemed to want to directly crush everything and then create its own rules in nothingness. This was the so-called destruction and then establishment. Such a power was like a whirlwind. And this new set of rules was to serve only himself. When all the power erupted, this was a terrifying power. Although this was not the arrival of a real emperor, this alone was enough to display the most terrifying power. It was also because of this that even the Blood River King would be at a disadvantage when facing this power, even if he had the help of the Blood River. This was the difference in the essence of power. However, Su Yan was different this time because he had the power of the divine sword. Strictly speaking, the Taiji sword was only a sub-divine sword. It couldn't be compared to the God Slayer sword at its peak. However, his strength was already strong enough. The essence of his strength was definitely not weaker than that of a venerable sovereign. He might even be comparable to a holy venerable. In this way, Su Yan no longer had an inherent disadvantage in terms of the essence of power. Of course, this was only a one-sided view. At the very least, Su Yan himself had not been able to step into this realm. Otherwise, how could things be like this? With Su Yan's own strength, he could directly kill everything. When he cooperated with the Taiji sword, even if the Emperor of Tianxing came here personally, he would only be killed. Su Yan's power continued to clash with his opponent, and the violent power stirred up countless clouds of smoke. That terrifying aura directly soared to the extreme at this moment. At this moment, his strength was constantly rising at this time. It was an indescribable feeling. Su Yan only felt that he was indescribably carefree. Right now, it was as if he had opened the door to a new world. At this moment, his brilliance rose to a boundless level. At this moment, Su Yan felt that his spirit was about to leave his body. However, at this time, he suddenly thought of something and immediately suppressed this feeling. This feeling was very wonderful, but he clearly knew that this was a drawback. It was a drawback because he couldn't control his spirit. If he didn't control himself, the consequences would be very terrifying. This time, the battle lasted for a whole hour. In this 1 hour, it was extremely difficult for everyone in Blood River City. Because of this terrifying battle, the surrounding air had become incomparably heavy. It was as if there was an extra mountain on everyone's body. After an hour, the pair of rulers' eyes finally gradually disappeared. It was the descent of a ruler's power, but it was not his actual body. After such a long time of continuous bombardment with Su Yan, his power had gradually dissipated. Of course, if it was under normal circumstances, the power would not have dissipated so easily. However, the supreme power in Su Yan's body was constantly devouring this power. This had become a cycle. That powerful force continued to devour everything, absorbing all of that terrifying force into it. This kind of power change was unimaginable for ordinary people. At this moment, Su Yan's aura was slowly rising. Although he was already in an extremely miserable state during the battle, Su Yan's aura was slowly rising. Most of the bones in his body had been shattered, but he seemed very satisfied at this time. He had long stopped caring about this level of injury. The eyes of the ruler of heavenly punishment had disappeared, and the celestial Scorpion King had a premonition that danger was coming. In the battle against the Blood River King, he had always been at a disadvantage. Although he had been instilled with the ruler's power, he had always been at a disadvantage in this battle. This made him hate the Blood River King even more. He knew that this was related to the geographical advantage. Even so, they were both kings, but the gap between them was so big, which still made him very unwilling. Just wait. This time, you've angered the ruler of heavenly punishment. Next time his actual body will come. I'd like to see how you and this little brat will deal with this. He left behind a ruthless sentence and was about to leave. Nevertheless, how could Blood River be willing to let him leave at this time? Since they had already shed all pretenses of cordiality, he might as well go all out and kill him. At his level, he naturally would not be sloppy. Even if the Celestial Scorpion King was backed by an extremely powerful ruler of Shura, since they had become enemies, there was no need to worry. Killing the Celestial Scorpion King first was equivalent to cutting off one of his hands. Of course, he would want to do such a good deal. His Blood River power directly turned into a light screen, blocking the Celestial Scorpion King's escape route. The Celestial Scorpion King's Celestial Scorpion incarnation reached an extremely terrifying level at this moment. His eyes were filled with haze. He did not expect that the ruler's eyes would not be able to do anything to Su Yan. As a result, he had fallen into a huge crisis. At this moment, Su Yan did not care about his injuries at all. His gaze fell directly on the Celestial Scorpion King. At this moment, he suddenly had an idea in his mind, and that was to devour the Celestial Scorpion King. Devouring a king. What an incredible idea. Even the God Slayer sword was taken aback at this moment. Boy, are you crazy? The Shura King is a Dao Venerable. You actually want to devour a Dao Venerable? Are you crazy? It was no wonder that he was so shocked. If it were him, he might not even care about a Tao Venerable. After all, he used to be a powerful existence that was above everything. But what about Su Yan? Su Yan was only a venerable at the moment. In terms of realm, a Tao Venerable was much higher than him. But now, the God-Slayer sword wanted to devour a Tao Venerable. Su Yan said, "Crazy? Maybe, but I feel that I don't have much time left. I have to do something that I don't dare to do. If I do it step by step, I won't have any chance." As he spoke, he had already moved toward the Celestial Scorpion King. The God-Slayer sword did not say anything because he knew that Su Yan was right. Although Su Yan's strength had improved very quickly at this moment. If he did it step by step, it would really be too late. As a top existence, although he was in trouble, he could feel that the trajectory of heaven and earth had begun to change. All the monsters were beginning to recover. In fact, there was a problem that he had noticed long ago, and that was that the barrier between the worlds was loosening. Putting everything else aside, the fact that Su Yan could enter the Shura world was a good indication. If this continued, Su Yan could only be a chess piece that could be sacrificed at any time when the Real Calamity came. He knew that Su Yan was a very special existence. So many powerhouses were plotting against him. The Great Demonic Dragon, the Great Demonic Heavenly Lord. Which one of them was not the most terrifying existence? Even at his peak, he was afraid of them. Since the God-Slayer sword could wake up from its shattered state, these people could naturally do the same. While he was thinking, Su Yan had already rushed into the blood curtain. When the Celestial Scorpion King saw Su Yan's arrival, the sense of crisis in his heart became even stronger. He had personally witnessed how terrifying Su Yan's fighting strength was. Even the Emperor's eye couldn't do anything to Su Yan. And now, Su Yan had directly arrived here. The despair in his heart immediately deepened. "Brat, who the hell are you? Also, do you really want to kill me? You need to know that it was just an eye formed by the power of the Sky Punishment Emperor. If you really kill me, his main body will definitely come in person. Are you mentally prepared for this?" His eyes were full of resentment. At this time, he already knew that he didn't have much chance. However, anyone would hope for a fluke before death. Perhaps in these 1 or 2 sentences, as long as the other party was afraid, there would be hope for survival. At this time, Su Yan sneered and said, "Celestial Scorpion King, you are still a king. What's the point of saying such words? Today, you will die without a doubt." Su Yan directly spread out his power and blocked his path. This was the power released by the divine sword. The Celestial Scorpion King's thoughts of breaking through space immediately fell through. When the Blood River King saw the sword in Su Yan's hand, his eyes were full of blazing desire. Chapter 1028. Female Literature. When the Blood River Monarch's eyes fell on the Taiji sword, the greed in the deepest part of his heart couldn't be suppressed. He had never been so eager to get something. At this moment, he even wanted to attack Su Yan directly. However, he didn't lose his rationality. At this time, Su Yan was no longer the Su Yan at the beginning. He now had the power to directly contend with the Emperor's eyes. He was clear that the reason why Su Yan was able to do this was most likely because of this divine sword. But now the sword was in his hand, so it was his own power. If he attacked Su Yan now, Su Yan alone would have the means to deal with him, let alone the powerhouse behind Su Yan. Right now, the most important thing for him was the Scorpio King. He and Su Yan could still be considered friends, but the Scorpio King was already his mortal enemy. Today's matter couldn't be undone. If the Scorpio King returned, he would definitely make a comeback. After becoming the servant of the Emperor of Sky Execution, the Scorpio King had indeed lost the possibility of stabilizing his position as the Emperor. However, in a short period of time, his combat strength was bound to increase even more. He couldn't bear the addition of the Emperor of Sky Execution. Therefore, the best choice now was to kill the Scorpio King directly. What made him happy was that Su Yan seemed to have the same intention at this time. He temporarily suppressed the greed in his heart and shouted, "Scorpio, since you have come to my Blood River City today, don't go back." His voice was ice-cold and full of killing intent. His Blood River City had suffered a huge loss in today's battle. Just the aftermath of the battle was enough to shatter the entire city. What was more important was the will of the people. In the past, all the Shura knew that as long as they entered Blood River City, they would be safe. The Blood River King's powerful strength intimidated everyone. It was precisely because of this that so many Shura had come here. These Shura lived here and offered their Shura aura to the Blood River King, who was constantly improving his strength. But what about after today? The news that a ruler was going to attack him would definitely spread. By then, the Shura would probably not treat this place as a refuge anymore. Instead, they would scramble to leave this place. This was destroying the foundation of his cultivation. This was the hatred of life and death, and there was absolutely no way to ease it. At this moment, the Blood River Monarch's blood screen grew even stronger and blocked the Scorpio King. The Scorpio King's heart sank even more. He knew that there was no way for him to be kind today. At that moment, his body suddenly began to change. His entire body turned into a crystalline color. Blood River, I'm afraid it won't be that easy for you to kill me. At this moment, his power rushed out, and his target was Blood River King. With such a posture, one could tell at a glance that it was a desperate appearance. The Blood River King coldly snorted. Scorpio King, why put on such an act? You're the one who offended me first. Since that's the case, let's fight. In fact, the Blood River King was also furious at this moment. Of course, he could see that the Scorpio King was already determined to die. His current goal was to drag someone down with him, but the Scorpio King's target was him. Blood River's radiance, boundless baptism. At this moment, the Scorpio King's power suddenly operated, and a bloody light soared into the sky. It was simply lawless. The Crystal Scorpio and the Blood River King's power directly bombarded each other. These two terrifying auras burst out, and the powerful force turned into a terrifying light screen, directly pushing outside. Su Yan stopped not far away from the two of them. The Scorpio King's reaction surprised him a little because he clearly saw the Scorpio King's anger and hatred towards him. However, since the Scorpio King had chosen Blood River King, he could just sit back and reap the benefits. The battle between the two monarchs was indeed terrifying. At this moment, Su Yan's attention became even more focused. How could he miss such a wonderful opportunity? With the support of the Taiji sword, his combat strength could indeed reach this level. However, he clearly knew that this wasn't enough. What he needed was to continuously increase his strength. He clearly knew that his enemies were far from these people in front of him. The two Shura Kings were indeed very strong, but compared to those powerful existences whose fate was linked to his, what were they? Unknowingly, Su Yan's state of mind calmed down. At this moment, the huge crystal Scorpio suddenly appeared between heaven and earth, and the appearance of the Berserk Shu directly caused a huge impact to Su Yan. This terrifying power had changed to the extreme at this moment. And Su Yan was carefully sensing the changes in the power of the two sides. Right at this moment, the sky above their heads suddenly changed. The world became even more oppressive at this moment, and a faintly discernible power appeared at this moment. When such a power appeared, it was as if the sky was about to collapse. This was an extremely oppressive feeling. Su Yan, who had just been silent in the power, suddenly opened his eyes. Interesting. At this moment, the God-Slayer sword suddenly said. Su Yan didn't know why he suddenly said this, but he understood that since this guy said this, something bad was about to happen. Right at this moment, a thunderbolt directly struck down. This thunderbolt appeared too suddenly. Before this, there was not even the slightest sign. However, Su Yan was already on guard before this. When the thunderbolt struck, he directly disappeared from where he was. His speed was already extremely fast, and in an instant, he dodged the terrifying impact of the thunderbolt. However, that thunderbolt seemed to have locked onto him. At this moment, it was inseparable, and continuously attacked him. Su Yan couldn't help but curse. Damn it, isn't that heaven's will already blocked? Such a scene had only happened when he had just arrived in this world. However, during this period of time, heaven's will's attention to him had long disappeared, and so he was able to live a good life. However, he didn't expect that at this moment, he would be attacked by heaven's will again. Blocked? That's actually wrong. It's just a temporary block. Now, the power of heaven's will is watching you again. Have you forgotten that pair of eyes from before? The God-Slayer sword said. At this moment, Su Yan was suddenly startled, and then he asked, Are you talking about the Emperor's eyes? The God-Slayer sword said. Indeed. You must know that the Emperor of Shura is equivalent to an emperor in your world. And what level is an emperor? He is a powerful existence that has perfected the Tao law, and can already sense the heaven's will. It seems that the new heaven's will in Shura has become stronger. Su Yan was shocked again. A new heaven's will. The God-Slayer sword said with a look of indifference. Yes, a new heaven's will. The old one was killed, and the new one appeared. Actually, this isn't a big deal. Su Yan dodged the lightning once again, and the corner of his mouth twitched. Talking to the God-Slayer sword was simply challenging his nerves all the time. Only such a terrifying person would be able to casually say something like, "Heaven's will execution." At this moment, the two kings who were fighting had also noticed the change in Su Yan. The sudden lightning that fell from the sky made the two of them confused. At this moment, the Blood River King's mouth twitched because he thought of something. Why is the lightning targeting Su Yan? Could it be that he's not the successor of the Shura Emperor, but an invader? He had suspected this before, but he rejected this idea when he felt the terrifying power of the Shura released by the God-Slayer sword. But now, the change in heavens will made him think of this matter again. Now that he thought about it, Su Yan was really an invader. At this moment, his head suddenly hurt. Immediately after, anger rose in his heart. This kind of anger appeared without any reason. In an instant, it was as if Su Yan had become his father's murderer. At this moment, he couldn't even care about the Sky Scorpion King. But a moment later, the radiance of his blood river flashed and he immediately calmed himself down. No, why would I have such a thought? It actually affected my consciousness directly. He was horrified. At this moment, he needed to join forces with Su Yan and absolutely not attack Su Yan. Because this was the only way to maximize the benefits. But just a moment ago, such a thought actually flashed through his mind. This made him feel a lingering fear. His gaze fell on the Sky Scorpion King. At this moment the Sky Scorpion King suddenly said, "Blood River, I think you must have felt the heavens will just now. Let's join forces and kill this kid." When he said this, the Blood River King's heart palpitated with eagerness. Of course, what moved him wasn't the ability to fight for heaven's will, but the Taiji sword in Su Yan's hand. At this moment, Su Yan didn't pay attention to these two guys. Instead, he brandished the Taiji sword and a terrifying sword aura rushed into the sky. He was going to confront the heavenly lightning. The two forces collided at the critical moment. The powerful radiance turned into extremely terrifying streams of light that kept exploding at this moment. Such a terrifying radiance of annihilation was simply burning to the extreme at this moment. Although Su Yan's sword aura was powerful, he was facing the terrifying heavenly lightning. In just a short moment, the powerful lightning power had already invaded his body. Fortunately, Su Yan's physical body was extremely strong. Not only did he not mind such a power descending, but he also treated this power as a tempering for his body. Chapter 1029. Female Literature. Hee, what a terrifying power. Unfortunately, I'm no longer the same person I was when I first stepped into the Shura realm. Su Yan's power slowly circulated. At the same time, the supreme power also moved. Gradually, the lightning became smaller and smaller. At this moment the God-Slayer sword said, "Let me help you." As soon as his words fell, an extremely terrifying aura soared into the sky. At this time, the Blood River King and the Scorpion King were both horrified when they sensed this power. How is this possible? It's actually such a terrifying power of the Shura realm. The Blood River King wasn't too surprised. After all, he already knew that there was an extremely terrifying existence behind Su Yan. However, this was the first time the Scorpion King had seen such a power. Such a violent power shocked him. He was a king himself and his strength was extremely powerful and terrifying. On the other hand, the power of the Shura Realm King was even stronger than him. But today, he witnessed an even more terrifying power. It was as if this power was the heavens in the unseen world. At this time, the God-Slayer sword said to Su Yan, "Su Yan, didn't you want to devour the Shura Realm King? Then, these two people are right in front of you. What are you waiting for?" The God-Slayer sword's intention was very clear. It wanted Su Yan to face the two Shura Realm Kings alone. The situation changed too quickly. According to Su Yan's initial plan, he wanted to join forces with the Blood River King to kill the Scorpion King. After all, devouring and analyzing the inheritance seal of the Shura Realm King had already benefited him a lot. If he directly devoured a king, his strength would increase even faster. Of course, the Blood River King wouldn't let him get what he wanted. At that time, It would be up to him and the Blood River King to determine the outcome. However, he didn't expect that the heaven's will of the Shura realm would suddenly reappear and change the situation. The God-Slayer sword was also acting very strangely this time. It didn't know that it was using such a method. At this moment, everything between heaven and earth was enveloped by the power of the God-Slayer sword. Su Yen didn't attack. He just said, "God Punisher, what is the meaning of this?" He did not understand the God-Slayer sword's actions, but he was sure that the God-Slayer sword's change in attitude had something to do with the new God's will that he had just mentioned. The God-Slayer sword said, "What do you mean? In fact, it's nothing much. It's just as you wish to become stronger. Just like you said, if you want to become stronger now, it's naturally impossible to do it step by step. What's wrong? Are you afraid? This is different from the Su Yen I know. Isn't the Su Yen I know supposed to be unafraid of the heavens and earth? Now that you have the Taiji sword and even dare to challenge the eyes of the Shura Realm King, what are these two guys?" Su Yen took a few deep breaths and said, "Okay, no matter what your purpose is, I believe that you won't harm me." After Su Yen said that, he immediately looked at the two kings. The Blood River King said, "Little friend Su Yen, what is the meaning of this?" He felt uneasy. Although he and the Sky Scorpio Monarch were both monarchs, after witnessing the battle between Su Yen and the Eyes of the Sky Punishment Emperor, the Sky Scorpio Monarch lost some confidence in defeating Su Yen. At this time Su Yen said, "All right, Blood River King, you are asking the obvious. I think you are very clear in your heart that I am an invader to this world. You can still feel the will of the heavens, which is to kill me. Therefore the two of us should be mortal enemies." After Su Yen said that, the Blood River King's expression became unnatural. He knew what Su Yen meant. At this time, Su Yen had opened his mouth, which meant that he was prepared to fight to the death. The Scorpio King raised his brows and said, "Blood River, you are quite bold. You actually dare to collude with the invaders of the Shura realm. I finally understand why the Sky Punishment Emperor came here. So that's why. Colluding with the otherworldly demons was betraying the entire world." The Blood River King directly roared, "Shut up, you idiot! Can't you see that this guy wants to kill both of us? If I am really colluding with him, is there a need for him to kill me as well? So, you stupid pig, if you don't know anything, then shut up." After roaring, the Blood River King said, "This kid is actually not that scary. What's really scary is the person behind him. You have also seen the terrifying power that can rival the will of the heavens. That's why, Scorpio King, you bastard, prepare to die." At this time, both sides had completely shed all pretense of cordiality. The Blood River King threw away all his fantasies. His power was sinking bit by bit. That terrifying aura was rolling at this time. Everything began to condense at this time. At this time, Su Yan's aura directly soared. The strength of the three of them was constantly increasing. Forget it. If this kid is really as powerful as you say, doesn't that mean we are doomed? At this time, Su Yen directly said, "You don't have to be so pessimistic. I might as well tell you directly that the existence behind me won't intervene in our battle. He is currently entangled with the will of the heavens. Therefore when you and I fight, he will be powerless to help me. If you kill me, you will even be rewarded by the will of the heavens." Su Yen was also very straightforward. At this time he actually said this sentence. He understood the intention of the God-Slayer sword, which was to force him into a desperate situation. Since he was also doing the same thing, then he might as well be straightforward. His Taiji sword flashed and his aura reached the extreme in an instant. Then, he activated the Regal Sword Escape art. In an instant, he suddenly appeared beside the Scorpio King. Kill! With a cold snort, his sword fell heavily. Such power seemed very heavy at this time. A sound that made one's heart palpitate resounded. It was an indescribable feeling. If it had been an ordinary Azura, Su Yen would have killed him on the spot with that one slash. However, Su Yen was facing the Scorpio King, who was a very powerful existence. His aura directly soared at this time, and the crystal light around his body appeared again. The Blood River King's Blood River Force was the strangest, while the Destruction King's Destruction Force was extremely tyrannical and destructive. The Scorpio King's Crystal Force focused on defense. Kid, do you think I'm a pushover? Then you've got the wrong person. The battle had already begun, so all the worries in his heart were cast aside. Su Yen wanted to fight two people alone. This was indeed arrogant. According to common sense, a Shura king could kill even 100 blue-faced Shura. However, Su Yan was different now. With the Taiji sword, the essence of his power was completely different. Clang! A loud sound was heard. A violent power directly bombarded at this time. The radiance in the sky has dimmed a lot. Although it was inside the boundary, the terrifying sound still spread far and wide. Such sound waves made the people of Blood River City, who were already very uneasy, even more terrified. At this time, except for the curious and capable Shura, the other Shura had already escaped. They knew very well that staying in such a place was tantamount to courting death. At this time, Aina frowned and said, "What's wrong? What's the origin of that Scorpio King? Could it be that even Lord Blood River couldn't do anything to him?" Although Aina had made up his mind to surpass Blood River King, he had to admit that Blood River King's strength was definitely the most powerful and terrifying among the Shura Kings. But at this time, it seemed that even Blood River King couldn't do anything to him. The Shura King's matter isn't something we can participate in. Nana Rue's face was very unsightly. In a sense, he had already tied his life to the Blood River City. If Blood River City was completely destroyed, then he wouldn't be far from death. At this time, Blood River City was already in ruins, which was a huge burden for him. But Su Yan is inside. I don't know if he can come back alive. Even though he knew that Su Yan's strength was extremely terrifying, he didn't dare to imagine that Su Yan was in a constant battle with the Shura King that he wanted to surpass. The brilliance of the crystal blocked Su Yan's sword, but it was also at this time that Blood River King made his move. The power of the Blood River directly condensed and finally formed the Blood River sword. Blood River King held the sword, pushed his aura to the peak, and then directly slashed at Su Yan. "Since you're an otherworldly demon, then die for me." A blood-colored crescent moon appeared. Such a figure was bewitching and powerful. Su Yan didn't seem to react to the incoming sword light. He seemed to still be immersed in the powerful defensive power of the crystal scorpion. Humph, this kid's realm is still too low. Even if he has this peerless divine weapon, he still can't control it and display its true strength. It's a pity that such a divine sword fell into his hands. It should be in my hands, so that it won't be covered in dust. When he thought that he had the opportunity to master this sword, his heart became even more excited. It was a kind of uncontrollable greed. Su Yan's strength was at most a blue-masked Shura, but even so with this sword, he could fight against the Shura Emperor's eye and even defeat it. Chapter 1030. Female Literature. He was much stronger than Su Yan. If he could grasp this terrifying power in his hands, then he might be able to survive this calamity. Even if the Sky Punisher Emperor came, he wouldn't be afraid. Of course, all of this was based on the premise that he could kill Su Yan. His blood crescent moon arrived in front of Su Yan in the blink of an eye. However, at this moment, his expression immediately changed. Because at this moment, Su Yan's body suddenly began to become very faint. Shadow! The Blood River monarch was furious. As an Azura king, from the very beginning, he hadn't been able to see that this was only a phantom. This was something that shouldn't have happened, but it did. After the blood crescent moon slashed at the shadow, it immediately moved towards the Scorpio monarch. Boom! A loud sound was accompanied by the Scorpio monarch's furious roar. Su Yan dodged the sword, so it naturally slashed at the Scorpio monarch. The Scorpio monarch's crystal defense was indeed very powerful. However, it was already very difficult for him to defend against Su Yan's attack with this powerful force. Unexpectedly, the Blood River King's Blood River slash actually landed on his body. This was no different from adding fuel to the fire for him. Blood River, you dog! Are you trying to take advantage of this opportunity to kill me? If that's the case, then come at me. I'd like to see if I can drag you down with me before I die. At this moment, he was so furious that an extremely powerful and terrifying power surged out. The Blood River monarch immediately said, "You damn old scorpion, what the hell are you doing? If you want to fight, then come at me. Do you think I'm afraid of you?" However, the two Shura monarchs were very clear that their biggest enemy at this time wasn't each other, but Su Yan. If Su Yan didn't die at this time, then they would be in great danger. Su Yan had already said that the mysterious existence behind him was entangled with the heaven's will and would not attack them. But who would believe the words of the enemy? Alright, enough nonsense. Cripple this guy first. If he doesn't die, we won't have peace. At this time, the two of them suppressed the anger in their hearts at the same time. The power of the two rose again. This time, the two of them attacked Su Yan at the same time. The moment the power of the two kings condensed, Su Yan immediately felt an extremely heavy pressure. Compared to these two powerful Shura kings, Su Yan was much weaker. He could only fight them because he had the Taiji sword. At this moment, it was even more difficult for him to deal with the pincer attack of the two powerhouses. Although the two of them were hostile to each other, they were able to display a huge amount of power when they joined forces. The Scorpio King's defense was really strong. At this time, he stood in front of Su Yan and blocked all the sword chi slashed out by him. At this time, the Blood River King stood behind him and attacked. Every time the Blood River King attacked, he would bring great trouble to Su Yan. It was as if he wanted to bite off a piece of flesh from Su Yan's body. No, I can't let this go on. After barely avoiding the power of the Blood River King, Su Yan immediately pulled away from him. What's wrong, kid? Do you know fear now? At this time, his power surged and the Blood River became even more violent. In this battle, the power he displayed was completely above the Scorpio King's. This was the terrifying aspect of the Blood River King. As long as he was near the Blood River, not to mention other things, just his battle endurance was extremely terrifying. Even the Destruction Monarch was inferior to the Blood River King in this aspect. At this time, if they continued to waste time, then the only one who would suffer would be Su Yan. After all, in terms of foundation, he wouldn't lose to anyone in the same realm. In fact, he would far surpass them. But now, he was facing the Shura Monarch. Exalted, sun-shattering slash. He ignored the Blood River King's mockery and just held his sword horizontally. Then, the Exalted Sword Scripture's Exalted Sun-Shattering Slash appeared. This place had been enveloped by the Shura power of the God-Slayer sword. The scorching sun of the Shura world couldn't enter this place. Therefore, the inside of this boundary was actually extremely gloomy and dark. However, at this moment, a dazzling radiance flickered. As the terrifying light burned, the entire world began to shatter and collapse. Such power was truly frightening, even horrifying. At this moment, Su Yan took a step forward. His power manifested at this moment. At this moment, he was the core of the scorching sun. With the support of the Taiji sword, an extremely terrifying scorching power flashed. At the first moment, Blood River King retreated to the rear. The sudden appearance of the radiance made him feel extremely uneasy. In fact, the power displayed at this moment was still within the range he could bear. However, after interacting with Su Yan for a while, he already had a rough idea of Su Yan's character. Su Yan's previous words were already words of cutting off all means of retreat. And now, he displayed this sword move to reverse the situation. Therefore, such a sword move was definitely far beyond his imagination. At this moment, Su Yan's aura was rising. Blood River, when did your courage become so small? Even with such power, you still want to retreat? The Scorpio Monarch had already withstood wave after wave of Su Yan's attacks. Although he had to admit that Su Yan's attacks were indeed powerful and even terrifying, it was still within the range he could bear. His crystal incarnation was extremely powerful. At this moment, when Su Yan suddenly slashed out this sword, he did feel a terrifying aura. However, he didn't think that he couldn't block this sword. His crystal incarnation was far from reaching its limit. If it were any other time, why would the Blood River King pay attention to this idiot? Letting him withstand Su Yan's power was also a good thing for him. But now, he wouldn't do that. Although the Blood River King wanted to kill the Scorpio Monarch very much, this guy was his ally at this moment. It was even very likely that this guy's life and death were related to his own life and death. In that case, he couldn't let this guy die like this. You idiot! This is the sword move this kid is using to turn the situation around. How can it be simple? Hurry up and mobilize your power. The Blood River King's reminder didn't attract the Scorpio Monarch's attention. On the contrary, the Scorpio Monarch sneered. Blood River King, are you trying to take this opportunity to launch a sneak attack on me? The Scorpio Monarch had always been on guard against the Blood River King. He and the Blood River King had a feud since a long time ago. Back then, he and the Blood River King were considered to be on the same side. However, during a battle, the Blood River King ruthlessly tricked him. At that time, the Scorpio Monarch almost died. Fortunately, he was lucky enough to survive. Later on, He obtained the Scorpio monarch's mysteries and became a Shura monarch. As the saying went, once bitten, twice shy. Not to mention, he was plotted against by the Blood River King. Moreover, the Blood River King wanted to join forces with this kid to kill him in the beginning. In the beginning of the battle, the Scorpio monarch didn't think much of it. However, when Su Yan retreated and executed the supreme sun-shattering slash, he suddenly thought of something. The Blood River King's attack power was actually extremely terrifying. The Scorpio monarch had deeply experienced it before. Even with the support of the ruler's power, he was still at a disadvantage. From this, one could imagine how powerful this guy's attack power was. However, after such a long time, the kid opposite him was still safe and sound. Yes, although Su Yan was in a sorry state and even had many wounds on his body, he was still safe and sound. Just how insidious was the power of Blood River King. The chi condensed from the Blood River was simply too powerful and terrifying. Even the Scorpio monarch would not be so relaxed after withstanding such power. However, Su Yan was still in such a state. Was there something hidden in this? Perhaps all of this was fake. This was just a good show put on by the kid and the Blood River King. They wanted the Scorpio monarch to let down his guard and kill him at the most critical moment. This way they would be able to obtain the greatest results at the smallest price. The Scorpio monarch knew that it was impossible for him to survive under the joint attack of the kid and the Blood River King. In the beginning, he had already planned to perish together with the kid. However, at that moment, the will of the heavens suddenly changed. Then, the Scorpio monarch joined forces with the Scorpio monarch, resulting in the current battle. The Scorpio monarch's initial target of mutual destruction was actually the Blood River King. The Scorpio monarch naturally did not want to bear such a price, so he wanted to exchange for his life with the smallest consequences. In this way, everything seemed to make sense. Despicable, too despicable. He was almost fooled again. The Blood River King was stunned. He did not expect the Scorpio monarch's imagination to be so developed that he could come up with a version of the story in an instant. Idiot, what are you still doing? The kid's attack is about to arrive. The Blood River King roared again. At the same time, his Blood River power suddenly increased. The Scorpio monarch's eyes became even colder. Is that really the case? While I was resisting the kid with my greatest strength, you sneak attacked me from behind. Blood River, you despicable dog. The Scorpio monarch's crystal incarnation went all out at this moment. Su Yan's brows twitched. The two Shura monarchs were clearly going to display their most powerful strength. Although his supreme sun-shattering slash was powerful after receiving the support of the Taiji sword, it was obviously very difficult to break the attacks of the two in an instant. Chapter 1031. Female Literature. But so what? A battle was about challenging the impossible and seeking life in the midst of death. Sun-shattering slash. At this moment, the sunlight shone to the extreme. The terrifying power shattered and boundless brilliance shone out. At this moment, the true power of Su Yan's sword burst forth. At this moment, Su Yan immediately realized that this power of his was different from the past. The previous sun-shattering slash was a power that had evolved to the extreme. The scorching sun rose with terrifying and berserk power. When the scorching sun began to fade away, the power of this sword became even more berserk and terrifying. With this, the most berserk power impact was completed. However, it was different this time. The moment the scorching sun rose, this power had already reached an extremely terrifying level. Su Yan even felt that the violent evolution had already been completed at this moment. The moment the scorching sun shattered, what he felt was actually coldness. It was an unimaginable coldness. Even Su Yan himself felt a bone-piercing chill. This kind of ice-cold power rushed towards him at this moment. However, Su Yan himself was the user of power, so this impact didn't affect him much. But when this power rushed toward the Blood River King and the Scorpio King, it became even more terrifying. The Blood River King's eyebrows twitched wildly. I knew it, I knew it. The power of this sword is really powerful. The sword swept over. The terrifying heat of the berserk to the extreme was constantly fusing with the extremely cold power. The scorching heat had reached an unimaginable level. At this moment, yin and yang complemented each other. Ice and fire came from the same source. The powerful Blood River King turned into a huge shield at this moment. At this moment, the Scorpio King was in the most awkward position. According to his expectations, this was a conspiracy of Su Yan and the damn Blood River King. Therefore, he even gave up on defending against Su Yan's power and rushed toward the Blood River King. But the moment the scorching sun shattered, he realized that he was wrong. At this moment, Su Yan's strength had increased by more than 1,000 times. That berserk aura was so powerful that he was at a loss for what to do. This was especially so when the yin and yang powers combined. The aura that erupted was simply extremely powerful. The power of that radiance was truly terrifying. Endless aura was released bit by bit at this time, even forming a yin-yang storm. The power of the yin-yang storm soared into the sky. It was so conspicuous in this domain barrier. Damn it, Shui didn't trick me this time. Crystal battle form. At this time, Yi Shiwen finally understood that Blood River King really didn't cheat him this time, but it was already too late. However, he wouldn't wait for his death in vain. At that moment, he unleashed his crystal battle body. In an instant, a huge crystal scorpion appeared in the sky. Su Yan's heart skipped a beat when he saw the crystal scorpion. The crystal scorpion's appearance was truly terrifying. Moreover, it had already lost the appearance of a living creature. If he had to use a word to describe it, it would be a tank. The appearance of this huge crystal scorpion was very similar to the tanks in Su Yan's original world. However, in terms of size, it was countless times larger than a tank. At this moment, more than half of the power of Su Yan's yin-yang strangulation immediately hit it. As a result, the pressure on Blood River King immediately decreased a lot. Damn fool, if I really wanted to trick you, you would have died 1,000 times over. Blood River King cursed in disdain. In the next moment, his body immediately shot out. At this moment, taking advantage of the gap between the crystal scorpion blocking Su Yan, it was the best time to deal a fatal blow to Su Yan. You idiot! Hold on for a while. I'm going to take this kid's life. In the blink of an eye, Blood River King's terrifying blood cloak directly swept out, and the extremely violent power turned into a terrifying tide at this time. Su Yan's body was immediately surrounded by a bright red color. You invading thief, I'll kill you today. His aura manifested at this moment, and that terrifying power rose to the extreme. This was his killing move. If it wasn't a matter of life and death, he would definitely not use this move. Blood River King's ambition was extremely great. Back then, he had prepared this move for an emperor. The strength of an emperor was extremely powerful and terrifying, and it was impossible for him to become an emperor in a short period of time. In order to avoid the arrival of an emperor one day, he had already started preparing for it a long time ago. The name of this move was Blood River Strangulation. In fact, this move was very simple. It was to directly condense the power of the Blood River, and then use it together with his Blood River Grand technique to explode with the most terrifying power. Of course, the principle was indeed simple, but to use this move required a long preparation process. He had already spent close to 1,000 years accumulating this move. Therefore, when the Emperor's eyes appeared last time, although he was very apprehensive and even panicked, he still didn't compromise. This was because this was what he was relying on. However, even he didn't expect to use this move on Su Yan instead of the Emperor. Even so, it seemed like this was the best choice because if he used this move against a ruler, he would only have one chance. Moreover, there was only a certain probability of injuring Emperor Shura. However, it was different now. Even though Su Yan had the divine sword, he wasn't a real emperor. If the real emperor of Tianxing descended this time, Su Yan wouldn't have a chance at all. In other words, the Blood River Strangulation that he prepared would have an even more terrifying destructive power against Su Yan, and this destructive power was very likely to be fatal. Especially now, Su Yan had used the Supreme Sun-Shattering Slash. His attack power had been directly blocked by the Scorpio King, so how could he block his power now? This was an opportunity, the best opportunity for him to kill Su Yan. If he killed Su Yan, he would be able to obtain the Taiji Divine Sword in Su Yan's hands. When Su Yan fought against the Emperor's eyes, he had already coveted this sword. If he could obtain this sword, he was very confident that his combat strength would increase immediately. At that time, he would directly kill the Scorpio King and devour him. After that, his target would be the King of Destruction. This way, he would have a great chance of breaking through to the Emperor realm. And as long as he could become the Emperor of Shura, what could a mere Emperor of Tianxing do to him? This was what he was relying on. The Blood River suddenly engulfed Su Yan, and an extremely cold power appeared. At this moment, Su Yan truly felt the threat of death. This feeling was as if he was already under a huge mountain. At this moment, he even felt like he couldn't breathe. At this moment, his only thought was to leave. Of course, this was the first reaction a person would have when facing a disaster and predicament. In just an instant, Su Yan had already dispelled this feeling. He, who had experienced countless life and death situations, naturally understood that such a cowardly reaction was sometimes not a good thing. To a large extent, it could even cause one to lose one's life. Su Yan had not reached the point where he needed to shrink back and sign up. Blood River King, you want the Taiji Divine Sword in my hands, right? Su Yan asked directly through voice transmission. At this moment, the Blood River King's expression was ice cold. Since he had already made up his mind to kill, he would not waste his breath on Su Yan. After all, there was no point in saying more words to a dead person. At this moment, Su Yan suddenly threw the Taiji Divine Sword in his hand. An extremely heavy light directly flew out at this moment. This light flew out quickly, but it was beyond the Blood River King's expectation. At this time, Su Yan was obviously in an extremely dangerous situation. He was hit by his own power and might die in the next moment. If it were him, the most correct thing to do at this time would be to use the powerful power of the sword to save his life and find a way to block the Blood River King's attack. But at this time, Su Yan gave up on the divine sword. Could it be that this kid wants to surrender to me? No, that's impossible. This kid is actually very crafty. At this time, he must have his own purpose. However, no matter what your purpose is, since I have already made up my mind, I must kill you. You can't escape. As he spoke, his aura became stronger. At this time, a terrifying and powerful force had been condensed into a point. At this moment, the power of the Blood River was about to reach its limit. The terrifying power of the Blood River was condensed into a point. After being compressed infinitely, how terrifying would this power be? It was precisely because of this that he was confident that he could injure the Shura Emperor. At this time, although he didn't know what Su Yan was thinking at this time, his thoughts were actually very simple. No matter what changes you have, I will kill you with the most powerful power. As long as you're dead, all of your plans will fall through. It was at this moment that his power surged out. The secret technique that the Blood River King regarded as his last trump card was indeed incomparably terrifying. At this time, this power rushed out directly, leaving a bright red track in the space. This track was so eye-catching that even the boundary began to tremble at this time. The space here was not a natural world, but a barrier constructed by the god-killing sword with an extremely powerful force. However, at this time this barrier was actually shaken. From this it could be seen how powerful this force was. And it was also at this time that countless miserable screams suddenly sounded in Blood River City. Chapter 1032. Female Literature. Since this power was the condensation of all the power and burst out, naturally there was no reservation. The purpose of the Blood River King was to collect power and then condense it here. As the saying goes, an army is trained for 1,000 days to be used in a single moment. At this time, it was time to release all the power. In order to ensure that Su Yan was killed, he did not hold back at all. In the eyes of the Blood River King, Su Yan was comparable to a Shura Emperor. This could be said to be the glory of Su Yan. At this moment, those who stayed in the Blood River City to watch the result immediately felt that there was an invisible force beginning to deprive them of their lives. At this time, they all regretted and wanted to leave immediately. But it was too late. Ah, this is the Blood River City extracting my power. Why, Blood River King, why are you doing this to me? A blue-faced Shura roared directly. He was a blue-faced Azura. Below the king level, he was already an extremely noble existence. But at this time, his life was being directly sucked out. This kind of feeling was simply terrible. Watching his own life force being sucked away bit by bit, but he was powerless to do anything about it. This made him suffer to the extreme. Aina also felt this power. Of course, it was impossible for him to be captured without putting up a fight, so he immediately exerted his power to leave. Damn it, the Blood River King wants to suck out my life force. Aina was not reconciled. He paid a huge price to become a blue-faced Shura, but he did not expect that at this time, he would be treated like a pig or a dog. At this time, Nana Rue said helplessly, "This day has finally come." At this time, Aina suddenly turned around and was immediately shocked to find that at this time, Nana Rue was unbelievably old. At this time, he was almost a bag of bones. Don't be so surprised, my death has long been destined. Hyena, I will use the last of my strength to let you leave. Your future is still very long, you should not die here. In fact, Rusty had expected this a long time ago. However, he had received a great favor back then. Even if he knew that he would end up like this sooner or later, he still bore this responsibility. He was doing this to repay a debt of gratitude. He should have died a long time ago, and it was a blessing to be able to live for so many years. However, in his opinion, Hyena should not die here, so he used the last of his life to help Hyena break free from the shackles of power. Hyena, remember what I said. Don't let hatred blind your eyes. The only thing you need to do is to become stronger. Only by becoming a true expert can you do what you want to do. In this world, no matter where it is not safe. Even the god of Shura can be killed, let alone us insignificant creatures. Although I'm not strong enough, I still have some ability to calculate. The world is about to change, so we have to live well. Let's go. His flame of life finally disappeared, but at the moment it disappeared, he directly helped Hyena break free from the shackles, and then sent Hyena out. Hyena left Blood River City far away. At this time, he actually wanted to cry. Since birth, no matter how great the difficulties he encountered, he had never thought of crying, but this time, he really wanted to cry. He naturally hated the Blood River King. If it were not for the Blood River King, Rusty would not have died so miserably. However, he had to admit that Jinna Rue was right. In fact, this was the law of the jungle. If one's strength was not strong enough, then even without the Blood River King, they would still be killed by others. Therefore, hatred was meaningless. The most important thing was to make oneself stronger. He had seen the terrible scene of Su Yan and the Emperor's Eye battle, and the thought in his heart was even more firm. That terrible blood-colored power had already arrived in front of Su Yan. At this moment, Su Yan's expression was very serious. Around his body, there were arcs of electricity flashing. Thunder technique. At this time, Su Yan wanted to use thunder technique to take on this terrible power. In front of such a terrible power, he actually wanted to use thunder technique. In his opinion, this was no different from suicide. This was really a stupid opponent, but fortunately, no one disliked a stupid opponent. Therefore, at this time, Blood River King sneered even more, and directly increased the power of this attack to the extreme. The blood-colored light turned into a light shadow, broke through the barrier of space, and directly arrived in front of Su Yan at an unparalleled speed. The terrible and powerful power seemed to have become eternal at this moment. In an instant, Su Yan was already swallowed by this red power. Activate. Blood River Strangulation. He was very proud. With such a terrible power erupting, this kid would definitely die. Then, he began to look for the divine sword that he coveted. In fact, killing Su Yan was a trivial matter. What was really important was that divine sword. Obtaining that divine sword was equivalent to allowing him to become the king of Shura in advance. In his heart, he was very clear that all methods and schemes were actually bad. When facing a truly powerful existence, only strength was the right way to go. There were many things that Na Rue could see, so how could he, the king of Shura, not see? Didn't the king of destruction recently launch an invasion in the hope of increasing his strength? Only by increasing his strength could he establish a foothold. However, soon his face turned cold. Even with his powerful divine sense, he could not find any trace of the Taiji divine sword. It was as if the sword had never appeared at all. His anger suddenly rose. He naturally knew that it was impossible for the sword to completely disappear. However, this impossible thing had indeed happened in front of him. Such a situation could almost be said to be strange, but he was not willing to let it go. Impossible. This brat would never abandon such a divine sword. He must have hidden it somewhere. Where is it? Where is it? Su Yan had been surrounded by his Blood River Strangulation, so he did not believe that Su Yan could still come out alive. At this time, the most important thing was that divine sword. However, he did not expect that Su Yan was still alive at this time. Outside of Su Yan's body, streaks of electric arcs actually transformed into a battle armor at this moment. Then, after the thunder battle armor appeared, the power of the Blood River kept attacking his body, but it was constantly purified. At this time, Su Yan's supreme power appeared in his body. Blood River King, it's not that easy to kill me. However, I'm going to accept this power of yours. At this time, Su Yan could only roar, as if he was going to use the last of his strength. Su Yan was too crazy. When facing such a power, his first thought was not to escape, nor to block it with the power of the Taiji Divine Sword, but to devour it. When fighting with the Emperor's eyes, he already knew his innate weakness. His accumulation of power was still too weak. Because of this, if he really fought with the Emperor's eyes, or even King Shura, he could rely on the Taiji Divine Sword to resist for a while. However, after a long time, his power would definitely be exhausted. At that time, it would be time for him to die. Therefore, the most important thing now was to strengthen his power and reach an unimaginable level. Earlier, he had already said that if he followed the prescribed order, everything would be too slow. Now, time did not allow him to follow the prescribed order. Since he could not accumulate power bit by bit, then he would just have to rob. This was Su Yan's thought at this time. Therefore, when this extremely terrifying power appeared, his first thought was to devour it directly. The Supreme Sword Spirit seemed to have sensed his thoughts. When Su Yan directly activated the Supreme Power, the Sword Spirit directly left his sea of consciousness and landed outside. The power began to flow slowly. This power was so quiet and slow. It formed a sharp contrast with the terrifying power of the Blood River. However, this seemingly slow-moving power actually began to devour the intense blood-red power at this moment. This devouring was not fast. At the very least, it was very slow in the beginning. However, gradually, the speed of the devouring increased bit by bit. In the end, the speed of the devouring became like a giant whale swallowing water. It was extremely terrifying. This was the powerful and terrifying aspect of the revered sword soul. Of course, for Su Yan, this was a test in itself. Such a powerful force directly rushed towards his body. Although the existence of the Supreme Sword Spirit had already filtered the power and made it calm, it was still too massive after all. Even if it was a real stream, it would become extremely terrifying when its quantity reached a certain level. Furthermore, what he was facing now was such a powerful energy. Su Yan's meridians and even every corner of his body were enduring such a terrifying impact. Just as Su Yan was facing this huge test, the Blood River Monarch finally found the Taiji Sacred Sword. Haha! Found it. What a cunning kid. He actually hid this sword here. At this time, even he felt an indescribable excitement and agitation. This was because he had finally found the location of the sword. The place where the Taiji Sacred Sword was located was under the huge crystal scorpion that the Sky Scorpion King had transformed into. This crystal scorpion's defensive power was extremely terrifying. It was able to completely block Su Yan's revered sun-shattering slash, and it emitted an extremely powerful energy that just happened to